His ankle throbbed with every step. Ivan the Terrible must have buried his library deep, if it's even down here. Continuing the descent, Gray kept near the back of the group. He stuck close to Illigan. The elderly bishop breathed hard, leaning heavily on his staff, picking his way down. Perspiration sheeted his face, both from the exertion and from the heat. Below them, Anna offered a theory for the warming temperature. This region is geothermally active, like much of northern Russia. The springs found here can be hot or cold. Gray ran a finger along the limestone walls, noting it was rich in crystals that reflected their light like encrusted diamonds. The stone was dry to the touch, unlike the chilly dampness usually found in deep caves. Was that the reason this site was picked, to help preserve the old books? As they wound their way down, Illigan cleared his throat and raised a question, most likely to keep himself distracted. Do you truly think there could be a lost continent in the Arctic? One undiscovered after so long? Gray glanced over to him. I don't see how. No such landmass has ever been detected by satellites, though in the past eyewitnesses have claimed otherwise. Back in 1905, Robert Peary, the disputed first to reach the North Pole, said he spotted a distant land during one of his expeditions, a place he named Crockerland. But that was probably just a crock of Gray coughed, covering his near slip in front of the pious man. Still, Illigan smiled. Gray continued. Another American explorer, Frederick Cook, confirmed that same sighting in 1908. Then maybe something is out there, Illigan offered. Gray shook his head. Many others, including the Inuit, have made such claims, but such sightings were either fabricated or due to some atmospheric trick of the light. Modern satellite surveys have irrefutably shown that under all that Arctic ice is only an ocean and an even deeper mountainous seabed. But what if, in the ancient past, the sea levels had been much lower, exposing those submerged mountaintops? As I understand it, the climate was vastly different back then. In Greenland, fossils of palm and fruit trees have been dug up, along with bones of camels and rhinoceroses. But that's from a time long before the ancient Greeks. The ones who named Hyperborea and wrote accounts of its inhabitants. Illigan sighed. Still, something keeps this myth stirred up. The Arkangel Society is not the only group searching for evidence of Hyperborea. There are explorations ongoing right now, across the Kola Peninsula and in the Karelia region, even through the northern Ural Mountains. But have any of those explorers turned up anything? Not definitively. What they have discovered are remote regions with vast fields of petroglyphs. Some are not far from us, around Lake Onega, and over in the Murmansk region. In fact, Russian archaeologists are craning in a huge dome, 10 meters high and 20 wide, to protect a huge collection of rock art, a grouping from 2,000 years before the birth of Christ. He looked pointedly at Gray, well within the scope of our ancient Greeks. I have no doubt that a prehistoric people populated this region, as inhospitable as it must have been at the time. The bishop gave him a pointed look, unless those people also had greener pastures to retire to during the harshest seasons or toughest years. Hyperborea? Illigan shrugged. It's just speculation. But some of the strangest discoveries of late were found on a handful of islands in the White Sea. Archaeologists uncovered remnants of pyramids, tombs, labyrinths, and on one island a giant stone throne, as if the former occupants had been quite tall. Gray heard the change in the bishop's timbre at the last. Why is that significant? There was a Roman historian from the 3rd century, Claudius Aelianus, who described a trio of Hyperborean brothers. To quote the ancient writer, 3 in number, brothers by birth, and 6 cubits in height, which in modern measurements would make them 3 meters tall. If true, the king of those people would certainly need a large throne, Gray admitted, but he remained highly skeptical. Illigan looked hardly convinced himself. Maybe the petroglyphs and other archaeological discoveries are evidence of some grander, more sophisticated prehistoric society, one that existed to the north before fading into obscurity. And the stories of Hyperborea are just overblown attempts to describe those lost people, casting them into mythic proportions. You could well be right. And those stories of the Hyperboreans' agelessness, Illigan continued in melancholy tones, maybe such acclaimed longevity came about because of a confusion involving the Arctic's cycle of day and night, where a polar day could last for many months. That would certainly make it harder to accurately measure a lifespan. Gray had no answer to that, and any further discussion was interrupted by an excited shout from Jason, who had traveled some distance ahead. "Everyone, hurry up! Come look!" 9:58 a.m. Jason stood at the bottom of the stairs, flanked by Anna and Bailey. He pointed his flashlight into a vast vault that opened ahead of him. Other shadowy chambers branched off from this one, forming a maze far larger than the wine cellar above. Yet, similar to the grotto overhead, the floor here was tiled in blue. At the center of the chamber stood a massive oaken table, circular in shape and surrounded by chairs. But Jason barely noted such details. What truly captured both his attention and his imagination were the hundreds, if not thousands, of niches carved into the limestone walls. They climbed a dozen rows high. The topmost would take a tall ladder to reach. In each niche there rested a sealed chest, banded in silver and plated in gold. "We found it," Bailey said, nearly choking. "The golden library of this house." Apparently that name was meant to be literal, Anna noted, not just figurative. Jason shifted his flashlight higher, revealing heavy timbered beams that buttressed the roof. Even there, thick sheets of gold had been hammered over their lengths, adding to the richness of the space. Between them, bright frescoes had been painted, showing studious figures bent over huge tomes, while others used long quills to illuminate manuscripts. The scuffle of boots and the thump of a staff announced the arrival of Gray and Illigan. As the bishop joined them, he looked as if he were about to fall to his knees, and not from exhaustion. His gaze swept the space. A hand covered his mouth in shock. "I never imagined it would be so grand," Illigan mumbled. "Maybe we should have," Anna said with a huge grin. "Our dear Ivan was not only terrible, but notoriously grandiose." Gray pushed forward. "I don't think that word quite captures the breadth of this space." Drawn like moths to the golden shrine, they all set off to explore the expanse, spreading out to either side. Gray did not deter them, but he offered a warning. "Don't disturb anything." Jason understood, remembering what had happened to the team under Moscow. As they wandered and examined the collection, additional observations were made. "It looks like these chests are sealed with wax," Bailey commented, with his head cocked to the side, leaning close, without touching. "They're also marked in silver," Anna announced from another spot in the chamber. Jason squinted at the tarnished sigil fixed under the lock of the nearest chest. "Glycolytic symbols." "Numbers again," Anna explained, like the latitude and longitude markings around the sketched astrolabe. Gray shifted down a row, looking closely. I imagine it must be their equivalent of a Dewey Decimal System for this archive. Bailey straightened and looked across their group. If so, then there must be a catalog or index somewhere that lists what books are in each chest. And keys, too, Anna reminded them. If we hope to discover where in this vast library are the hidden clues to the location of Hyperborea, we'll need both. True. Gray pointed his flashlight toward the labyrinth spreading out from here. There must be a centralized office somewhere. We just have to find it. Jason stared out at the branching, expansive chambers. Should we split up again? Considering the danger, not this time. He stared at the others. We'd best stick close. Determined to unlock the mysteries buried here, the group headed out. The beams of their flashlights speared in every direction like wobbly spokes of a wheel. They peered into neighboring spaces, all of which looked roughly identical to the first. Niches holding golden chests, a wide circular study table, and stout chairs waiting to seat some future scholar. The only difference was each room's size and shape, which appeared organic versus designed. They must have used the natural contours of a cavern system to build this library, Gray noted. The commander led them onward, stopping periodically to sweep his light to the left and right. Then he would shift their path, using some arcane measurement known only to him. As Jason followed, he tried to get his bearings. It would be easy to get lost down here. A map would be nice, Bailey concurred. We might not need one, Gray said. Why? Anna asked. Gray stopped and glanced back at her. If there's an organizational hub to this archive, it would either be at the bottom of those winding steps or positioned at the center of this sprawling archive. That makes the most sense. So I've been leading us along a through line across the library, trying to keep the same number of chambers to our right and left. Or at least to the best of my abilities. Your best has served us well, Illigan commented. The bishop had continued a few yards onward. He pointed his staff ahead. That chamber looks very different from the rest of the library. Jason hurried forward with the others. All their lights shone forward, aimed at the room where Illigan pointed. Ahead, an archway opened into an unusual space, one that was hard to fathom being buried this far underground. 26. May 12th, 10:18 a.m., MSK. Trinity Lavra of St. Sergius, Russian Federation. Gray stood at the chamber's threshold. What is this place? It looks like a private study, Illigan noted. Maybe from the 17th or 18th century. Both awed and dumbfounded, Gray peered at the Baroque design inside. The room's walls were paneled and shelved in mahogany, all full of dusty, leather-bound books, amidst a collection of artifacts. Overhead, its flat roof was raftered and plastered. To one side, a rich tapestry hung, running from ceiling to floor, and below it, a crimson rug covered the tiles. There was even a replica of a small fireplace in a back corner. Above its mantel hung the curve of a mammoth tusk. But what drew Gray's eye stood in the room's center. It was a large satinwood desk, inlaid with silver and gold filigrees. A lone glass lantern sat atop it, surrounded by a spread of papers, inked, maps, small brass tools, even a book that had been left splayed open. It was as if some researcher had stepped away and had expected to return shortly. "What do you make of this?" Bailey asked Gray. "This room feels like an anomaly, from a different time period than the rest. I think this was always the central hub to the library, but it looks like someone installed this chamber later, perhaps to conduct research in a more comfortable setting. Anna shifted closer. This may be Catherine the Great's handiwork after she discovered this library. She loved to put her stamp on old Russian sites. But who was working here? Jason asked. I can't imagine it was the Empress herself. Gray stepped into the room. For now, it's us. If we hope to learn any clues about Hyperborea, it'll be found in this room. I'm sure of it. He turned to the group. But take great care. As the team dispersed to examine sections of the room, Gray crossed to the desk, drawing Anna with him. He stood over the spread of books and papers. Atop the tallest stack, a journal rested crookedly. Silver stenciling across its cover shone through a layer of dust. Gray leaned down and blew across its surface, brightening the Cyrillic lettering. He glanced over to Anna, whose eyes had grown wider. What does it say? He asked her. It's a name. Not that the owner of this desk? The one who was doing research in here. Who was it? She pointed to the Cyrillic stenciling. Mikhail Vasilievich Lomonosov. Gray shook his head, not recognizing the name. He was the leading Russian scientist of his time. A genius and polymath. One who excelled across a breadth of subjects. Chemistry, physics, geology, astronomy. She turned to him. He was also Catherine the Great's most valued scientific advisor, even given the title of state counselor. Gray considered all of this as he gazed around the space. If Catherine wanted someone to explore this library to search for clues to Hyperborea, I can see why she handpicked him. Without a doubt. It's also been well documented that Lomonosov showed great interest in the Arctic, having grown up in the Arkangelisk Oblast, not far from the White Sea. He was particularly interested in the enigma of the magnetic North Pole, and maybe in other mysteries of that frozen world, Gray added. Possibly. But considering the astounding discovery Catherine made here, recovering the Golden Library, why did she focus on this lost continent? What drew her so immediately on that course? It was an obsession of hers. Not Hyperborea, but to establish the roots of the Russian people. She first believed it was the Scythians who might be our forefathers. The militant nomads of the Eurasian steppes. Gray remembered Bailey and Illigan bringing up those Bronze Age people last night at the embassy. The same. Even today there is an offshoot of the philosophies of Alexander Dugin, a group who called themselves the New Scythians, who pursued the same ideology. In fact, there's been a lot of friction between the New Scythians and the Arkangel Society, both arguing about who is right. And where did Catherine land during her time? She turned away from the Scythians and became convinced our true origins were much farther north, in Hyperborea. Anna nodded. Her fascination is well documented. And there are rumors she dispatched ships on secret missions to the far north, searching for this lost continent. Jason called from the fireplace. I'd say she found it, or at least found something. Gray and Anna turned to him. Jason stood with his hands on his hips, his neck craned back, staring up at the length of the mammoth tusk. The room was decorated with other artifacts across its crowded shelves, large chunks of crystals, stuffed birds under glass domes, painted pottery, tiny bronze sculptures. Gray couldn't understand why the tusk had captured Jason's attention. Still, he stepped closer. What is it? Jason pointed up, using his other hand to wave dust from the artifact's surface. Someone turned this huge horn of ivory into one massive piece of scrimshaw. Gray squinted and saw he was right. The artwork engraved into the tusk was broken by age and incomplete. but he could easily identify a collection of pyramids, tiered buildings, and spires. He looked across the room to where Bailey and Elegant conversed in low tones, searching the shelves and walls on that side. He remembered the bishop mentioning an archaeological discovery on islands in the White Sea. Pyramids, tombs, and thrones. Gray studied the scrimshaw. Is this a peek of what those crumbling sites once looked like? Or is it evidence of a more sophisticated civilization even farther north? Anna pointed up. But not at the mammoth tusk. There's a plaque on the wall. It's inscribed with a long list of names, like a memorial to lost explorers. Gray looked higher and saw she was right. But what's written to the left of that list? Though it's Cyrillic, it doesn't look like a name. It's not. But I believe it proves that this is a testament to those who died exploring. Possibly those who sought out Hyperborea and never returned. What does it say? She read the phrase aloud. Never go there, never trespass. Never wake that which is sleeping. She turned to Gray. This may be part of the reason Catherine hid this library, kept her discovery secret. She must have discovered something dangerous. Then why preserve all of this? Gray asked. Why plant seeds under Moscow, possibly other places too, that lead here? She must have wanted the library to be rediscovered, maybe eventually. She clearly believed the knowledge was worth safeguarding, even if it was dangerous. Perhaps she feared those of her time weren't ready for it, couldn't handle it. Gray slowly nodded. She planted those seeds for a future generation to discover, maybe as a test. He pictured the booby-trapped vault and the encrypted page in the Greek book. To prove we're cautious enough and wise enough to receive such knowledge. But are we? Anna challenged him. My brother's team wasn't cautious enough and suffered for it. And while we might have proved clever enough in solving her encryption, it was only by cheating, by using our technology to peer through the Lavra's sketch to see her easier puzzle. Gray couldn't argue with her. Jason, though, raised a question that was far more important. But how did Catherine and Lomonosov discover Hyperborea's location? And more importantly, how do we follow in their footsteps? Gray returned to the desk, where Lomonosov's labors were suspended in time. There must be a clue to his methodology here. He stared across the disheveled spread of papers, journals, and books. He noted two types of brass compasses, the magnetic kind, to divine true north, and instruments for drawing circles. There was also a tarnished silver sextant, along with a set of metal rulers and protractors, all tools of cartography. This realization drew him to a brightly colored map on the table, drawn in pinks, greens, and yellows. Its parchment was more cracked and yellowed than anything else on the desktop, suggesting it was far older. He shifted toward it, wanting a better look, but a large book was splayed open atop it, obscuring most of the map. Gray defied his own instructions and reached down and closed the book. He shifted it aside to reveal the full breadth of the chart beneath it. It was a map he vaguely recognized, one of the foremost examples of early cartography. He had also come across it more recently from his research on lost continents, for obvious reasons. Leaning closer, he studied the finely drawn map, which was inscribed with notes and names in Latin. He hovered a finger over the bottom right corner, where a title was written, Septentrionalium Terrarum. Anna peered over his shoulder, noting where he was pointing, and translated the Latin, of the northern lands. He glanced to her. It's a copy of the Mercator map, she said, clearly recognizing it too. Considered the oldest chart of the Arctic, drawn by a Flemish cartographer Gerardus Mercator in the 16th century. Gray nodded. The map was a top-down view of the Arctic centered on the North Pole. He could even appreciate how much of the coastlines roughly matched existing lands. Except in the center, surrounding the pole, was drawn a large landmass divided into 4 parts by rivers. No wonder this map drew the attention of Lomonosov. He glanced to Anna and pointed to the map's center. Is that supposed to be Hyperborea? Many have believed so, but Mercator never claimed as such. In fact, he was a meticulous cartographer, one famous even today for his accuracy. Looks like he went way off course with this one. You must understand that he constructed his map based on information gleaned from many sources, mostly charts and accounts from early Arctic explorers, and clearly, much of what is recorded here is accurate. Most of the coastlines, some of the written notes, not only about the various lands, but also its peoples. She pointed to the lower right quadrant of the fanciful continent, like here. As you can read, Anna continued, this states that there are pygmies who live in this region. Most historians suspect Mercator is misidentifying the short-statured locals, likely referring to the predecessors of the modern-day Inuit people. So Mercator mixed truth with fiction. But what about the big landmass in the middle? Gray circled a finger around the mysterious continent at the center of the map. Anna studied it with a sigh. According to Mercator's description, he states that rising at the North Pole is a huge mountain composed of pure lodestone, some 33 miles in diameter. It was where all compasses pointed, drawn by the pull of that magnetic peak, and not just compass needles. It also drew those 4 rivers toward it, breaking the continent into its 4 sections, Gray noted. Correct. And where those rivers all met at the base of the mountain, they formed a huge whirlpool that would empty into the world below. But there's nothing like that around the North Pole. For someone so accurate and meticulous as Mercator, how did he get it so wrong? Again, he based his maps on eyewitness accounts from Arctic explorers. Like who? She shrugged. There were many, as I recall from my archival studies. For example, there was a pair of 16th century adventurers, Frobisher and Davis, who traveled to northern Canada and reported vicious currents pulling icebergs toward the pole, towed, or so they believed, by those indrawing rivers. Gray sighed and shook his head. I guess this proves you should double-check your sources. Anna scowled her disapproval. Mercator did. The pair of Canadian adventurers weren't the only ones to tell this tale. Mercator's most influential source came from an English friar from Oxford, Nicholas of Lynn, who traveled to Norway in the 14th century and then continued farther to the north, sailing deep into the Arctic. He wrote a travelogue of his account titled Inventio Fortunata, which he presented to King Edward III upon his return, along with an additional gift. She glanced sidelong at him as if this were significant. What was it? The astrolabe that he used to navigate his journeys. Gray stood straighter, picturing what was sketched inside the Greek book. He grew more interested in this tangent. What was described in that travelogue? Anna stared down at the map. According to Mercator, what you see here. A land of magnetic mountains and whirlpools, what you deem fantastical. But, of course, it is, he stressed. Surely Nicholas, that English friar, had too many pints when writing his travelogue. You'll never know, Anna said sadly. By the 15th century, all copies of the Inventio Fortunata went missing. We only know of it because of Mercator and a few others who had read and copied sections from it, like Jacobus Neuen, a Brabantian explorer, who read Nicholas's travelogue and wrote about it in his own book, the itinerarium." She gave Gray another impactful glance, which subsequently also vanished. Gray considered this. It's as if someone was purposefully erasing all written records of this friar's book, and maybe of Hyperborea. Anna shrugged. "All we have left are the shadows of it, like Mercator's map, and a letter the cartographer wrote to a friend, a royal astronomer, where Mercator mentions the friar's travelogue." Gray frowned. If only we could get our hands on a copy of that book. By now, Father Bailey and Bishop Illigan had been drawn by the conversation, quietly following their discourse. It was Bailey who broke the silence and pointed out the obvious, literally by reaching out a finger toward the desk. "Isn't it right there?" he asked. Both Gray and Anna turned from the map and looked at the book resting beside it. Gray had closed that same tome moments before and shifted it off Mercator's chart. So focused on the strange map, he had failed to note the importance of its paperweight. Written in dark lettering and embossed into its leather cover were two words, Inventio Fortunata. 27. May 12th, 10:39 a.m. MSK, Moscow, Russian Federation. Tucker struggled to breathe through the cloth bag over his head. His wrists were cuffed behind him. His body jostled and rocked in the back of a van. They heard Valya on a cell phone in the front. Unfortunately, she was speaking in Russian, so he couldn't tell what she was talking about. He could glean only one thing. She is pissed. Next to Tucker, the ponytailed woman with the thin scar, Nadira Ali Saeed, pressed a pistol into his side, aiming for his kidney. Regardless of the threat, Tucker had no intention of struggling. He had heard Dr. Stutz's name come up as he eavesdropped on Valya. If they're hauling me to Elle and Marco, I'll play the cooperative prisoner. Still the question remained, where are they taking me? It had been roughly an hour and a half since he had been ambushed. By his estimate, after being forced at gunpoint from the Mercedes into a van, the vehicle had traveled some 20 or 30 miles. He heard increasing traffic noises, squealing brakes, honking horns, revving engines. We must have returned to the outskirts of Moscow. After another few minutes, the van swerved sharply, then jolted over a series of speed bumps. The latter threw him out of his seat. Still, the pistol never moved from his kidneys, which spoke to the deadly efficiency of the woman guarding him. The van finally braked to a hard stop. Moments later, the door slid open. Even with his head bagged, the brighter light suggested they hadn't driven into a garage. He also heard the roar of heavier engines, both those rumbling in low timbres and others that screeched louder. He recognized the sounds of jets landing and taking off, an airport. That was worrisome. He had hoped he'd be held somewhere closer at hand to better his chances of a rescue. Nadira nudged him with her pistol. He did his best to maneuver to the door. As he bent down to exit, a hand ripped the bag from his head. He blinked against the sudden brightness. Valya stood there, holding the hood. "This kid wants to speak to you." "I'm sure it'll be a pleasant conversation. But what about Dr. Studd and my dog?" "That beast is yours?" Valya said. "Didn't know Sigma had its own kennel. You've been a thorn in my side since St. Petersburg." "I'm not with Sigma," Tucker answered, truthfully, enjoying the surprised pinch to Valya's brows. "I'm a hired gun, like you." "A mercenary?" Her voice rang with doubt. "I prefer the term contracted employee." I was paid to track an operative of yours in St. Petersburg. I was one of many tails placed on people in your organization." This last was a lie, but it sounded good to him. "My specialty is in hunting and extraction. After I secured Dr. Stutt, I was to keep her safe. So, if anything, you've been a thorn in my side." Valia took this all in with a calculating expression, rubbing a finger along her jawline. He didn't know how much she believed, but he had no doubt she was assessing how best to put this to her advantage. She finally swung to the side, clearing the way for him to hop out of the van, which was challenging, with his arms secured behind him. He searched around and saw they were parked on the tarmac of a private airstrip, one next to a much larger and busier terminal. From the distance they had traveled, he guessed the main facility was Moscow's Sheremetyevo International Airport. As he was led toward an open hangar, Tucker noted a small jet idling nearby. Its tire blocks were being dragged away by a sullen-faced employee who showed no interest or surprise at the bound prisoner being marched at gunpoint into the hangar, as if this were a common occurrence. "Ah, Russia." A voice rose from the depths of the building. "Tucker." It took him a few steps to pick out Elle's shape from the shadows. She stood before a closed office door. He also spotted a familiar four-legged figure. Marco had already recognized him as a breeze blew into the hangar, carrying Tucker's scent to the shepherd. The dog whined and cried in a distressed greeting. Marco yanked on his leash, nearly toppling Elle over, who carried the other end of the lead. "Stay," Tucker called over. "Sit." Marco leaped once more toward him, then dropped to his haunches. Tucker knew the familiarity of these simple commands would help calm the young Malinois. Dogs grew stressed in unknown situations, and with all that had happened, Marco was surely frazzled and drained. To hear Tucker's voice and to be able to fall back into the routine of his training was a warm hug of reassurance. Tucker crossed toward the pair. They were watched over by the looming bulk of Yurik Raz. He carried no weapon, but his presence alone was intimidating enough. Marching ahead of Tucker, Valia passed by the large monk and headed into the office without knocking. Tucker was left in the tender care of Nadira, who led him to Elle and Marco. Once there, Tucker noted the muzzle locked around the dog's snout. Though he could appreciate the necessity on their captor's part, anger still fired through him. Marco whined again in greeting, but the dog maintained his position, sticking to the last command. A tail swished behind the dog, but it was not the full swing of joyfulness. Only the tail's tip wagged, a sign of wary caution, as if Marco feared he had done something wrong. Tucker wished he could reach out and console the dog, but with his wrists bound, he did all he could. He dropped to a knee and leaned his face close. "You're a good boy, Marco." A tongue licked through the barred gate of the muzzle. "I'm happy to see you too," Tucker said. Elle crouched next to him. "Are you okay?" He turned to her and shrugged. "I've had better days." The tension eased slightly in her shoulders. Her voice lowered to a whisper. "Do you know what happened to your friend, Mr. Kowalski?" "He's not here." She shook her head. "He tried to help us escape, but we got separated." Tucker frowned, hoping the big guy got out of the burning mansion. He focused on Elle. "What about you? How are you doing?" "I've had better days, too." She glanced sidelong at Yerik. "They're planning on taking me north, to an Arctic base in Severodvinsk. I'm to be held there until I'm needed." "Then just keep cooperating. We'll have to see what happens from here. And you?" "That's still up in the air." The door to the office opened, and Valya exited with Sitchkin. Neither looked pleased. Not about the situation, and for the archpriest, certainly not with Tucker. "I've been informed that my dacha in Sergeyev Posad, an estate that's been in my family for 5 generations, has burned to the ground." Each word was spoken with an icy bitterness. "And you were involved." Tucker remained down on one knee, doing his best to look like less of a threat. "I was hired to search for Dr. Stutt, to use my dogs to sniff her out, nothing more. This is not my war." Sitchkin eyed Marco. The dog noted the attention and curled his lips into a snarl, exposing fangs. A low growl rumbled from his throat. "Quiet," Tucker ordered. Marco's eyes narrowed, looking like he might refuse. The young shepherd had been stubborn from the get-go with his training. It was no wonder the pup had failed out of the MWD training center in Lackland. Still, Tucker recognized that stubbornness was born of intelligence. With time and the right training, he might outshine Kane. Okay, maybe not Kane. No one else could be that good. Marco's lips lowered, and his growl died away. Still, one long canine tooth remained bared. Definitely stubborn. Sitchkin acknowledged Tucker's control of Marco with a small nod. "It seems Dr. Stutt has grown fond of your dog. If you can keep him under control, I see the worth of your presence. Still, if you are to continue with us, you'll need to pay for your passage north." "How?" "I want all the information you have on the group that hired you. Who they are. What do they know?" Tucker swallowed, not sure how willing he was to comply. His hesitation was noted. Sitchkin gave the smallest nod to Yerrick, proving that the archpriest had as much control over the monk as Tucker had over Marco. Yerrick drew a pistol and pointed it at El. "Must I make my point clearer?" Sitchkin warned. As Tucker stared at the archpriest, he imagined scalping that beard off his face. Instead, he said calmly, "You need her." Sitchkin smiled, but there was no warmth. True. Another nod, and the pistol shifted to Marco. "But I don't need this dog. There are other ways to make Dr. Stutt cooperate." Tucker's jaw tightened. "Lie, and your partner's death will be prolonged, and you will watch every moment of it." Sitchkin leaned closer. "So, I recommend that you tell me something worth the price of your safe passage north. Disappoint me, and we're done talking." Tucker weighed his options. If he refused, he had no doubt that Marco would be slain, and Tucker would be next, but only after they tortured him for all the information they could get. Later, El would likely suffer a similar fate. So, it was either certain death at the hands of these monsters, or trust in Gray and the others' abilities. Tucker hated to put a target on their backs, but at least the others were still free and able to act. Tucker felt the chafe of his cuffs, saw the muzzle on Marco, read the fear in El's eyes, and made his decision. "Sorry, Gray." Tucker let out a long breath. He knew exactly what knowledge would gain him the most time. "Well?" Sitchkin pressed him. "You're looking for the location of the Golden Library at the Trinity Labyrinth," Tucker said stiffly. "The others learn where it is. Or, at least, the spot on those grounds where it's hidden." Sitchkin looked at Valya. "I warned you that these adversaries are clever," Valya said, acknowledging that Tucker's claim was possible. "You best not underestimate them." Sitchkin turned back to Tucker. "Where?" Knowing the cost of a lie, he answered truthfully. "The Ringing Tower, 28. May 12th, 11:07 a.m., MSK. Trinity Lavra of St. Sergius, Russian Federation. Deep under the ringing tower, Gray stood over Lomonosov's desk. Next to him, Sister Anna cradled the only extant copy of Nicholas of Linz' Inventio Fortunata in her hands. Her arms trembled with the weight of all those centuries, of what had been thought lost forever. He stared past the buried study's threshold and pictured the greater expanse of the Golden Library, spreading outward in dozens of chambers, all lined by golden chests that held the promise of many other treasures of antiquity. I wonder if there could be a copy of Neuen's Itinerarium, too. Anna asked with clear wonder in her voice. That other vanished book. Gray focused on the task at hand. I don't know if we need it. Lomonosov left the Inventio Fortunata atop Mercator's old map. Surely for a reason. It must be significant. Bailey reached out for the precious volume. May I? He asked Anna. She passed it to him. Of course. Bailey treated the book with great care and reverence. He drew it open. Maybe we must read it. It's written in Latin, but I should be able to translate it if given enough time. Gray sensed they were running out of exactly that. I don't think it was Lomonosov's intent that we read the entire book. He left the text open to a specific page. That must be important. Do you remember which one? Anna asked. No, Gray admitted. He took the book from Bailey, but it shouldn't be hard to figure out. He carefully flipped through the yellowed pages, nagged by something he was forgetting. Still, it took all his concentration to find the set of pages that were coated in dust. After being left open for so long, he finally located them and confirmed it was the right set of pages from the crease in the binding as he splayed the book open. This is the spot. He turned to Bailey. Can you translate these 2 pages? I better be able to, or they'll strip me of my degree in ancient studies. Bailey set the book atop the desk and hunched over the pages. He read silently for a spell, hovering his finger over various lines. Some sections have faded into obscurity, but the text seems to describe what you were discussing a moment ago. A great mountain, Rupus nigra et altissima, which translates to very high black cliff, and a huge whirlpool below it, fed by 4 great rivers. Anna pointed to the map. Mercator wrote those same words, Rupus nigra et altissima, next to the mountain on his map, right in the center. Gray nodded, still nagged by the sense he was forgetting something. With his brows furrowed, Bailey continued reading. This line elaborates in more detail. The land is most strange and should be shunned by all. Do not be deceived by its false pull. Do not be lured by the wonders it hides. Not even the long life it promises in stone and water. Instead, fear that which ended the people of Hyperborea, for if it ever breaks free, it will destroy all of us. Gray frowned. That warning certainly supports what is inscribed on the wall plaque. And sounds even more dire, Anna added. Bailey glanced up from the book. There's also this. Someone, no doubt Lomonosov, underlined the phrase falsum vevera, or false pull, in that line I just read. Could that be significant? Anna and Gray shared a look, but neither of them could make sense of it. And there's a section I can't read, Bailey admitted. It's handwritten in the margin, a long passage, with an arrow pointing to another word in the text, magneticus, which means magnetic. The note in the margin? Gray asked. Is it too faded to make out? No. He passed the book to Anna. It's written in Glagolitic. Oh. Gray joined her, staring down at the crisp penmanship along the page's edge. Can you translate it? I'll try. She turned to Jason, who hovered behind them. Jason pulled out his tablet, which still had Anna's Glagolitic conversion chart on it. They set about working on the mysterious message from Lomonosov. Gray watched them, alone with his thoughts for the moment. As Anna tapped at the glowing screen, he suddenly recalled what had been nagging at him, both now and yesterday. The tablet in Anna's hand had reminded him. He drew out his own device, turned it on, and flipped through the photos that Monsignor Borelli had taken. He settled on one, realizing how much it looked like the description in the Inventio Fortunata and what was drawn on Mercator's map. It filled half a page of Herodotus's histories, showing a mountainous valley that framed a lone peak at its center. Around it had been sketched a swirling pool. Gray studied it. Was this a glimpse of that same place? From someone who had been there? Before he could ponder it further, Anna stepped back to them. I think I have it all. Lomonosov's annotation was long, but not difficult to translate. Still, it makes little sense. What did he write? Anna stared down at the book in her hand and read the passage aloud. Ah, dear Mercator, you hid well what you knew. Making large what is not. Building mountains where there are none. Burying the truth like Catherine and I do now under a tower. Others should have looked more closely at what you drew, listened more intently when you claimed that this is not the truth, that it lies elsewhere. She looked up. Again, the last line points to the word magnetic, as if that's significant. Gray closed his eyes, trying to unlock this riddle. Lomonosov must have written this for a reason, leaving this page open, as centuries passed, sending a message into the future. But what did he mean? Gray talked aloud, trying to use his voice to tease out any answers. Not only did that annotation point to the word magnetic, but he also underlined the words false pole, which possibly also suggests something magnetic. Or falsely magnetic, Jason reminded him, adding his voice to the puzzle. Gray nodded. There's something there. But what? Gray squinted, trying to bring it into focus. Building mountains where there are none. Could Lomonosov be referring to the fact that there is no magnetic mountain sitting at the North Pole? And making large what is not. Bailey added. Mercator drew a huge landmass, a veritable continent. But from what Nicholas wrote in his book, it almost sounds like he's describing somewhere far smaller. A place that Mercator blew up huge, Anna said, magnifying it so he could delineate what Nicholas had described in a greater detail at the center of his map. Gray returned his attention to the map. Burying the truth. Maybe Mercator was trying to accomplish what Catherine and Lomonosov were doing here by keeping the Golden Library buried, to preserve knowledge but keep it safeguarded and hidden. In Lomonosov's annotation, Bailey said, he hints that Mercator drew the answer on his map. Others should have looked more closely at what you drew. Gray nodded. And listened, too. According to Lomonosov, Mercator claimed that this is not the truth, pointing to the word magnetic, and that it lies elsewhere. Can anyone make sense of that? Anna stiffened, swearing in Russian, which earned a scowl from Iligin, who leaned heavily on his staff, clearly exhausted. I think I know what he's talking about, Anna blurted out, sounding astounded with herself. A well-documented part of the map's history is that Mercator never believed the central mountain he drew was the true magnetic pole. He told people many times that the magnetic rupus nigra et altissima, Nicholas's very high black cliff, lay elsewhere. But no one took heed of him. Where did he believe it was located? Gray asked. Anna pulled his attention back to Mercator's map. She pointed to a spot, an island, from the look of it, positioned higher up the map. Mercator even labels this spot Polus Magnetus, the magnetic pole. She swung her finger to the center of the map, while the mountain here he simply named Polus Arcticus, the Arctic pole. Jason frowned. Could Mercator have been differentiating between the geographical North Pole and the magnetic pole of the Earth? They're in different locations. While the geographic pole is fixed, the magnetic one wanders all around. Gray had to consider this, but it seemed unlikely, and for good reason. No one from Mercator's time made that distinction. It wasn't recognized as two different locations until the middle of the 1800s. 3 centuries after Mercator drew this map. Then what is that island on his map? Jason asked. Gray stared down at the tiny mountain in the ocean. I think it's what Nicholas described. Some island with a strong magnetic pull, one that falsely pulled his ship off course, drawing it away from true north. Jason pointed to the large continent in the map's middle. And what about the rest of what Mercator drew? I think it was his attempt to expand what couldn't be drawn on that small spot on his map. Instead, he filled the Arctic's middle void with what Nicholas had described in his Inventio Fortunata. Making large what is not, Anna added, quoting Lomonosov. Bailey leaned to peer at the small island. But where is this place? It was a great question. Gray stared across the charting and navigation tools spread atop the desk. I think that's what Lomonosov was attempting to figure out here. He must have gleaned enough to send out an expedition to pin it down. He remembered Anna telling him about the rumors that Catherine the Great dispatched ships on secret missions to the far north searching for this lost continent. But how do we continue from here? Anna asked. I don't think we'll need all these sextants and compasses, Gray said. He stared down at his tablet, which still glowed with the image of that strange valley surrounded by cliffs circling a swirling pool. That's the location we need to find. He closed the tablet's window and opened a map of the polar region, one that was not drawn from accounts of long-dead explorers and lost books. It was a modern atlas of the Arctic, produced in exacting detail. Gray added in a set of crosshairs at the center, marking the geographic North Pole. He then crossed over and took a few snapshots of Mercator's handiwork. Once satisfied with the image, he overlaid it atop the modern map. While the 16th century version was not perfect in its rendition of every coastline, one detail was constant between the two, both past and present: the geographical North Pole. He centered Mercator's mountainous pole atop the current map's spot, then played with the rotation until he could fix another point that was equally well mapped in the 16th century, the coastline of northern Europe. With those 2 points overlapped and fixed, he boxed off the position of the mysterious island, the possible wellspring for all the mythology of Hyperborea. He showed his handiwork to the others. It appears Mercator's magnetic island lies somewhere in the East Siberian Sea, Gray announced. By tasking satellites with magnetometers, we should be able to detect any anomalous fluctuations in the magnetic field within that region and roughly pinpoint the island's location. As the others studied the map, passing the tablet around, Jason waved Gray to the side. He did not look happy. His voice dropped to a whisper. That's some fractious waters. The East Siberian Sea is one of the major shipping lanes for Russia's northern sea route. If that island is far enough out into the remote waters of the Arctic, and Russia can claim it for themselves, it will vastly extend their territorial reach, consuming a large bulk of the polar sea. It risks destabilizing the entire region. Gray understood. We can't let that Arkangel Society get first crack at reaching the island. If we can expose this discovery, one with enormous historical implications, we may be able to keep a territorial war from starting. But to do so, we need to shine a big light on it." Jason nodded grimly and stated the mantra of transparency. "Sunlight is the best disinfectant." "Exactly. But there is a larger danger we must consider." "What's that?" Gray stared up at the warning on the wall, remembering Nicholas's admonition in his book. "Instead, fear that which ended the people of Hyperborea, for if it ever breaks free it will destroy all of us. Something dangerous must be out there. Something that frightened Catherine enough to hide her library." He turned back to Jason. "And I'm worried we're not the first to learn of this." "You think Sitchkin might know, too?" "He has possession of that stolen Greek text. He has access to the decades of research by the Arkangel Society, so I would not be surprised if he came upon this knowledge already. Still, for the moment, we're one step ahead of him. But that lead will not likely last." "Then what do we do?" Gray shrugged. "We follow Sigma's motto." Jason grinned. "Be there first." Gray nodded. "That still leaves one last concern." "Which is what?" "Is anything even out there?" Illigan cleared his throat, having clearly overheard this last exchange. "There must be." He drew their attention. The bishop leaned on his staff, standing by the fireplace. He stared up at the curve of the tusk. "No one noticed this, but there's a word inscribed in Greek along the bottom here. I believe it spells out Hyperborea. Only some letters are missing or covered over." The bishop reached up and rubbed his palm across the yellowed ivory, as if to polish the word clearer. As he did, the tusk shifted under his hand. It seemed the artifact was more delicately balanced than it first appeared. Gray realized why and lunged for Illigan. "Stop!" But it was too late. The trap had been opulently baited, not with gold, but with a wealth of ivory, poised to punish any potential thief. In the neighboring room, a meter-wide door tore open from the roof. Water pounded down from some great cistern above. The force was strong enough to break the oaken table below. And it wasn't only that one room, it was all of them. Crashing waters echoed from every direction, rapidly flooding the library. "Make for the stairs!" Gray hollered. He got everyone moving. As he did, he stared across at the row upon row of golden chests. Only now did he recognize the significance of an unusual feature to them. All the boxes had been sealed with wax. He now understood why. The trap's designers needed them to be watertight. Gray grabbed Illigan by the arm. Bailey came to his aid too, while Jason helped Anna, whose eyes were wide with terror. "Go, go, go!" Gray urged. Water swamped into the small study, going from ankle-deep to knee-height before they could wade clear of the room. As the level rose, a certainty grew. "We'll never make it to the exit." Jason gasped, hauling through the deluge. "Where's all this water coming from?" Gray knew the answer, remembering all the stories of Lavra's sacred springs, fonts of miraculous healing. With this realization came a hard truth. We're all about to drown in holy water. 29. May 12th, 11:37 a.m. MSK. Trinity Lavra of St. Sergius, Russian Federation. Seshan stood at the headwaters of a raging cataract and despaired. No. Steps away, a huge flume of water pounded out of a trapdoor in the staircase's roof and formed a heavy torrent tumbling down into the depths. A backwash of cold spray wet her face and soaked her clerical dress. Several minutes ago she had crossed through the maze of a wine cellar beneath the ringing tower, following a rough description that Monk had given her. As she reached the secret door that Gray had opened, she heard the birth of a waterfall deeper down. It had roared like a buried dragon. Fearing the worst, she had rushed headlong until she came face to face with the monstrous flood. Poised before it now, she leaned forward on her toes, weighing whether to throw herself into the maelstrom and hope for the best. But she recognized that she would either drown or be battered to death before she ever reached the staircase's bottom. She fell back onto her heels, knowing she could not risk it. But it was not only about protecting her own life. Jack can't lose both of us. Still, she stood there for several breaths, inwardly cursing, refusing to accept what roared in front of her, what it meant. Unable to take it anymore, she flung herself around and fled up the steps. She prayed that either Gray had already left, or that he had some other plan. She clung to that hope as she ascended the rest of the stairs and crossed the wine cellar. Still, her breathing choked into gasps. Her legs went leaden. Hope had never been kind to her, proving false all too often. Please, not this time. She reached the stairs that rose out of the cellars and hauled herself up the steps to the tower's entry hall. As she did, she heard raised voices, sharp shouts and crisp orders coming from outside. She shifted to the tower's exit, careful to stay hidden in the shadows. Outside, a group of soldiers, a dozen or so, headed through the gardens surrounding the theological school. The men wore combat gear and carried assault weapons. Someone in the lead pointed toward the ringing tower. Seishan rolled out of view, a question foremost in her mind. Why are they coming here? Had whatever triggered the flooding sounded an alert, drawing the armed men? Or had Sigma's group been exposed? She expected it was the second explanation. For the past half-day, she had tamped down her paranoia about a mole in their midst. After the embassy attack, no one seemed aware that Sigma had traveled into Sergeyev Posad. Her suspicion of the two members of the Russian Orthodox Church, Iligin and Anna, had dimmed. Likewise with Yuri, who had saved her life only hours ago. As soldiers pounded across the cobbles toward the tower, she regretted such trust. I should have known better. While hope had failed her many times, paranoia seldom did. She rushed across the entry hall. The tower had no back door, at least not on this level. She slipped under a velvet rope that closed off the stairs leading up. She was careful not to touch it, to leave it swinging, lest some soldier should notice it. She escaped up the steps, climbing to the tower's third level. Voices echoed up from below, along with the tramp of many boots. She fled from them, over to one of the open windows that circled this tier. They were old arrow slits, used to target attackers. She squeezed sideways through one, then got stuck. Struggling only wedged her tighter. She closed her eyes, ignoring the voices drawing closer, coming up the steps. Calm down. A large part of her anxiety had nothing to do with the approaching soldiers. Fear for Gray and the others kept her tense, stiffening her honed flexibility. She forced herself to stop struggling, to exhale slowly, to narrow her chest. As she did, her body slid through the opening. She let herself fall. Twisting in midair, she landed in a crouch atop the roof of the lavra's towering wall. She balanced herself on the thin ridge in the middle, then took off. The damp tiles underfoot were treacherous and slippery. Fearing a fall, she kicked off the drab sandals that completed her disguise as a nun, and ran barefooted. She gained speed. Still, she waited for a shout to rise behind her, for gunfire to pursue her. She could only imagine what a bystander below might make of her flight. She must look like a huge black crow, sweeping atop the wall. As she ran, she let the winds blow the apostolnik from her shoulders. It fluttered away like a scrap of shadow. Her hair fanned wide. Despite the danger, she felt far freer, able to cast aside her fears for Gray. She reached the next tower and easily scaled through another arrow slit, vanishing away from sight. Once inside, she sent a plea to Gray, willing to give Hope one last chance. "Come back to me." 30. May 12th, 11:39 a.m. MSK. Trinity Lavra of St. Sergius, Russian Federation. Gray forged through the rising flood. The water level was waist-high and climbing fast. Dozens of crashing torrents echoed from the chambers on all sides. A hazardous flotsam of broken chairs and slabs of tabletops confounded the group's passage, swirling and forming dams. Jason called, yelling to be heard above the crashing waters. "Help!" Gray turned at his frantic shout. The young man struggled with Anna. Her long dress, already clinging and weighing her body down, had snagged onto one of the log jams of debris. Gray pushed Iligin toward Bailey. "Take him. Keep going." Gray and the priest had been hauling the bishop between them. Bailey nodded. "I got him." Gray set off kicking and paddling over to Jason and Anna. Once he reached them, he drew a knife from his belt. The woman's eyes were wide with panic. The shifting blockage was dragging her under. He felt along the fabric to where it was snagged. The cloth had twisted into a hard rope. He let it go, knowing it would take too long to saw through it. He shifted behind Anna, lifted his blade, and slit her dress from neckline to waist. She understood and wiggled free with Jason's help, shedding her garment, swimming away in her bra and underwear. "That's better," she gasped out. Jason headed after Anna. Even this brief stop had cost them valuable time. Ahead, Bailey had an arm hooked around Iligin's waist. The bishop used his staff like a rafting pole to help propel them along. By now the water had reached neck-high. They'd all be swimming soon, and terror made it look as if the roof were closing in on them. He had to accept the truth. No one's escaping this trap. Gray's heart pounded in his ears. He wished Lomonosov's study had been closer to the staircase. Still, even alone, Gray doubted he could have crossed that distance in time. The remote location of the study had made it a death trap. Wait. He halted in mid-stroke. That makes no sense. His mind spun, and he knew the answer. "Stop!" he boomed. Heads turned his way. He pointed behind him. "We're going the wrong direction." "What?" Jason called back. "Follow me." With no time to explain, Gray turned and waded back toward Lomonosov's study. It was still closer than the distant stairs. Even if the group could have reached the staircase, he suspected it was already a waterfall. The trap's designers would have made sure no one escaped that way. He also suspected something else about those engineers. They wouldn't want to be caught in their own snare, especially Lomonosov. The Russian scientist was too smart to risk his own demise. If some quake or other mishap disturbed the mammoth tusk and triggered the trap, there had to be another way out, one close to his study. And I know where it is. He prayed he was right, and not leading everyone to their doom. As he reached the room, he found the waters inside clogged with floating books from Lomonosov's shelves. He pushed his way through, shoving ancient texts out of his way, forging a path for the others. "Why are we back here?" Jason gasped, treading water now. Gray's toes could still touch, allowing him to kick off the bottom the last few yards. As he did, he tried to explain. "If Lomonosov worked endless hours down here, he wouldn't do so without a backup plan. He or the original designers would have engineered a way to escape this trap if it were inadvertently triggered, and that back door would have to be close at hand." "Where?" Jason asked. Gray pointed at the answer. Anna's eyes widened in disbelief. "The fireplace?" "I thought it was a replica," Gray panted out as he reached its mantel. But now, I wager, it's served double duty in the past. At one time it must have been a functioning hearth, one whose chimney to the surface could double as an emergency escape route. To test his theory, Gray ducked underwater, grabbed the top edge of the hearth, and wiggled himself into the space, with his upper torso inside. His hands blindly pawed above. He nearly choked in relief as he found a chimney leading up. To be sure, he squirmed the rest of the way inside, until he was able to stand and clear his head out of the water inside the shaft. Under his palms and fingers, he felt handholds carved along the chute's inner wall, forming a stone ladder leading up. Thank God! Satisfied, he dropped and slid out of the fireplace's hearth. He popped back to the surface in the study. "There's a way out," he announced, "but it's not going to be easy." 11:59 a.m. Jason climbed behind Anna. She shivered, both from cold and terror. Wearing only a bra and underwear, she looked naked. Still, she showed no concern or embarrassment. Like all of them, her focus was on the arduous ascent, on clinging to the hand and toe holds along one side of the chimney. The passage was tight. Rock rubbed Jason's back if he leaned out too far to raise a knee or reach an arm, but it was manageable for someone of his small stature. Overhead, Gray struggled a bit more as he led the way. Luckily, Kowalski wasn't with them. He'd never have fit through here. Still, another teammate strained for a different reason. Below Jason, Iligan wheezed and coughed. The elderly bishop fought for every yard gained, but so far he was managing the ascent, mostly due to the thoughtfulness afforded them by the engineers of this exit. Every 30 feet, a side cubby had been dug out. It allowed for 2 people to sit, perched above the drop, and catch their breath. At each spot, the group had allowed Iligan to relax with Bailey, while everyone else braced their backs against the chimney wall and pinned themselves in place and waited. "There's another rest stop up ahead," Gray called down. They had reached this one quicker than expected. The last cubby was only 20 or so feet below them. The gaps between the rest stops must be getting smaller, which was a merciful boon. In the shine of flashlights looped to the men's belts, Iligan's face had gone deathly white, his eyes pinched from the exertion. Jason returned his focus above. "Anna, do you need to take a break? Maybe sit for a spell with the bishop." I'm okay. I can keep going. For now, at least." Anna stared up the endless chute, though she didn't ask it. He knew what she was thinking. How much farther do we have to go? With no way of knowing, they continued the ascent in silence. Despite her assurance a moment ago, Anna looked longingly toward the cubby, but she climbed past it. Jason couldn't blame her. By now his fingers were crabbed and his shoulders ached. It was actually a relief when Bailey shouted under him, "I'll help Bishop Iligan get seated. We may need to rest a bit longer this time." Sighing, Jason pushed his back against the opposite wall and pinned his legs to a toehold. He felt secure enough to let go with his hands and massage his fingers. Anna did the same. Past her, Gray looked anxious to keep moving, but there was no rush. The rising waters below had stopped pursuing them for some time, indicative that the library must be fully flooded by now. Under his legs, lights jostled as Bailey helped Iligan into the cubby. The bishop thanked him, collapsing heavily in exhaustion. As he did, a loud metallic snap sounded, echoing sharply from the 2 men's position. "Oh, shh!" It was another booby trap, likely meant to rid the chute of any trespassers who stumbled upon it, those who failed to note that this cubby was not like the others, positioned differently from the regular run of rest stops. A wall of heavy water burst from the rear of the cubby, surging out a hidden door. The bishop's body was slammed against the chute's opposite wall, crashing into Bailey, who still clung to the stone ladder. The two men tangled with limbs, thrashing. Then Illigan fell away, vanishing into the torrent. Bailey managed to keep one handhold. His legs flailed under him, scrabbling for a purchase, but the surge was too fierce. He looked up in a panic, as if recognizing the inevitable. Jason refused to accept this and headed down. "Hang on!" Bailey choked on the downpour. "No! You'll be pulled with me!" The priest looked below. "I'll try to reach—" Then he was gone, ripped off the wall by the current. Jason cried out, nearly losing his own grip. He searched, but there was no sign of either man. Water continued to flood down the chimney. Knowing there was nothing he could do, Jason faced back up. Anna stared down at him. He had no words. Gray did, offering the only option left to them. "We keep going." 12:43 p.m. Free of the chimney, Gray reached down, grabbed Jason's outstretched arm, and pulled him out of the crack in the rock. The top of the chute had emptied into a cave. The shaft had narrowed precariously at the end, making for a difficult final ascent. But they had made it. Just not all of them. Anna stood to the side. Gray had given her his jacket, which hung over her shoulders. She hadn't even tried to button it. Instead, she had hugged her arms around her body, not in shyness at the state of her undress, but in shock and grief. Jason remained on his hands and knees. He breathed heavily, plainly as distraught as Anna. "Well, what do we do now?" he gasped out. "We rejoin the others," Gray answered, doing his best to compartmentalize the loss of the two men. "Shouldn't we wait here?" Anna mumbled. "In case, maybe they'll—" Her shoulders sagged. Even she couldn't find the strength for hope. Gray let the two rest for a few minutes. He waited until he got a nod from each, then set off. Sunlight glared on one side of the cavern, promising an exit nearby. He led Anna and Jason toward the light. As he did, he cast a final glance back. Even this close, the pinched entrance into the chimney was nearly invisible, blending into the surrounding rock. No wonder it was never discovered. Gray shook his head and headed off. The three of them crossed through the boulder-strewn cavern and had to crawl along a low tunnel to reach a grotto on the far side. It opened into a forest. Ahead, between the trees, the towering white walls of the Trinity Lavra glowed in the midday sun. It appeared they had exited a half-mile or so outside the grounds of the monastic compound, which is just as well. Gray saw no reason to return to the Trinity Lavra. With a long hike ahead of them, they stumbled off into the woods. Anna looked haunted and forlorn, barely blinking, staring blankly. Jason turned to Gray, his eyes wide, searching for an answer to explain their loss. Gray had none. All he could do was make a promise. "We're not going to let their sacrifice be in vain." He stared toward the Lavra, but he peered much further, thousands of miles. "We'll find that lost continent." Still, a warning echoed inside him, one inscribed in wood above a mammoth tusk. "Never go there. Never trespass. Never wake that which is sleeping." Gray headed onward without slowing. Screw that. 5th. Icebreaker. 31. May 13th, 1:18 p.m. MSK. Severodvinsk, Arkangelisk Oblast. Tucker walked Marco across the snow-packed pavement, heading for a sparse patch of yellow grass, where a steam grate had melted a swath of the church's yard. He eyed the tunnel below the grate as he stomped over it, shaking a crust of ice from his boots, weighing the vent's usefulness as a means of escape. His assessment? No chance in hell. Especially now. A trio of armed guards in white Arctic gear trailed them during this relief break for Tucker's four-legged partner. Elle strode alongside them, bundled in a puffy coat that was too large for her. Their small group had just finished a meager lunch in their cell. It had consisted of a cold gruel of lentils with a gristly meat of unknown origin. But at least the loaf of bread had only a few scabs of mold on it. Even Marco had turned his nose up at the offering, until Tucker had ordered him to eat. The dog needed to keep his strength up. They all did. As Marco sniffed and circled, Tucker gazed out at the spread of the White Sea Naval Base. The sun sat wanly overhead in cloud-scudded skies. It had snowed last night, just a dusting, when they had arrived in Severodvinsk, but a dark line sitting at the horizon suggested a bigger storm would roll in from the sea before nightfall. Closer at hand, the base looked like the many others that Tucker had transited through as a ranger. Cement block buildings, yellow dock cranes, narrow brick stacks churning out smoke. Uniformed men and women soldiered past, keeping a wary distance, eyes down, huddled in their jackets. The sound of heavy machinery and the sharper notes of rivet guns echoed all around the shipyards. A larger rumbling drew all their eyes to a corner, where an 8-wheeled armored personnel carrier trundled past, topped by a 30mm cannon. Tucker recognized the BTR-80A APC. From its larger wheels and wider treads, this one looked adapted to Arctic conditions, like much of the base's equipment, not to mention the brigade that trained out of this base, using the surrounding frozen landscape and seas for their exercises. "Podra plavatya," a guard barked behind them, hurrying them along with a wave of his rifle. "Seems like our leisurely stroll has come to an end," Tucker commented to Elle. Marco must have understood and finally squatted over the grate and defecated a wet stream directly into the steam tunnel. Tucker hoped the smell spread far across the base. That's what they get for the quality of their food, but Tucker knew that sludgy stool was also likely due to stress. Another guard yelled at the dog, raising the butt of his rifle. Elle stepped in the way before Tucker could. She cursed the soldier out in Russian, or at least it sounded that way. The soldier backed down and pointed his weapon toward the church, ordering them inside. "Shevelis." They were herded back toward the sanctuary. The centuries-old Church of the Holy Sacrament was built of lichen-crusted stone and hewn pine, gone black with age. But atop its tall steeple shone a golden Orthodox cross, one that looked newly installed. They were taken to the rear of the church, where steps led down into the cellar. Last night, Tucker had been surprised at the sight of their imprisonment. Then they were herded into the gloomy basement below the gilded nave of the church. It quickly identified this level to be a lingering holdout of the old Soviet era, a site of a former jail, maybe an old black ops facility. Clearly its new owners, the Orthodox Church, or at least a certain archpriest, still found such a place useful. The guards marched them to this cell. Elle had been offered her own accommodation, but she had insisted on joining Tucker instead, clearly not wanting to be alone. Though he suspected it had less to do with his own presence than Marco's. The dog had slept next to her in her cot. She had kept one arm protectively over him. Once locked in their cell, Tucker dropped to his bed on the other side of the room, which had a mattress as thick and stiff as a deck of playing cards. They shared a single commode and shower that continually dripped in the open corner. But with their respective backs turned, they managed a degree of privacy. Elle sank atop her cot. Without being told, Marco hopped next to her. Tucker gave him the smallest nod. Good boy. Elle stared across at him, leaning back on her arms. She was silent for a spell, then shifted straighter. Tell me about yourself, she said softly. How did you end up here, locked up with me? A series of bad choices, apparently. She scowled at him, clearly wanting more than flippancy. He read the pinch of fear that haunted her eyes, along with the thin cast to her lips. She recognized the danger, the likelihood of a fatal outcome. Yet she held herself together, maybe from an ingrained Russian stoicism, an acceptance of life's injustices. But he suspected it was just this woman, one who had twice stepped between a rifle and his dog. Tucker sighed, knowing he owed her an honest response. I grew up in a country not much warmer than Siberia, Rollins, North Dakota, near the Canadian border. What was it like growing up there? Pretty nice. Spent summers at Willow Lake, hiking the North Woods. In winter it was snowshoeing and ice fishing. But it wasn't as idyllic as that postcard sounds. Why's that? My mom and dad died when I was 3. He shrugged. Don't really remember them. They're just pictures in a photo album. It was my grandfather who raised me. And when I was 13, he had a heart attack from shoveling snow one hard winter. I found his body after coming home from school. She winced. How horrible. He continued, not entirely sure why he was being so forthright. From there, with no other relatives, I ended up in the foster care system. I petitioned for early emancipation and joined the military at 17. He skipped over the dark years between those 2 tent poles of his life. It's no wonder I like dogs better than people. That's how you ended up with Marco and Kane? She asked, rubbing fingers through Marco's ruff. Military, barking dogs. Actually, it was Kane and Abel first. Kane's littermate brother. She must have read something in his voice or attitude. She winced again as if sensing this was a well of pain. I lost him during a firefight in Takura Gar. We were assisting soldiers from the 10th Mountain Division, securing bunkers in a place called Hell's Halfpipe, when a pair of IEDs exploded. Taliban fighters swarmed from concealed positions. He shook his head, trying to clear the memory, but it was branded there. He fell back to that mountaintop. He and a handful of survivors had been able to reach a defensible position to hold out long enough for an evac helicopter to land. Once Kane and his teammates were loaded, he had been about to jump off and go for Abel, who was injured. But before he could, a crewman dragged him back aboard and held him down, where he could only watch. A pair of Taliban fighters chased down Abel, who was limping toward the rising helo, his pained eyes fixed on Tucker, his leg trailing blood. Tucker scrambled for the door, only to be pulled back yet again. Then the Taliban fighters had reached Abel. He squeezed those last memories away, but not the haunting voice, forever in the back of his mind. You could have tried harder. You could have reached him. If he had, he knew he would have been killed too, but at least Abel wouldn't have died alone. Alone, and wondering why Tucker had abandoned him. I'm sorry, Elle whispered. I've come to peace with it. Barely. He pictured the arid Arizona desert and a glimpse of sun dogs chasing across the sky, where he had been able to let go of some of his grief. But he would never be entirely over that loss, and he knew why. I don't want to be. Abel had earned that pain. Plus, that grief taught him an important lesson. He stared over at Marco. Never again will I allow myself to be held back. He cleared his throat and nodded at Elle, ready to change the subject. What about you? How did you end up being a botanist, especially one who specializes in carnivorous plants? She looked like she wanted to press him more, but she let it go. I grew up in St. Petersburg, raised by a single father. He was an agronomist, specializing in crop production during the Soviet era. I spent summers in the city's botanical gardens, often acting as my father's lab assistant, sometimes traveling across Russia with him. While he leaned toward the practicality of food production, specifically grain crops, I found myself more fascinated by the unusual strategies plants employ to survive, to compete, to thrive. And I suspect nothing is more unusual than plants that become carnivorous. She gave him a tired smile. It's actually an old strategy going back 80 million years. A way of adapting and surviving in regions of nutrient-poor soils. Even my father was interested in their genes. It was part of his research to see if some of the 36,000 genes that are unique to carnivorous plants could be incorporated into food crops to make them hardier. So he wanted to create a field of wheat that would eat locusts, rather than the other way around. Her smile widened. Nothing so dramatic. He simply wanted to increase the rate of nutrient acquisition from poor soils. Was he successful? She looked down. He had some minor success. Then he got cancer, pancreatic, 9 years ago, when I was still at the university. Took him down in 6 months. He died before the advent of gene technology that would have accelerated his research. And you're continuing in his footsteps, tangentially. I've been working with those same genes, creating hybrids, studying how certain traits arise from combinations of different chromosomes. It's fascinating how similar so many of those genes, those that produce digestive enzymes or allow for movement, have analogues in animals. It's a stunning example of parallel evolution between flora and fauna. In fact, a loud bang made her jump. Even Marco sat up sharply. Tucker turned toward the door. A tiny barred window allowed him to spot the tonsured head of Yerik Raz rush past their cell, heading toward the stairs leading up into the church. Tucker frowned, sensing the monk's tension. Did that mean Sitchkin had arrived from Sergeyev Posad? And if so, what does that mean for us? Elle swallowed hard and looked at him. The question was easy to read on her face. What are we going to do? As Tucker listened to Yerik's heavy footsteps echo away, he knew only one certainty. We're running out of time. 5:09 p.m. Kowalski hopped out of the Siberian bush plane, a single-engine Baikal LMS 901, which sat atop a small lake 10 miles south of the town of Severodvinsk. As his boots hit the ice, a loud cracking sounded underfoot. He crouched for a breath, waiting to fall through, but it held. For the moment. He eyed the parked aircraft with suspicion, expecting it to plummet through the ice. Off to the side, Yuri crossed with 2 of his hand-picked men, Vinogradov and Sidorov. The trio opened the plane's rear cargo hatch and began tossing out duffels of equipment. The 2 brothers were twins, but only fraternal. Blonde-haired Vin stood a few inches shorter than Kowalski, with a quarterback's build, while Sid stood a foot shorter, with the stocky bulk of a linebacker. The only feature that was identical were their hard expressions and even harder eyes. Both had served with Yuri in the Russian Navy. Another young man, no older than 20, named Fad, had been the Baikal's pilot. The guy spent more time yammering than paying attention to airspeed, altitude, and angles of approach. Still, Fad landed them squarely on the lake without crashing through the ice. Not that Kowalski didn't expect that still to happen. Monk finished making final arrangements with the pilot, then joined Kowalski out on the lake. The last member of their extraction team hopped out. Kane lifted his snout, testing the air, already searching for his missing partners. The hope was that the Malinois would perform as well as he had in Sergev-Posad and pick up the scent of their teammates. Clearly failing at the moment, Kane lowered his nose and shook the long trip from his fur. They had left in the middle of the night, traveling the 700 miles in a pair of trucks. It had taken them 14 hours to reach Arkangelisk, a port-side city on the White Sea. Once there, they had collected the bush plane from a fishing charter, which required Yuri handing over a satchel weighted down with rolls of rubles. Afterward, they had made the 30-mile hop to the lake. To continue their ruse as simple fishermen, Fad would start drilling holes through the ice and set up rods. But there would be no one to man them. Monk waved to the western shore, to a snowy forest covering low hills. "Let's head out." The 5 men and Kane set off across the ice. It was a sullen march. Yesterday afternoon, Gray had returned after nearly drowning in the lost library. He had reported the deaths of Bishop Illigan and Father Bailey. He had also shared what knowledge that sacrifice had gained them, the possible location of a lost continent, one that came with a dire warning, a danger that could threaten the world if unleashed. Gray and the others, including Sister Anna, were already en route by air to the city of Pevek on the coast of the East Siberian Sea, where they would take a helicopter out to a commercial icebreaker and begin their search of those frozen waters. But despite the urgency of finding the site, of discovering the nature of that threat before the Russians claimed it, they could not abandon Tucker and Dr. Stutt, or even Marco, not without attempting a rescue. To that end, they had recruited additional allies and resources. Once off the lake and onto the wooded shoreline, Yuri removed a GPS unit from his pack. It took a moment to get his bearings, then set off into the hills, tracking a red dot on his screen. After 15 minutes of hiking, they topped a rise. "We're here," Yuri stated firmly. It took Kowalski a few breaths to spot the white camouflage netting bulging at the bottom of the hollow ahead of them. It helped that there were some tread tracks leading to the spot, though the overnight snow had partially filled the path. "Suit up and let's get going," Monk said, searching the skies between the pines. The winds had picked up, blowing snow from branches and dusting over them. "That storm's coming in fast. We want to be in the teeth of it by the time we reach the base." Yuri and his 2 men rolled back the netting, revealing a pair of vehicles. One was a Berkut 2 snowmobile. It had a 2-man heated cab built over skids. Atop it was mounted a PKP Pecheneg 6P41 machine gun. In the back was an open-air gunner's seat, positioned over a rear cargo space. The second vehicle was an A1 double snowmobile. It looked like a motorcycle with a sidecar, but one sitting on oversized treads. From the duffels, the team loaded additional rifles and sidearms into the 2 vehicles, then stripped down and changed into Russian Arctic combat gear, which consisted of camo suits in shades of white and gray. They pulled dark balaclavas over their heads, followed by white helmets with black visors. As they geared up, Kowalski kept next to Yuri, He asked a question that had bothered him since they left Sergev Posad. "Why is your boss so willing to help us?" "He is paid very well." "That?" Yuri shrugged. Kowalski knew that Painter and Kat had arranged the equipment drop-offs with Bogdan, who also coordinated their transportation. The industrialist had plenty of underworld connections to facilitate all of this. Plus, it was well known that a slew of Russian military hardware had the unfortunate habit of falling out of trucks. Kowalski kept staring at Yuri until the man admitted more. "I tell him what you do, what you plan to do." Kowalski remembered catching Yuri on the phone back at the Vatican embassy, speaking to his boss. "You've been reporting in. So what?" "Bogdan is a happy man. Very rich. Very smart. Sanctions are bad already. War would be much worse. He is not alone in wishing for peace. He sees the wisdom in supporting a cause that will keep his funds flowing smoothly and steadily. I thought war was profitable for guys like your boss." "For a few, da. For most others, niet." Yuri stared toward the horizon. "Bogdan also has 5 children and 7 grandchildren. I have 2 daughters myself." This last surprised Kowalski. Yuri tugged on his helmet. "Not all costs of war are measured in profits." He snapped the visor shut, ending this discourse, and headed toward the Berkut. Monk crossed to Kowalski, noting him struggling with his coat. "How's your arm?" "I'll manage." He yanked his limb through the sleeve a bit too roughly, trying to prove his point. "Barely any seepage through the wrap." Monk frowned at him. "You should have stayed behind." As team medic, Monk had tried to sideline Kowalski, but that wasn't about to happen. Tucker got nabbed trying to save Kowalski's ass, so he wasn't going to sit this out. Besides, he was needed here, and for more than just his brawn and ability to blow things up. He whistled and signaled to Kane, who crossed over and followed him toward the Berkut. Tucker had taught Kowalski a basic set of verbal commands and hand signals to help him work with Marco. Kane knew those too, and many more. Tucker's last instruction had been the most pointed. "Trust the dog, and he'll trust you." Kowalski hoped that was true. Once ready, the group split up and set off. Monk climbed aboard the A1 snowmobile with Sid. Kowalski joined Yuri inside the Berkut, with Kane perched between them. Outside, Vin climbed into the gunner's seat behind the cab. 2 engines choked into roars. The vehicles lurched forward, then gained speed. They flew through the snow-covered woods, riding over hills and across open plains. This rural region was one of the many training areas used by the base's Arctic Brigade. The plan was to pose as late-returning soldiers, hurrying to beat the worst of the evening storm. They would aim for the back gate onto the base, where they hoped less attention would be paid to them, where their forged papers had a better chance of passing inspection. From there, their goal was a simple one. Get in and get out as quickly as possible. Kowalski stared ahead. Kane panted beside him, expressing the anxiety they all shared. Ahead, dark, snow-heavy clouds stacked high, obliterating the sun, casting the world in shadows. Winds blew at them in gusts that rattled their windshield. The lights of the military town of Severodvinsk glowed in a widening spread before them. It required a special visa to enter the town, but where they were headed was even more restricted. The White Sea Naval Base hugged the western edge of the Vina River Delta, where it emptied into the sea. Its many docks and shipyards serviced and tested the latest submarines and ships in the Arctic fleet. It would undoubtedly be highly protected, but they had to risk it. Kane whined next to him, a note barely above hearing. "Quit complaining," he warned the dog. "We'll find him." Kowalski stared toward the lights, the stormy skies. "Or die trying." 32. May 14th, 2:17 a.m., ANAT. Aboard the Polar King, East Siberian Sea. Gray crossed through the belly of the 80,000-horsepower beast. The steady rumble spoke to that power, while the nail-on-chalkboard grind of ice along the ship's hardened hull was a near-constant reminder of the harsh seas they traveled through. He strode alongside Oliver Kelly, the Australian captain of the heavy icebreaker. The Polar King was a commercial ship, part of the Esky shipping conglomerate whose CEO, William Byrd, owed Sigma a big favor after events a few months back. Director Crow had called in that favor, arranging for the use of the icebreaker to conduct the upcoming search. The Polar King had already been in the neighboring Chukchi Sea, repositioned there from the oceans around Antarctica. The busiest seasons for icebreakers in the northern Arctic were spring and fall. A few weeks ago, the King had finished a stint with ConocoPhillips, aiding in oil and natural gas exploration near the north slope of Alaska. The ship had been headed next to the Barents Sea, via the Northern Sea Route, to do the same for a Norwegian firm, until Painter had commandeered the vessel. From the heavy stride of the former Navy officer, Kelly was not pleased with this change of course, especially as it aimed his vessel toward the thicker ice of the polar cap. The current waters were crowded with ice floes, requiring little of the near-bottomless power of the ship's 2 nuclear reactors. But before long, they would need to strain the upper limits of those powerhouses. "I don't know what you expect to find out there," Kelly said as he led Gray toward a conference room below deck. "I'll do my best to fill you in." Gray intended to explain once everyone was gathered. His team, which included Seishan, Jason, and Sister Anna, had landed on the icebreaker's helipad 2 hours earlier, just after midnight. They had taken an early morning commercial flight from Moscow to the coastal city of Pevek, which sat at the edge of the East Siberian Sea. Their painter had arranged for the Polar King's helicopter to meet them and ferry them to the ship. It had required stopping on Wrangel Island to refuel before crossing the last 400 miles out to sea. It was still going to be a long night, but at least his team had time to rest as they crossed the breadth of Russia. He had napped with Seishan during the flight. She kept hold of his hand, as if ensuring he stayed in his seat. Yesterday she had looked both relieved and furious when he had walked through the hotel room door. As waterlogged as his gear had been, he hadn't been able to radio the others. The little jubilation of their reunion quickly died away once he told her what had happened to Ilagin and Bailey. It was also a short reunion, just the one night, as afterward their group had split up again. Voices rose ahead of them, coming from an open door at the end of the passageway. "Our conference room," Kelly said with a nod. "The navigator will be down shortly with a map you requested. I've also asked another crewman who might be of assistance to join us." "Thank you, Captain Kelly." The pair of them passed through the doorway into a wide, shallow room. A large table was bolted in place, running down the room's center. Across the expanse of the back wall, a bank of windows overlooked the bow of the ship. Gray was momentarily taken aback by the sight. Dark seas spread in an endless stretch to the horizon. Rafts of ice covered the water, reflecting the moonlight. The skies blazed with a sweep of stars, but what truly stole his breath was the shimmering veils of blues, crimsons, and green. They danced and rolled over the starscape, as if a rainbow had been melted across the sky. Seshan stood limned against that view, looking equally captivated by the light show. "Spectacular, isn't it?" Kelly said. "You're getting a rare display due to a solar storm from a coronal mass ejection, coupled with an X-class flare. It has been raging for the past half day, one of the strongest in a while. We almost didn't get Bird's satellite call due to the geomagnetic interference." Kelly looked disappointed that the call had come through. Gray drew his attention from the skies to those seated around the table. Jason stood up from where he had been whispering with Anna. He waved Gray to the side. Gray excused himself while Kelly poured a cup of coffee from a steel carafe. "What is it?" he asked Jason. "I reached Cat and DC via the ship's radio. Communication is spotty due to the solar storm. It's probably why we haven't heard from Monk and Kowalski directly. But they were able to phone Sigma Command. Cat relayed their message." Gray's shoulders tensed. "And?" "The others are en route to the naval base. Should be arriving in another 40 minutes or so. Everything is going smoothly so far." "But what comes next is the hard part." Jason nodded, crossing his arms, looking as worried as Gray felt. "Keep me informed if you hear any further word." "That's just it. Why I wanted to talk to you. I lost that call with DC at the tail end of it, and as we head farther north, the interference will grow worse. The radio tech said to expect a total comms blackout for several more hours." Gray sighed. "So much for trying to keep our two operations coordinated. We'll have to manage as best we can." Gray waved Jason back to the table. "First, we need to get everyone up to speed aboard the Polar King. Decide if what we're attempting is even possible." As Gray headed to the table, a lanky black man with a handlebar mustache swept into the room. He wore crisp blue coveralls with the ship's logo on the pocket. "Our navigator," Kelly introduced to everyone else. "Byron Murphy." The man lifted a rolled map, a printout from the look of it. He nodded to Gray. "I studied that strange overlay of maps you shared up on the bridge. I was able to chart out a rough approximation of the region that you had blocked off. Can you show us?" Everyone gathered as he rolled out his work across the tabletop. Seshan joined them, stepping next to Gray. The map showed a cross-section of the East Siberian Sea along with the northern coast of Russia and several islands. Far out in the water, deep into the Arctic, was a hatched circle. Byron tapped that marked spot. "That's the search zone, as near as I can assess." Gray pictured that small, mountainous island on Mercator's map. It must lay somewhere in that region. There was only one problem. That's still a big area. Around 30,000 square kilometers, the navigator confirmed. Jason stared across the map at Gray. Cat was still working on acquisitioning satellites equipped with magnetometers to pick up micro changes in the Earth's magnetic field. The ideal choice is the European Space Agency's swarm satellites. They're in low polar orbit and outfitted with both vector field and absolute scalar magnetometers. But the solar storm is wreaking havoc there, too. We may have to wait out this flare. Gray sensed they did not have that time. Kelly frowned and tapped a finger on that hatched circle. "What are you looking for here? And what does it have to do with the Earth's magnetic field?" "You'll have to bear with me." Gray removed his digital tablet. "It's a story going back centuries, if not millennia." He started at the beginning and laid out all they had learned. Both Anna and Jason added or confirmed many of the details. The captain and the navigator's expressions went from incredulousness to wary curiosity, but never settled on complete acceptance. Can't blame them. "And you believe some island is out there?" Kelly said. "One with strange magnetic properties. A place that could be the birthplace of the legends of Hyperborea. And one that holds a dark secret. Gray added. A danger that required hiding a lost library and burying its location in an ancient map. Byron shook his head. Such an island might not require some mysterious threat to be a problem. The marked search area is in troublesome waters. While it may be international, the zone sits between Russia and the United States. In fact, the basin of the East Siberian Sea is shared between those two countries. That's why we intend to find it first. Not to plant a U.S. flag, but to try to keep the site international, like the waters it sits in. Plus, we need to identify the nature of the danger out there, Jason added, before it falls into the wrong hands. Gray turned to Kelly and Byron. I recognize the risk we're asking you to take. Russia will not sit idly by during all of this. They're already fortifying and arming their northern coast. This is what we could be facing if we're not careful. Gray brought up a map onto his screen. 24 stars marked the locations of the new and refurbished Russian bases. They spread across the breadth of the country's northern coast. He studied Kelly as the man reviewed the map. Gray wanted the captain to get a better visualization of the stakes at hand before the man fully committed himself and his ship to the task ahead. I won't direct you to go along with this, Gray said. If you wish to countermand the order from your CEO, I'll support it. Kelly turned to the navigator, seeking his insight, the sign of a good captain. What do you think? That path leads into deep ice, Byron warned. Old ice. Centuries old. I looked into it. The last time those waters thawed was the middle of the 1700s. Gray shared a look with Anna. That was the period of Catherine the Great's reign, when it was said she sent out expeditions searching for Hyperborea, based on Lomonosov's research in the Golden Library. What difference does it make if the ice is old? Jason asked, drawing back Gray's attention. Kelly answered, Nearly formed ice is easier for our ship to cut through. Older ice is more stubborn, compacted, harder to crack. We risk getting trapped. Yet another danger. From my charts and satellite maps of ice thickness, the king should be able to make that transit, Byron judged, rubbing at his mustache. Just don't suggest we hang around there long. Kelly continued to study both the map on the screen and the printout from his navigator. The East Siberian Sea is one of the least explored regions of the Arctic. Also, one of the most treacherous. With its shallow waters, barely mapped sea ridges, and persistent fogs, sailors despise it, and ships wisely avoid its northernmost reaches. Byron added to the gloom. Keep in mind, beyond a few rocky islands near the Russian coast, those seas are empty of any land. From these statements, Gray could guess where the scales on this decision would tilt. A voice rose behind them from the doorway. That's not necessarily true. Gazes swung to the short form of a leathery-faced man of swarthy complexion and flat black hair. His eyes were squinted by epicanthic folds, as if the man had been staring too long at the midnight sun of the polar north. Omran Akai, Kelly introduced, one of the ship's engineers. He hails from this region, so I asked him to join us. We hired him last year for his knowledge of these waters. I'm of the Lagora-Betlan people, or Chukchi, as the Russians call us. Most of my people live inland and are nomadic reindeer herders, but my family has always lived along these coasts. We were the Ankalit, the sea people. Gray gave a slight bow of his head in greeting. And why do you disagree with your ship's navigator about there being no islands to the north? Our stories tell of a place, a warm and misty land where undying gods dwell, along with Kelet, evil spirits that kill any trespassers who approach the gods without proper sacrifices. Anna spoke up. That sounds very much like the Greek description of Hyperborea. And The warning's written about the place, Jason added. Have you ever been there? Gray asked the engineer. It is forbidden, even to look. But my grandfather, in his youth, was hunting walruses. Spent an entire season on the pack ice. He says one morning the low fogs lifted, and far in the distance he spotted black cliffs rising out of the frozen sea. It so frightened him that he fled home, where he sacrificed many deer to the sea gods to ask forgiveness for his trespass. Gray remembered the stories of Peary and others spotting distant Arctic lands. Is this just a similarly wild claim? To the side, Anna whispered a name to Jason, one inscribed in Latin on Mercator's map, marking a magnetic mountain. Rupus nigra et altissima, or in English, very high black cliff, like Omran's father had described. Maybe it's not so wild a claim after all. Gray turned to Kelly. The captain ignored Gray's inquiring look and faced his navigator. How long would it take to forge a path to the location marked on the map? To its edge, Byron shrugged. With a full head of steam, 5 or 6 hours. But as I warned, there's a lot of frozen sea to search after that. Understood. Kelly faced Gray. He was silent for a long stretch, then came to a decision. We'll give it a go, but we'll stay no longer than a day. Gray didn't object to the time limit. He feared they might not even have a day before the Russians intervened. He stared out the windows at the swirling borealis, whipped by a gale of solar winds. He sensed the truth of this moment. That's not the only storm that lies ahead of us. 33. May 13th, 6:22 p.m. MSK. Severodvinsk, Arkangelisk Oblast. Elle dozed on her bed, lingering in the shadowlands between slumber and wakefulness. Nightmares haunted any deeper sleep. A loud boom jerked her up onto an elbow. What was that? She asked blearily. Tucker stood at the back of their cell on the tips of his toes, peering out the thin barred window. The view opened into a window well, a space excavated to let a little light flow down here, but it offered only a narrow peek at the sky. Thunder, he said, I think. She shook free of her thin blanket, patted Marco, her stalwart bedmate, and joined Tucker. Snow mixed with sleet fell heavily into the window well. The storm had finally struck. Lightning flashed across the strip of sky, followed by another cracking bang. Thundersnow, she corrected. We see it often in the spring in St. Petersburg. As if Mother Nature can't make up her mind about this season. Tucker nodded and drifted back to his cot. Elle stared at the storm for a couple more breaths, then did the same. Before either of them could sit, sharp voices echoed down the hallway, accompanied by a hurried tramp of boots. Elle backed away, fearing they were coming to drag them out. Tucker stepped in front of her. Marco, his ears tall and tail stiff, jumped off the bed and joined his partner. A rush of men swept past the door's small window. She spotted the bowed bulk of Yerik Raz. He was followed by Sitchkin, who had shed his robes for street clothes. Others crowded with them, easily a dozen. A stolid-faced stranger strode at the rear. He wore a furred greatcoat over a crisp navy-blue uniform. A matching hat crowned his ashy white hair. He called forward, half order, half exasperation. "This is unacceptable, Sitchkin. I've tolerated it once, and I'll not," Sitchkin answered without turning or slowing. "Captain Turov, time is urgent. We have only this one moment, and I have the blessing of our patriarch." along with those who listen to him. The group continued past, packed together by the urgency expressed. They vanished out of view, but a loud door slammed shut. Quieter voices continued to reach them from out in the hall, likely guards left by that door. Tucker turned to her. What was that all about? She told him what she had overheard, knowing he wasn't fluent in Russian. It seems like the base's commander is being hauled into this mess, and he's not happy. Tucker looked back at the door. Join the club. Elle returned to her cot to wait out whatever was happening. Tucker did the same across from her. Marco hopped next to Elle. With her heart pounding, she doubted she could even manage a light slumber. Outside, the storm grew worse. Winds howled over the mouth of the window well. Snow pattered, sticking to the glass through the bars, quickly obliterating the view. It made her feel even more trapped. She pulled the blanket over her shoulders and leaned against the wall. She stared unblinking at the thickening snow. Then a scream burst from the hallway, sharp enough to be heard through the distant door. Another followed. Muffled, angry voices filled in the silences. Then another cry full of blood and anguish. Elle could take it no longer. She burst from her cot, crossed to Tucker, and dropped beside him. He put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. Marco came too. Huddled together, all they could do was listen to a chorus of agony. She leaned her face into Tucker, silently pleading. Make it stop. 6:32 p.m. Parked at the rear gate of the naval base, Kowalski tried to shrink his frame in the passenger seat of the Berkut's cab. He kept his head down and the woolen balaclava pulled over his face. Yuri stood at the open door, leaning half out toward a stationed guard. Snow pelted at them. Winds whipped, threatening to tear the door off the cab. Yuri yelled to be heard. One of the guards inspected his papers, then shone his flashlight into Yuri's eyes. Yuri cursed at him and swatted at the light. He waved at the double snowmobile, which idled behind their vehicle, then chopped an arm toward the gate, clearly pressing their need to get out of the storm. Kowalski leaned a cheek to his shoulder. A radio earpiece, translating in real time, allowed him to roughly follow the argument. The second guard strode around the Berkut, bowing against the wind. He circled to Kowalski's side of the cab. Uh-oh. The guard lifted his rifle. Papers! Credentials! He yelled in Russian. Kowalski took a deep breath, hoping he looked Russian enough, because he couldn't speak the language if push came to shove. Then again, pushing and shoving might be the only way past this gate. Kowalski held up a palm and reached for the handle. He had to put his weight into it to fight the wind. As the door popped open, Kowalski lowered his other arm and secretly forked a set of devil fingers toward their third teammate in the cab, then pointed those same horns toward the guard, who leaned in with an arm outstretched for Kowalski's papers. As ordered, Kane lunged past Kowalski's chest with a deep growl, snapping at the guard's fingers, then barking savagely. Kowalski pretended to try to restrain the muscular dog and make it look like he was losing. Startled, the guard fell back, tripped, and crashed onto his ass in the snow. Yuri hollered, motioning to Kowalski's side of the cab. See, comrade, we all want out of this damned storm. The guard on the ground certainly showed no further interest in inspecting Kowalski's papers. The other man finally scowled, crossed to his open gatehouse, and struck a button inside. The fence, topped by razor wire, ratcheted open on its tracks. Yuri hopped back in the cab, slammed his door, and glanced to Kowalski with a roll of his eyes. They set off through the gate, followed by the double snowmobile carrying Sid and Monk. Seated behind the Berkut's cab, Vin gave an exaggerated salute goodbye toward the guards, while keeping one hand on the mounted machine gun. The two vehicles trundled across the snow-swept streets, which were deserted and wind-whipped. They traveled out of sight of the gate and continued a quarter-mile farther, then stopped. Yuri turned to him. "I got you in here. It's up to you to find the others." Kowalski stared over at Kane. "It's not me that's got to do that." Kane keeps his head down, his nose close to the ice and snow. The order burns bright behind his eyes. Scent Marco, scent Tucker. He needs no command to follow this instruction. The same desire fires his blood. His pack is broken, and he intends to close that circle. Behind him, heavy footfalls follow. Beyond the tall man, two vehicles track them, nearly lost in the storm. His eyes can barely see them, but his ears stay tuned to their rumble, the crunch of snow under treads. For now, this is his new pack, but only for now. As he continues across the grounds, he recognizes familiar scents from camps like this in the past. The bitter bite of burnt oil, the reek of smoke and ash, the ripe melt of decaying trash. He strips each away one after the other. He even dismisses the fierce sweat that mists through the clothes of the man at the end of his leash. Only one set of scents matters. It is branded into him, meaning home, brotherhood, a warm bed, and a full belly. He heads into the wind, drawing deep sniffs, carrying each note to the back of his muzzle, under his eyes, over his tongue. Then he catches the faintest whiff. A trail through the air that even snow can't crush. He lifts his nose to it, whines against it, and moves along it. His paws pound faster, his claws dig deeper into the frozen hardpack. He tugs harder on the lead, refusing to slow. The other shouts behind him. It is not an order, so it's ignored. Kane is drawn to the source. The scent rises from a steel grate that steams into the air. He rushes to it and sniffs the wet warmth rising from below, then speeds on, toward home, toward blood shared. The spoor he follows is tainted. He smells the acid of stress, the looseness of bowel. Still, he picks out the musky note that underlies it all. He has sniffed under that tail often enough. Marco. He races on to the next steaming grate where the scent grows stronger. He barely pauses and hurries on, to another patch of steel and melting snow, then another, until he reaches a grate that is so ripe that it fills his senses. He paws at the snow, exposing a frozen, dark stain, droplets of that stress. He draws the scent off the steel, too. He finally stands, stiff-legged with confidence. He stares over at the other, who hulks beside him. He growls, lifting his nose higher. The other commends him. Good dog. It brings no flash of gratitude or contentment. This other is not Kane's home. Kowalski radioed Yuri, who trailed in the Berkut, followed by the snowmobile. Kane's picked up their scent. Yuri responded. It sounded like a confirmation, but it was hard to tell through the dropouts and static. The heavy snow wasn't the only storm they had to contend with. Higher up, the solar flare continued to pound the magnetosphere. Still, Kowalski's message was understood. Yuri pulled up next to him. Vin hopped off the gunner's seat, dropping an assault rifle from his shoulder to his hand. Monk and Sid slid out of the heated seat of their snowmobile. With the two dressed in the Arctic combat gear and of similar builds, it was hard to tell them apart. Yuri exited the Berkut and joined them. He nodded toward a stone church with a tall steeple. "You think they're in there?" Monk eyed the place, too. If they were brought here by Sitchkin, it seems likely. Vin broke out a cigarette and managed to light it despite the wind. He passed it around, pretending they were taking a smoke break. Or maybe the guy simply needed a nicotine fix. "What's the plan?" Kowalski asked. "Try to find a back door? Sneak in?" The answer came from none of them. A scream cut through a lull in the wind, muffled but clear enough. It rose from the church. Monk glanced at Kowalski and lifted his rifle, making his point clear. Kowalski shrugged and did the same. "Looks like we're storming the castle." 7:08 p.m. At the first blast of gunfire, Captain Turov spun to Sitchkin and yanked the man behind him. In his other hand he drew his sidearm. He barked orders to the two soldiers in the room with them. A small part of him was relieved for the interruption. He had little stomach for the agonizing work of Yerik Raz. 3 amputated fingers sat in pools of blood. An eye hung by a cord from the ruins of a face. Still, Turov waved to his chief of staff. "Oleg, get Yerik moving." One of the soldiers tugged the door open, exposing a firefight in the hallway. He stepped out to join the other men, but a spray of bullets struck him, drove him back into the room. He stumbled and fell dead before he hit the floor. The other guardsmen knelt to the side and lay down suppressive fire. Shadows down the hall dropped into cells to either side. The only surviving soldier from the hallway used that moment to retreat into the room, taking up a position at the door's other side. Turov cursed himself for not coming better armed, for his overconfidence in the base's security. Oleg joined him, gripping a pistol. "Comms are down due to the flare." He nodded. The radios had been compromised for most of the day. They could expect no rescue. He doubted even the gunshots, muffled by the thick foundations of the church, carried very far through the snowstorm. "Can't stay holed up in here," Turov noted. The door into the interrogation room could only be locked on the outside, by dropping a bar across it, like all the cells. "Looks like they've got both ends of the hall covered," Oleg said. "But there are steps that lead up to the nave, not far away. They'll have more options up top." The stairs into the church were 3 meters down the hall to the right. "On my mark, we unload on the bastards, and make for those steps." He got confirming nods from the 2 men at the door. He turned to Sitchkin and Yerik. "Stay behind us. Don't stop moving, unless we do." The archpriest's eyes were round with panic. "Good." Yerik looked angry, not at the threat outside, but at being interrupted, thwarted from his efforts here. Turov faced the door, waiting for another volley between their forces to end. As the enemy retreated out of sight, he barked at the soldiers. "Now!" Both rifles sprayed into the hall, ringing off steel cell doors, sparking off stone walls. Turov headed out, pistol raised, flanked by Oleg. Sitchkin and Yerik kept behind them. They set off in a low run, rushing for the steps up to the nave. One of the soldiers' weapons emptied out. He discharged the spent magazine and struggled to put in a new one. At the lull, one of the combatants leaned out and unloaded a burst of rounds. Oleg hissed, skipping a step, tagged in the leg. Turov shifted over and covered his deputy, returning fire, blasting rounds at the door, forcing the shooter back into hiding. With his free arm, he hooked Oleg around the waist and kept him moving. The soldier finally managed to reload his rifle and lay down a barrage of cover. It was enough for them to reach the steps. They all clambered up. Once at the top, he held their group at the threshold into the church. Frescoes and gold icons glowed in the darkness, lit by a few candles near the altar. To his left, the main doors had been left open by the intruders. Snow swirled into the church's antechamber. Winds danced the candle flames. The nave looked deserted. Directly ahead, the doors to a sacristy lay on the far side. It was where the priest's vestments were stored. Surely it had to have a lock on the inside. If so, it would offer them a place to barricade and wait out this storm That is, if it wasn't already locked. He turned to Sitchkin, who, occasionally, held service here. Do you have keys to the sacristy? The priest patted a pocket and nodded with a look of relief. Churov pointed toward the far door. You keep going, don't stop. They set off, running as a group. As they passed the church's entrance, a machine gun strafed inside. Rounds chewed across the floor and tore into the golden altarpieces. Churov caught a glimpse of muzzle flashes through the snow, illuminating the shadowy shape of an Arctic bearcoot parked at the curb. Luckily, their group had been spotted late, and the angle of fire was awkward, or maybe the shooter was merely trying to chase them off. It worked. Churov hit the door. Discovering it was already unlocked, he herded everyone into the cramped sacristy. The space was stone-walled, with high, narrow windows. The door was thick, age-hardened oak. Oleg threw the deadbolt. The soldiers shoved a small desk in front of the door, offering further shelter if someone tried to shoot their way inside. Churov turned to Oleg, whose face was a pale mask of pain. A pant leg was soaked in blood. Combs? Still down. I'll keep trying. Some message might slip through. He swung toward Sitchkin, who was guarded over by Yerek. He pointed toward the door. Who the hell are those people? 7:15 p.m. Tucker crouched behind a cot. He had overturned it at the outbreak of the gun battle. Elle and Marco sheltered with him. The firefight had died away, but commandos in combat gear barked orders in Russian out in the hallway. White helmets flashed past their cell. A steel bar scraped and the door flung open. A Goliath of a soldier barged in. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Tucker straightened. Kowalski? Another squattier figure swept up to the threshold. Got him pinned down upstairs. Don't know how long. Can't count on the solar storm keeping everything blanketed. One wrong word gets out and we're toast. Monk. Tucker struggled to understand how they could be here. He helped Elle up and signaled Marco to his side. How did you find— Kowalski waved and turned. No time to chit-chat. On a tight schedule. Yuri's waiting topside. Kane, too. Tucker rushed after him with Elle and Marco. In the hallway, another two men in Arctic camo closed behind them, herding them toward the front of the church. Wait! Tucker stopped and barged through the pair behind him. Where are you going? Kowalski huffed but followed him. Tucker raced down the passageway to an open door. He had to step over bodies, soldiers trapped by the ambush, caught in a crossfire. He pushed into the room. Inside, a steel hearth heated the space. It felt stiflingly hot after the cold cell. A body was strapped to a chair by leather restraints. Tucker's ears still rang with the screams of the tortured. Blood pooled beneath the seat. The air smelled of burned flesh and loosed bowels. Severed fingers lay on the floor. Worst of all, as the man's chin rested against his collarbone, the globe of an eye hung by a cord from its socket. Tucker rushed up to the stricken man. Father Bailey! Elle gasped behind him, having followed him into the room. Monk, too. Out of the way, he yelled as he closed the distance. Kowalski, cut him loose! Kowalski yanked a dagger from a sheath, while Monk dropped to a knee. He checked for a neck pulse. He's alive. In shock. As Monk quickly bandaged the damaged hands, the priest stirred. He lifted the ruins of his face and stared with his one eye. His features were sunken with despair and agony. I couldn't stop. He moaned through cracked lips, his voice hoarse from screaming. He searched around him as if seeking absolution. I told them where Gray and the others went. 34. May 14th, 4:25 a.m., ANAT. Aboard the Polar King, East Siberian Sea. From the bridge of the icebreaker, Seshan gazed out at the expanse of ice shining in the moonlight and the dazzling curtains of the Borealis. She had a panoramic view from this 10th level of the ship's superstructure. Closer at hand, the bow lamps illuminated the frozen seas immediately in front of the ship. The Polar King's red-painted bulk moved steadily across the landscape, curling plates and rafts of ice to either side of its spoon-shaped prow. "How fast are we going?" Jason asked at the navigation station, watching the radar scan of the region. Sister Anna stayed next to him. 3 knots, Captain Kelly reported from the helm. "For now, we can maintain a steady pace. But the ice is only 2 meters thick. It'll get worse before much longer." "How much ice can the King handle?" Gray asked. 3 times what we're traveling through right now. Up to 6 meters by ramming the bow and using the ship's weight to crush our way forward. Seshan tried to picture a wall of ice 20 feet high. She had a hard time imagining a ship cutting through it, even one as massive as the King. Concerned, Seshan turned her back on the sea and crossed to the group. She challenged the captain as she joined them. "What's the likelihood of us being trapped by that ice?" Kelly shrugged. "We can travel backward, nearly as well as forward, and we're currently only using one of our reactors to drive the ship. A second is on standby mode." Seshan frowned at him, letting him know he hadn't answered her question. "Low, but not zero," he admitted. "Ice is fickle and can shift unexpectedly by currents, closing behind a breaker, tripping it. Happened to a Russian scientific ship in Antarctica a few years back. Everyone had to be ferried off by helicopter." Gray turned to the ship's navigator. "Mr. Murphy, how long until we reach the search zone?" "We're making good speed," Byron answered. "Another 3 hours. Maybe less. But that ice will grow heavy, quick. Once we're in the zone, it'll be slow going." "What about the radar?" Seshan pressed the men. "Anything showing up yet?" He shook his head. "Like I said before, there's never been an island found out here." He cast an apologetic look toward the Chukchi native. Omrin Akai remained stoic, arms crossed, clearly unswayed by the technology aboard the ship. Even Byron expressed similar doubts. "The solar storm continues to muck up our systems. We'll have to hope it clears once we're in the search area." Jason glanced to the neighboring radio room. For the past hour, he had traveled back and forth between there and the bridge, trying to raise Sigma Command or Monk's team at Severodvinsk. He had no luck reaching either one of them. "If your radar is compromised by the solar flare," Gray said, "maybe something could still be out there?" Anna nodded and stepped closer. "How well has the Arctic even been mapped?" "The surface? Fairly well. Satellites are constantly tracking the size of the polar cap. But under all that ice, little is known. Only a fraction of the world's ocean floors has been mapped to modern standards, around 20%, and the Arctic Ocean is far worse, less than 5%. "What about the East Siberian Sea?" Jason asked. "Or even worse," Byron admitted. "We mentioned before how this corner of the Arctic has been the least explored. While the coastal quarter of the East Siberian Sea has been decently mapped, due to the northern sea route passing through here, farther out from the coast, almost nothing has been charted." "And these waters are extra shallow, if I recall," Anna said. "Some of the shallowest of the Arctic, which makes traveling through here so treacherous." Seshan frowned at him. "Then is it possible that the top of a tall seamount could be buried in thick ice, making it hard for a satellite to detect?" Gray nodded. "The island is also said to be strongly magnetic, a mountain of lodestone. Maybe that emits enough electromagnetic radiation to blur or mask itself, especially here in the polar region, in this highly ionized air, with a magnetosphere that's constantly under bombardment by solar energies. Byron cast him a doubtful look, but he didn't negate this as a possibility. Kelly interrupted the discussion by clearing his throat and pointing to the windows. "Might want to take a look. You're not likely to see a sight like this again in your lifetime." Their gazes shifted from the radar screen to the glowing skies and shining ice. The borealis had grown even more brilliant, shimmering and swirling wildly, no longer a tranquil light show. Farther out near the horizon it grew more violent. Nimbuses of light raged, radiant and furious, reflecting the severity of the solar storm as it reached its peak. No wonder we lost communication with the world. Seishan swore she could hear that storm, a barely audible keening that cut through air and steel, accompanied by cracks and sharper whistles. And it wasn't just her. Anna rubbed at an ear, as if trying to erase that noise. The men seemed unaffected. Seishan stepped closer to the window, drawn with the others. The skies seethed off in the distance, whipping into a great tempest, forming a shining, radiant cyclone across the stars. Gray bumped her as he dug through his pack and removed his tablet. He flicked it on and scrolled through images, settling on one, a photo from the old Greek book. It showed high cliffs circling a valley. At its bottom a mountain rose, surrounded by a swirling pattern. Gray held the picture up to the view outside. First Nicholas, then Mercator, and whoever drew this in the 18th century. I don't think they were describing a whirlpool of water. Anna understood, equally dumbstruck. It was a whirlpool of light. Gray turned to Kelly. That's where we must go. 35. May 13th, 7:43 p.m. MSK. Severodvinsk, Arkangel Oblast. Hold tight, Tucker hollered. He clutched hard to the wheel of the GAZ Tiger, an all-terrain 4x4 painted in Arctic camo. The team had commandeered the transport vehicle, finding it parked near the church, keys inside, courtesy of the combat force they had ambushed. Monk and Elle hugged over Bailey, who lay sprawled across one of the two benches that flanked the rear compartment. Marco kept close to them, while Kane commanded the front passenger seat. Tucker crushed the accelerator under his boot. The 8-ton behemoth shot toward the base's rear gate. Its wipers fought the snow, struggling to keep a view open. Ahead, a fence topped by razor wire appeared out of the snow. A figure burst from a neighboring gatehouse, rifle at his shoulder, shifting in all directions, momentarily confounded by the wind and whiteout conditions, struggling to pinpoint the source of the roaring engine, but it didn't take him long. The rifle swung toward the truck. Tucker didn't slow. Bullets peppered across the Tiger's ballistic windshield and pinged off its armor. Then the transport hit the gate. It crashed through with hardly a jolt. The soldier dove away at the last moment. Still, he rolled to his belly and shot at the back of the retreating truck. Unfortunately for him, the Tiger wasn't the only threat. Behind the transport vehicle, the Berkut burst out of the falling snow at full speed. It ran across the crumpled fence, then over the guard on the ground. Braced at the back of the Berkut, Kowalski gripped the handles of the mounted machine gun and strafed the gatehouse as they passed it, shattering glass, pummeling the other guard still inside. The double snowmobile followed this path of destruction, carrying two of Yuri's associates, Vin and Sid. It was a savage exit, but after witnessing what had been done to Bailey, mercy wasn't in their current vocabulary. Tucker continued overland across the snow-covered hills. He aimed for a line of woods, no more than a shadowy smudge through the storm. The Berkut shot alongside the Tiger and past it, leading the way from here. According to Monk and Kowalski, they had a plane sitting on a frozen lake some 10 miles away. It seemed an impossible distance. Still, so far, no alarm had been raised at the base, but that wouldn't last. "How's Bailey doing?" Tucker shouted back. "Sedated." Monk had his med pack open by his knee and wrapped a bandage around the priest's head over the gauze-packed wreck of his eye. "But he's far from stable, needs blood, a hospital, ASAP." Tucker got them moving faster, riding hard over the hills, shattering through icy bushes. They were jostled and rattled, but Monk didn't warn him to slow. Behind them, a siren blared, first tentatively, then ratcheting into a haunting wail. It spread to other sirens. The frozen base was waking up. Their only hope was that the solar storm would slow the enemy, thwart communications, confound radar equipment, and challenge any coordinated response, especially by air. While these northern bases were well equipped with strategic land and sea capabilities, one notable weakness were its air mobility assets. Tucker knew they had a good lead on land, but the thumping roar of a large helicopter rose behind them, still distant but closing fast. The bird must have gotten into the air fast, proving the commander of the base was no slouch. From the quick mobilization, Tucker suspected they were being hunted by one of the elite VDV squads, Russia's airborne assault troops, likely the 76th Division, a group assigned to protect the Kola Peninsula. Whether he was right or wrong, it was bad news. The trio of ice-hardened vehicles couldn't escape that hawk in the air. Still, they had to try. 7:51 p.m. Kowalski pounded a fist atop the Berkut's cab, signaling Yuri to slow down. The Berkut swerved wildly, skidding sideways as it braked hard, nearly throwing Kowalski off. He clutched the handle of the PKP machine gun to keep his seat. He waved his free arm, gesturing for the Tiger to continue past and make for the plane. Tucker didn't need any such encouragement. The armored truck barreled by without slowing. Vin and Sid must have understood Kowalski's intent and swept wide, zipping their twin snowmobile ahead of the Tiger, taking the lead to guide Tucker and the others to the parked plane, if it's still there. But one problem at a time. He searched the sky. The approaching helo roared through the storm, but it remained lost in the snow. Hopefully that was true for their vehicles, too. Kowalski bent down to the cab's back window, which was cracked open. He yelled his plan to Yuri, who glanced back at him, as if he were crazy. Kowalski answered that look. "Just go!" The Berkut fishtailed for a breath, then its treads caught traction and it took off. They aimed away from the path of the others, striking for the higher hills and denser pine forest. Kowalski held tight, staring back over his shoulder. They had almost reached the forest. "Come on, you bastard!" Then he spotted a faint glow through the storm, running low. Beacon lights. Kowalski leaned tighter to his gun and strafed into the air, trusting the muzzle flashes to draw the eye of the helo's pilot. "If I can see you, then you can see me." The helicopter's light bobbled, steadied, then swung in his direction, away from the others who remained lost in the snow. "There you go." They hit the woods at full speed. Kowalski ducked as pine branches battered the Berkut and him. It felt like he was flying through the coldest car wash in a convertible. The snowmobile shot up a steep incline, carving a deep trail. As they reached the top, the little Russian warmobile caught air, flying free for a breath, then crashed back in a jarring thump. Kowalski's forehead cracked into the edge of the cab. His vision narrowed, but he held tight. He swung around enough to spot the lights above the trees. The helicopter buzzed the tops, swirling snow and frozen needles from branches. From its sweeping pattern, the pilot had momentarily lost them. As Kowalski had hoped, the aircraft's cameras and FLIR thermal imaging systems were compromised by the snowstorm and geomagnetic interference. Still, the pilot had eyes. "Now!" Kowalski boomed out. The headlamps flared from the front of the cab. Up until now they had been running dark, but no longer. With the Berkut still at high speed, Kowalski jerked to his feet, yanked the long gun from its mount, and rolled off the snowmobile. He hit a snowdrift and toppled several yards, grateful for the cushioning, until he struck a buried log. The impact nearly tore the machine gun from his grip. He clamped his hands tighter, earning a complaint from his stabbed forearm. He felt several stitches rip. He ignored the pain. What's one more scar? The Berkut, brightly lit, continued onward and dove over the ridge's edge and vanished into the next valley. Kowalski heaved onto his back and lifted his machine gun, balancing the 8-kilo gun on his shoulder. He waited for the helo to take the shining bait. It didn't take long. 2 breaths later, the world filled with roaring. Snow and pine needles whipped into a stinging gale around him. It blinded him, which was not part of his plan. He winced and squinted against the pounding of the rotor wash. With no better option, he opened fire and strafed toward the glaring lights. Hope this still works. He heard the blast of a rocket launch and spotted the brighter flare of its exhaust. Guess not. 36. May 13th, 8:04 p.m., MSK, Severovinsk, Arkangelisk Oblast. In the rear of the truck, Elle cringed and ducked as a loud blast echoed across the forest. This time it was not thunder snow. She stared over at Monk, looking for answers to that explosion, but he simply tucked a blanket more snugly around Father Bailey. There was nothing more they could do. Even sedated, the priest moaned, still lost in a torturous nightmare. As we all are. The vehicle braked hard, throwing her forward. Tucker called back, "Need help. Extra eyes." Monk motioned for her to go, staying beside his patient. She pushed up and shambled clumsily to the front, stepping around Marco. As she reached the front, Tucker signaled Kane off the passenger seat. She dropped heavily, taking the dog's place. Out the window, the woods had dropped away at the shoreline of a frozen lake. With the headlamps off and the sun nearly set, the world had closed down to only a handful of meters past the bumper, all framed by heavy snow. Tucker edged the Tiger up to the lake shore. "Where's the other snowmobile?" Elle asked. "Lost him. I think I caught a glimpse of him shooting across the lake." She turned to him. "Are we supposed to go on foot from here?" "If so, it seems like the others would have waited for us here." She continued to stare at him. "At least I hope I'm right." He shifted into gear and headed out over the lake. "Can you keep watch on the ice on your side?" Once they set out, she rolled her window down. The cold bit her cheeks, but it helped calm her feverish terror. Tucker kept a steady pace across the lake, quicker than she would have preferred. Ice popped and groaned under the tires, loud enough to be heard over the low grumble of the engine. She held her breath and glanced behind the truck. That explosion! I heard it, too. Don't know what it means. But right now we have to deal with the problem at hand. Off in the distance, the faint echo of sirens still rang from the base, spurring them to go faster. As they continued, Elle called out a few times whenever the ice shattered under a tire, spreading outward in a spiderweb of cracks. Stress strained each minute into an agonizing ordeal. "Up ahead," Tucker said. "Lights." Wary, he slowed, but there was nowhere else to go. As they crawled forward, headlamps flared to the right, rushing toward them. Tucker flinched their truck away. Out of the snow, the Berkut shot into view. One side was dented and blackened. Kowalski perched on a seat in the back, shouldering an assault rifle. The mounted machine gun was gone. Kowalski called over to them as the Berkut drew alongside the truck. "Just getting here. This way." Yuri guided them forward. Ahead, shadows emerged, forming the wings of a plane and the bulk of the other snowmobile. The Tiger closed on their position. Once there, they unloaded. The plane's single prop was already turning, its engine warming. It explained why the others had abandoned them. They must have shot ahead to alert the pilot and get the aircraft readied. They all knew time was short. Yuri climbed out of the Berkut. His face was a mask of blood from a deep cut at his hairline. Tucker looked toward the shore. What happened back there? Caught the brunt of a rocket blast. Rolled the Berkut. Yuri nodded toward Kowalski. Could have been worse. Kowalski shrugged. My pot shots managed to bobble the trajectory of the first rocket. But its launch flash offered a perfect target, even for someone snowblind. Then it was just flames, smoke, and an explosion. He mimicked the blast, fanning out his fingers. Al failed to entirely follow this. Even Tucker frowned. But Monk interrupted any further inquiry, calling from the back of the truck as he popped the rear gate. Need help moving Father Bailey. They all headed over. Tucker climbed inside and lifted the priest by his shoulders. Kowalski took his legs. Monk winced as Bailey groaned, thrashing slightly. Blood sprayed through the bandages over his hands. Even in the gloom, the stricken man's face was ashen, his lips blue-tinged. "Hold on." Monk set about tightening the wraps, looking grim as he did so. "How is he even alive?" Kowalski asked. But he wasn't referring to the aftermath of the torture. I thought he drowned back at the buried library. Monk shook his head. Before I sedated him, he explained. When he was flushed down the chimney, the water column below broke his fall. Luckily, it seems the designers of the trap only meant the library to remain flooded for an hour or so, long enough to drown any trespassers, but limit the risk to the books. Elle struggled to follow this story, recognizing there was much she had missed after being captured. Monk continued. The water was already draining by the time Bailey fell. He was sucked out of the fireplace by the undertow and managed to find air while it emptied. But he broke his ankle. Took a hard hit to his head. No way he could try to scale that chimney again. Then soldiers burst inside and grabbed him. Hauled him to Sitchkin. Kowalski winced. Session spotted a Russian squad hightailing it toward the ringing tower. Nearly caught her, too. But what about Eiligan? Monk shook his head. Didn't make it. Al breathed hard, despairing, picturing the elderly bishop. And Bailey won't, either, Monk warned. Not unless we can get him to a hospital, to a trauma team. Yuri hopped into the truck and waved for Bailey to be lowered back to the cot. Sid jumped in, too. We can take him. Once you'll get airborne, you'll need to strike immediately for international waters. You'll have time for nothing else. Monk winced. Clearly, he knew Bailey's care could not wait. I can get him to a rural hospital, Yuri offered. I still have enough rubles to keep everything quiet. Plus, my boss's ties with the Russian mafia will reinforce that. Monk took this all in and came to a fast decision, knowing the priest's life depended on it. Do it. Still, Monk looked at the plane, then back at Bailey, clearly pulled in two different directions. Yuri grabbed Monk by the arm, staring hard into his eyes. I will keep him safe, comrade. Trust me in this. The others will need you. If that bastard Sitchkin knows where your friends are. Monk took a deep breath, nodded, and drew the Russian into a brief one-armed hug. Thank you, Yuri. With the matter settled, the two parties quickly separated. Tucker drew alongside Al. Go with Yuri. Bogdan can keep you hidden. I'm done hiding, Al snapped at him. If there's anything I can do to help, I'm doing it. She broke away and strode toward the plane. Tucker followed, drawing Kane and Marco with him. Al, if you're going with, she called back to him, then I'm going too. 8:18 p.m. Inside the cabin of the Baikal LMS 901, Tucker leaned behind the two seats at the front. A young Russian named Fad commanded the pilot's seat. Monk sat next to him at the auxiliary controls. The engine revved into a high-pitched whine as the propellers spun up and started dragging the aircraft across the ice. As they taxied up to speed, Tucker studied the sky, watching for another helicopter. but the dense snow and lack of sunlight kept the world pressed tight atop them. Monk focused to the starboard side, where the Tiger and the lone snowmobile had vanished. From the pinch of his eyes, it looked like he might be regretting his decision to leave Father Bailey's side. Unfortunately, they were both searching the wrong way. Fad cursed and stiffened. The Baikal sped across the ice. The shoreline rapidly approached, limiting their runway. But that wasn't the problem. Out of the gloom, a huge, bulky shape crashed through the tree line and careened out onto the ice, trundling toward them. Tucker recognized it. He had spotted it earlier at the base, during Marco's short walk. It was a Russian BTR-80A armored personnel carrier. Atop it was mounted a 30mm cannon. Luckily, at the moment, the Russians seemed just as surprised to see them. He knew these APCs could go 60 miles per hour, especially over open roads. The base commander must have dispatched it out the main gates, sending it to search for them. Then the fiery crash of the helicopter had been spotted and drew the APC right into the Baikal's path. Fad reached to the throttle. As he started to pull back on it, Monk leaned forward and shoved it back forward. "No," he warned, "keep going." Tucker knew he was right. They were committed. The plane and the APC raced toward each other in a terrifying game of chicken. The massive cannon swung toward them. Tucker cringed. They needed to catch air fast, but their speed was still too slow for liftoff. The cannon fired, ripping 30mm rounds across the ice. The first rounds struck the windshield, driving everyone low. Then the lake shattered under the APC's 15-ton bulk. Its nose dipped, sending the remainder of the barrage tearing into the ice in front of the Baikal. Their speed increased. The plane's tires lifted, then settled again. Still not enough. By now Kowalski had come up front. He spotted the APC. "For once, I'm not the one falling through the ice." Unfortunately, such vehicles were amphibious. The APC settled into the water, but it failed to sink. As it buoyed up, its tires paddled. Its front end rammed through the frozen water, becoming an icebreaker forging toward them. Still, the mishap had bought their team a few extra breaths as the soldiers inside struggled to compensate. The Baikal finally caught air and kept it. Fad brought their nose up into a steep climb, angling to the side. Below, the cannon pivoted toward them. They weren't going to get clear in time. Then a small shape raced into view below, flying across the ice. It was the double snowmobile driven by Vin. The Russian thrust out an assault rifle, holding it one-handed, and strafed across the side of the APC. He could do no real damage. It was like a gnat attacking an armored elephant. Still, Tucker had ridden in such vehicles. He knew what such a barrage sounded like inside that steel drum. Caught by surprise, the soldiers were clearly rattled, bewildered at which target posed the most danger. The cannon's direction bobbled, reflecting that confusion. It was enough. The Baikal swept over the foundering APC and shot away, angling toward the White Sea. Below, Tucker spotted the snowmobile vanishing into the storm, its mission accomplished. Kowalski followed its passage. "Really need to get me a snowmobile." They had made it. Just not all of them. Fad leaned forward into his controls. He coughed, spraying blood. As he fell back into his seat, a small hole in his chest poured a crimson stain through his clothes. He must have been hit during the opening volley, but said nothing. The plane's nose dipped precariously. Monk hollered, hitting a series of switches, transferring control of the Baikal to his seat. "Get him on his back. Put pressure on the wound." Tucker and Kowalski obeyed, manhandling the pilot out of the seat and to the floor. Monk pulled on the wheel, drawing their nose up. He was the only one who knew how to fly the aircraft. He called back, doing his best to instruct them, but it was no use. Tucker shared a look with Kowalski. Both had seen enough death to recognize the inevitable. The young man stared up at them, gasping, choking out blood. Mercifully, after another few breaths, His body slumped, but his eyes stayed wide, as if he were surprised to find himself dead. Tucker fell back onto his heels, his palms bloodied. Elle covered her face. Kowalski simply swore. They had come so close to a clean break, but Tucker had learned a hard lesson years before. Everything comes with a cost, and too often it's in blood. A hush fell over the cabin as monks sped them onward, flying low over the white sea, trying to stay under any radar that was still operating during the geomagnetic storm. Hard winds buffeted the small aircraft. Snow kept the visibility tight around them. They continued their race for international waters, not that such seas were necessarily a safe harbor, and not just for them. They had all heard Bailey's warning, learned what information had been tortured out of him. With the ongoing blackout, only one path was left open to them: to find Gray and the others before the Russians did. 37. May 13th, 9:48 p.m., MSK, Severodvinsk, Arkangelisk Oblast. Standing over his office desk, Turov slammed his receiver down hard enough to send the encrypted phone skittering across his desk. The base's landlines still functioned, but little else. He had already learned that the enemy made a successful escape, fleeing aboard a small aircraft. The plane remained lost. With the solar flare continuing to pound the region, the base's over-the-horizon radar systems, which bounced signals off the ionosphere, were plagued by ghosts and static. It made picking out a small craft nearly impossible. That alone had infuriated and humiliated him enough. But worst of all, men under his watch had died. After everything, Turov had been forced to reach out to Vice Admiral Glaskov in Severomorsk, the commander of the Northern Fleet. Turov related all that had happened, all the way back to when Sichkin had tortured and killed 2 Moscow students. The Admiral's fury had been palpable, burning Turov's ears. Glaskov's anger was not solely directed at Turov's failure in securing the prisoners, but for what that threat posed. The Americans now had an opportunity to make landfall and establish a foothold out in the East Siberian Sea. Both Turov and Glaskov knew such a geostrategic site, deep in the Arctic, could be vital for Russian security and its hopes for expanding the country's territorial reach. Not to mention, the Americans now had a chance to secure whatever unknown danger might be hidden on that island, to possibly weaponize it. Upon learning all this, Glaskov had screamed at Turov, ordering him to mobilize a strike team and to lead it. His final words tolerated no argument. "Get your ass out there, or I'll strip you of your command." The Admiral would also be repositioning the Ivan Lyakov, the military's newest ice-breaking patrol boat, a vessel full of Arctic-hardened soldiers and weaponry. Turov was to meet them along with a Spetsnaz team of 24 men, a group that he had handpicked after his first meeting with Sichkin. His team would depart the base within the hour aboard an AN-74 transport plane fitted with wheel, ski, landing gear. The only problem was that the intel gained from the priest had only given them a rough approximation of the site's location. To pinpoint it further would require a coordinated search across a vast swath of ice. In the meantime, Glaskov would be dispatching one additional vessel. Turov frowned at this last inclusion, knowing it was a bad decision. Still, he was in no position to countermand this order. Again, Turov felt trapped like he had in the past during the war games that had marred his record. Similar to back then, Turov knew, if this decision led to a disaster, any repercussions would fall on his head, not that bastard Glaskov's. His anger was interrupted by a knock on the door. "Enter!" he shouted. Oleg pushed inside, limping on a bandaged leg. He led in a trio of others, while waving for a pair of guardsmen to maintain a post outside. Sitchkin entered with a triumphant air that infuriated Turov. Yerik Raz shadowed his master, looming behind the archpriest's shoulders. Turov suspected Sitchkin had already made his own calls, possibly alerting Glaskov of what had transpired through back channels. During the call, the Vice Admiral's reaction and swift mobilization of forces suggested Glaskov had some foreknowledge. "When do we leave?" Sitchkin pressed him. Turov ignored the question and focused on the third member of this group, a snowy-haired woman with pale skin stained by a tattoo. Yesterday, Valya Mikhailov had arrived with Sitchkin's group, along with the prisoners. Turov had forbidden the mercenary from entering his base, keeping her at arm's length over in the town of Severovinsk, which, in retrospect, may have been a mistake. Her ice-blue eyes drilled into him, her anger matching his own. Turov refused to back from that fury. "You know these Americans, those who escaped, and their allies. You've dealt with them in the past." These were statements, not questions. She turned her anger towards Sitchkin, sneering at the archpriest. "I warned him not to underestimate him." Turov pointed at her. "Then you're coming with us." She faced him. "Where?" "To the East Siberian Sea, where the others are headed." Some of the anger bled from her expression, revealing a dark satisfaction in its place. She clearly had her own grudge against this enemy. She shrugged her acceptance. With the matter settled and some final details arranged, Oleg led the others away. Alone in his office, Turov turned to the windows that overlooked the storm-swept white sea. Snow continued to fall heavily as winter refused to bend to spring. Dark clouds lay low over the water. The view matched his mood. He lifted a hand, where a gold ring circled a finger. He stared at the wings and sword, the emblem of the Arkangel Society. Over the next day, the hopes and dreams of the group could be fulfilled. To find Hyperborea. He felt no stirring at this possibility, only trepidation. He remembered what Sitchkin had told him, what was found in a letter from Catherine the Great's son concerning what lay hidden on that lost continent, wonders and horrors. He didn't know how much of this was true. All he knew was that a true horror was sailing toward that region upon the last order of Glaskov. In addition to the massive patrol boat and Turov's forces, the admiral had dispatched another vessel, the latest in Russia's fleet of submarines. It had been on a shakedown cruise near the Bering Strait, not far from where everyone was headed. The boat was codenamed Project 09852 Belgorod. But, to all, it was known by a more fitting name, the Doomsday Sub. 6th. Hostile Shores. 38. May 14th, 11:32 a.m., ANAT. Aboard the Polar King, East Siberian Sea. Huddled in a bright red coat and woolen sweater, Gray stood at the bow of the icebreaker. A heavy fog smothered the ship, slowing their speed to a crawl. It was so thick that wisps hung in the air like cloudy veils. He waved his fingers through one. "Never seen anything like it," Jason said next to him. Gray lowered his arm. "Wish we weren't seeing it now. This fog will make our search nearly impossible." He stared at the wan glow of the morning sun through the mist. "And now that it's daylight, we don't have the Borealis guiding us any longer." Gray pictured the swirling, brilliant cauldron of light that had led them to these waters. That had been more than 7 hours ago. It had been their beacon through most of the night. Anna had posited that if the light show was indeed the whirlpool described in the old texts, that perhaps the 4 rivers said to lead into it might represent the cardinal points of a compass, east, west, north, and south, all merging into one at the North Pole. Still, by morning, They had pushed into this fog bank sitting atop the ice, and the mystery vanished away. Though they had lost sight of the whirlpool in the sky, Byron had gotten a relative fix on its location during the night. The ship continued to ply painstakingly toward those coordinates, but it wasn't just the lack of visibility that confounded them. Gray braced himself as the bow lifted, ramming high over the ice below, driven by the force of its twin nuclear-powered engines. A thunderous cracking erupted as the ballasted weight of the Polar King crushed 2 stories of ice under it. The entire ship quaked as it fell. Air-bubbling bow thrusters to either side pushed the displaced ice away from the hull, allowing the ship to slide forward. They had entered this heavy ice 3 hours ago, riding through it like a 30,000-ton porpoise across frozen seas. Captain Kelly had expressed his doubts about how much farther they could travel if the ice grew any thicker, especially when it was this stubborn, compacted over a span of 2 centuries. "We must be close," Gray muttered. The radio in his hand crackled with static. He lifted it to his ear. Even this close, transmissions remained garbled. Still, he made out Seishan's voice. "Get back. The bridge. You're to want to see this." He pressed the transmitter. "What is it?" "Just get your asses here." Gray frowned and lowered the radio. "They want us back at the bridge," he told Jason. "Good. I can barely feel my toes and fingers any longer." The 2 of them crossed into the towering superstructure and took an elevator to its 10th level. Men and a few women bustled along the hallways, part of the 120-person crew aboard the King. Gray and Jason reached the bridge. Seishan noted their arrival and waved them to the navigation station. They had to push through a group gathered around it, including Sister Anna, who had changed into a borrowed set of crew coveralls. "What's got everyone stirred up?" Gray asked. Anna pointed. "What do you make of that?" Gray stared down at the face of the ship's compass. Its needle jittered right and left, then swung full around several times before returning to its dancing pattern, as if confused where to point. "Definitely picking up some strong magnetic interference," Byron reported as he leaned on his fists atop his station. Gray pictured the churning lights in the sky. Could the compass be reacting to the solar storm like the Borealis had? Byron shook his head. "Not likely. Something more localized is failing the reading." With his words, the needle spun once more, shivered a moment, then settled into a fixed position. No one spoke for a few breaths, waiting to confirm that the strangeness had passed. Jason turned to Byron. "Did we sail out of range of whatever was causing the aberration?" The navigator shifted and checked a glowing chart. "That magnetic compass is mostly decorative, a nod to our sailing past. We now rely on gyro compasses, which fix our position by the rotation of the Earth." He tapped at his colored screen. "This ECDIS system calibrates the gyro along with the speed logs, Navtex, GPS, and other nav equipment to plot our nautical position." "What does all that show?" Gray asked. "While the storm is wreaking havoc with some systems, we're still getting decent data. Enough to display both the geographical North Pole and the last charting of the Earth's magnetic pole." Gray stared back at the old compass. "Let me guess. That's not where the needle is pointing. Not even close." Byron looked at him. "Commander Pierce, I owe you an apology." "What for?" "For not believing you. Something bloody strange is out here." "Do not be deceived by its false pull," Anna whispered, quoting from Nicholas of Lynn's Inventio Fortunata. "Can we follow that needle's course?" Gray asked Byron, glancing over to Captain Kelly, who still manned the helm, consulting with a pair of crewmen. "We're roughly doing that already," the navigator answered. "It lies in the same direction as the coordinates I determined from the Borealis's spinning." Kelly broke away and crossed toward them, his lips thin and drawn with worry. He had clearly heard enough of the conversation to offer his own opinion. The crew reported on the dip sandings and ice thickness ahead. The waters grow very shallow, less than 20 meters deep, and the King drafts 11 of those. We'll be scraping our keel before long. Even worse, the ice is steadily thickening. How much farther can we go? Gray asked. Maybe another 2 miles, but I prefer to err on the side of caution and go no more than half that. The captain responded to the dismay on Gray's face. You can always take the helicopter and search ahead. That's if there's anything to see through the fog. Or go overland, using our snowmobiles. A firm voice called from across the bridge. That won't be necessary. They all turned and watched Omrin Akai back away from the bank of windows. His manner looked dismayed, almost fearful. Past the Chukchi native, the view outside had partially cleared, the fog shredding in front of the bow. Through the haze, the midday sun reflected brightly off open ice. Scraps of dense mists still hung in places, mostly near spires of black rock rising out of the ice, as if snagged by those sharp points. The bluffs rose 4 or 5 stories high, climbing in sheer faces. The outcroppings formed a rough circle, like a jagged crown poking out of the ice. In the center, though, a lone peak climbed higher, easily 10 to 15 stories high. Fog draped its rocky heights, which fell away in steep cliffs. Lower down, a massive sheet of ice rode up its eastern flank, as if a wave had struck long ago and frozen in place. Gray noted that the compass needle pointed straight toward that spire. "We found it," he said, his voice hushed with awe. Anna spoke its name, one lost in time and myth. Hyperborea. 1:08 p.m. As the exploratory team set off over the ice, Jason glanced back at the mountainous crimson bulwark of the Polar King. The icebreaker had come to a stop a mile from the peaks. The ship had dared come no closer. The waters were too shallow and likely frozen solid nearer the buried shoreline. Jason rode at the back of a 4-person Arctic snowcat. It trundled on double tracks across the ice. Another cat followed, exiting a hold near the King's stern and driving across a ramp that extended to the frozen sea. It carried Omrin, whom Gray had convinced to join them, as the Chukchi crewman might have some insight concerning this home of his people's sea gods. The burly, red-haired driver, Ryan Marr, was from Boston, a former Coast Guard officer who had served on cutters in the Arctic. He was accompanied by his Aussie wife, Harper, the King's medical doctor, a blonde spitfire with a no-nonsense attitude. Jason hoped no one would need her services today. He turned his attention forward. Anna sat up front with the icebreaker's captain, who aimed them toward the black peaks. It seemed Kelly hadn't wanted to miss out on this opportunity. Jason couldn't blame the guy. After traveling thousands of miles across featureless ice to make landfall and explore such a strange sight had to be irresistible. Ahead of them, the final 2 members of the team sped across the ice on Polaris snowmobiles. Gray and Session switched back and forth across each other's path, clearly enjoying the freedom after the cramped days of travel. Still, they kept their speed tame enough for the others to follow. Not that anyone could be easily lost. All the vehicles were painted in red and black to match the Polar King, and for another important reason, the bright colors made them easy to spot on the ice in case of emergency. Let's hope we don't run into any of those, especially because they were all on their own. The solar storm continued to wreak havoc on long-range communications. The short reach of their radios had some degree of reception, but even that was spotty. The only positive news was that Byron believed the geomagnetic interference should start to wane in the next 4 or 5 hours. The navigator had stayed behind to try to shorten that time frame. Jason hoped he was successful. He was anxious to reach Kat, to reconnect to the world, They needed to share this discovery, start spreading the word before the Russians learned of this place. And if there was a threat to the world hidden here, it needed to be identified and secured. Anna spoke up front, glancing back at him, perhaps sensing his anxiety. "Do you think that central peak could truly be a mountain of pure lodestone, as Nicholas of Lynn claimed in his book?" From his lap, Jason lifted a small compass given to him. The needle pointed at the spire of black rock. "I doubt it's solid magnetite. More likely the outcropping has rich veins of the magnetic stone running through it." He waved to encompass all the peaks. "This whole grouping might be the same, all part of a huge massif, a sea ridge with only these topmost tips cresting through the ice." Anna looked forward. "I wonder." Jason scooted closer. "What?" "You could be right. According to the annotations that Mercator included with his map, the Rupus Nigra et Altissima, this magnetic mountain was 33 miles around, a measurement he likely gleaned from Nicholas's Inventio Fortunata. Support came from an unusual source. Byron performed some preliminary measurements, Kelly stated as they approached the outer ring of cliffs. The circumference of the exposed outcroppings is roughly 50 kilometers, 31 miles. Anna sat straighter, looking back at Jason, her eyes shining as blue as the skies. She was clearly thrilled, but there was an edge of melancholy in her expression, the way her gaze seemed to stretch far beyond their vehicle's confines. She deflated with a sigh. "How I wish Igor were here to see this, to see history. What was inscribed in the ancient texts we both studied come alive." Her words sobered Jason, reminding him that this discovery had come with a steep price. Not just her brother, but all the others who had fallen. And more might too, before this is over. He took a deep breath as the snowcat swept between two of the mist-shrouded peaks of the outer ring. As they entered the heart of this mysterious landscape, he swore he could feel the powerful energies buried here, the magnetic pull of this place. Kelly cursed and jerked the vehicle hard, throwing Jason to the side. The snowcat lifted off one tread before crashing back down. As it did, Jason caught a glimpse of the obstacle that Kelly had sideswiped. It stuck out of the ice, but it wasn't a rocky outcropping. It was a tall spar of wood, tangled by frosted ropes. Other oaken slabs, peppered with nails of black iron, lay embedded or buried around the pole. "What was that?" Anna asked. Jason answered, I think it was the top of an old ship's mast. Maybe the remains of a weathered crow's nest. There are others," Kelly said, nodding ahead. Across the ice, other poles of wood poked crookedly. Some had shattered. One still had an intact crossbar, as if it had been turned into a grave marker. Which was surely the case. Jason pictured the old sailing ships locked in ice under them. "They must mark the remains of Catherine ships," Anna said. Jason stared across the frozen graveyard. Clearly, not all of them made it back. He swallowed hard, wondering if they'd suffer the same fate. He looked toward the bulk of the Polar King, a crimson rampart in the distance. A chill of misgiving swept through him, as if he had stepped on his own grave. Maybe Omrin was right. No one should come looking for this place. 39. May 14th, 1:27 p.m., ANAT, East Siberian Sea. Gray raced his Polaris snowmobile up to the towering spire of black rock. It climbed 400 feet in sheer, unscalable cliffs. Mists shrouded its summit, while the frozen sea framed its base. The eastern side was covered by a shoulder of ice that climbed a quarter of the way up. At this northern latitude, the winds mostly blew from that direction, known as the polar easterlies. Must have taken centuries of thawing and freezing to build that mass of ice. He waved to Seishan and the two trailing snowcats. The group intended to circle the peak and search for a way inside. If this site had been habitable at one time, it was likely not on the surface. Still, he didn't hold out much hope of finding an entrance. He glanced back to the old masts sticking out of the ice. According to Byron, the last time this ice had melted down to the open sea had been nearly 3 centuries ago, when Catherine's expeditions had sought out Hyperborea. Any entrances were likely buried under the ice. Still, they had to look. Gray sped away, leading the others around the flank of the peak. Seishan drew alongside him, leaning tight to her machine's handlebars. The two snowcats followed. Gray kept a slow pace, eyeing the black rock. Seishan noted the oddity first and radioed. This close to each other, the interference was just a staticky background. I think there's a rim of open water, where the ice meets the rock. Gray squinted and spotted the gap, less than a foot wide, along the bottom edge of the cliff face. He slowed his Polaris and braked to a stop. He hopped off to investigate, while the snowcats closed in on his position. His boots crunched across the ice as he crossed to that frozen lip. He stared down into the gap and spotted dark blue waters far below. To investigate closer, he leaned out, bracing an arm against the rock. His gloves disturbed a slippery layer of moss over the rock. It was millimeters thick, little more than furrier lichen. His disturbance stirred up a cloud of gnats, no larger than grains of pepper. Up higher, the dark stone was scribed with more of the same, thinning to regular lichenous fungi in hues of yellows, reds, and oranges, forming some cryptic petroglyph across the rock. Returning his attention below, he identified a misty haze that had nothing to do with the fog. It matched his own exhalations, the misty condensate of his warm breath in the cold. He pulled off his glove and placed his palm against the stone. The surface was cold but far from icy. The moss under his fingers was damp, moistened by the rising condensation. "It's warmer than it should be," he mumbled. He stared up the length of the peak at the surrounding ring of cliffs. He wondered if these outcroppings created their own microclimate, holding back the ice fog that covered this region. "What are you doing?" Seishan called from her snowmobile, not bothering with the radio. He turned and headed back to his own vehicle. He hooked a leg over his seat. "You were right. The rock is warm enough to hold the ice at bay. Something must be heating it down deep." As he got moving again, he remembered how Sister Anna had told them that much of northern Russia was geothermally active. He stared up at the peak as he rode alongside its flank. Is the same true here? Their group continued around the spire, which was roughly a mile in circumference. He slowed a few times to inspect deeper shadows, hoping they might mark the mouths of a tunnel, but he found only more rock. Finally, they reached the shoulder of ice on the eastern side. He felt defeated. If there was any opening here, it would be covered under meters of ice. He searched the expanse. The frozen surface had been polished to a bluish hue by winds and periodic melts. The midday sun blazed off it, turning the ice a fiery cobalt. Gray squinted against the glare. He shaded his eyes with a hand as he edged along it, going even slower. Sections of the ice wall had calved away over the centuries and had left shattered cliffs littered over the ice. He searched through them, peering into the bluer gaps of the exposed ice. Still nothing. Then he reached a region that was misted over, just a haze. It reminded him of what he had noted rising from the gap between the ice and rock. He drew his snowmobile closer. It rose from one of the broken sections. He flicked on the snowmobile's single headlamp, a customized add-on for a vehicle that had to operate during the sunless months of winter. A toggle let him swivel the beam around. The haze seeped from a crack near the bottom, maybe a foot tall and 4 times as wide. He stopped his machine and cut the engine. He slid off the seat and continued on foot. The mist-dampened ice grew slippery near the opening, but his Arctic boots had studded grips. Seishan followed as the snowcats drove into view behind them. He freed a flashlight and dropped to his belly. He shined a bright beam down the crack. Blue ice glowed in the brightness. He followed a trickling flow of meltwater. It ran steeply away toward a wall of black rock 3 meters away, then vanished through an arched opening in the stone. Gray pushed farther in, tilting his head to the side to do so. He stretched his arm and light. Past the archway, he spotted a chute of ice that continued downward. The meltwater flowed along it, vanishing into the darkness. Frustrated, he pushed back and rolled to his side. As he did, he noted the nearby broken tips of masts sticking out of the ice. "I think there's an opening," he said. "Maybe an old port entrance to this place before it froze over." By now the others had exited their snowcats and gathered closer. Jason dropped to a knee to peer through the crack. "No way we're fitting through there." Kelly offered his own insight. "Luckily, you have an ice-breaking crew with you." Gray stood. "What do you mean? Do you think we can use axes and chop away inside?" "Too risky." Kelly straightened and headed toward one of the snowcats, drawing Gray and Jason with him. "There's an easier method." The captain waved to Ryan Maw, the former Coast Guard officer, to accompany them to the rear of the snowcat. Kelly opened the vehicle's cargo hold, which doubled as a weapon locker. To one side rested a wide case. He undid the latches and cracked it open. Jason whistled appreciatively at the cellophane-wrapped blocks of white clay stenciled with PE4MC. It was the Australian military's version of C4, or Semtex, plastic explosives. Inside the crate were blasting caps and remote detonators. I mentioned that icebreakers could get trapped. Kelly nodded to the explosives. "This is how we get out." Ryan reached inside and grabbed an electric drill and screwed a fat bit in place. He then faced the cliff of ice and scratched the scruff of his red beard. He studied the frozen surface as if trying to read a map. "You intend to blast a way through?" Gray asked the captain. "And that's less risky than using ice axes?" "With the right expert, yes." Kelly eyed Ryan. "It takes a real artist." Jason grinned up at the shoulder of ice. "Kowalski's going to be sorry he missed this." Kelly glanced to Jason. Gray explained, "He's our team's demolition expert." And Jason is right. He will be sorely disappointed. Gray searched to the west, wherever he might be. 40. May 14th, 2:02 p.m., ANAT. Airborne over the East Siberian Sea. "They've got to be down there somewhere, right?" Tucker asked. He crouched in the co-pilot seat of the Baikal, serving as an extra pair of eyes as Monk glided them over a featureless fog bank. It stretched to the horizon in all directions. Behind them, Elle and Kowalski searched from the windows back there. The only two who remained unconcerned were Kane and Marco, who slept in tight curls on 2 chairs. Monk leaned forward. "Keep an eye out for any sign of them." Despite the tension, Monk stifled a jaw-cracking yawn with a fist. The man had had little sleep during the 8 hours of flight. Tucker had briefly relieved him after catching Monk's chin resting on his collarbone, drowsing off. With the plane on autopilot, Tucker had kept vigil during Monk's nap, nervously watching the instrument panel, while the night skies had swirled with shimmering veils of the borealis. They had to stop at daybreak to refuel at the northernmost tip of the Novaya Zemlya archipelago. They landed at a small gravel airstrip next to a Russian Arctic park. Al spoke with the lone keeper of that remote spot. Luckily, the park allowed dogs, so Tucker was able to let Kane and Marco run free over the rocky landscape, stretching their legs and releasing some of the tension from the past days. He kept them close, though, as distant white specks marked the presence of polar bears. But there was another reason they had stopped, too. Out of sight of the airstrip's lone caretaker, he and Kowalski had carried Fad's body to a remote, barren gully. They built a cairn of rocks over the young man, promising to come back and give him a proper burial. When the two had returned to the plane, Tucker found Elle sobbing inside. She did her best to hide it, rubbing a fist over her eyes. A bloody rag lay next to her, where she must have tried to clean the floor of the plane. Tucker had pulled her close and held her as Monk got the Baikal back in the air. At that moment, Tucker had needed her warmth as much as she did his. During his years with the Rangers, he had buried too many too young. One never grew numb to it. "Check to the right," Elle called out, drawing Tucker back to the present. "Is that a break in the fog?" Tucker leaned over to search in that direction. Off in the distance, 30 or 40 miles away, a patch of glaring light shone from the featureless expanse of the gray fog bank. It looked like the sun reflecting off open ice. "You're right," Tucker confirmed. "I thought I saw a brief flash of fire from that direction a moment ago," Elle said. "It caught my eye, but it's gone." "There's smoke, too," Monk said. "Just a thin trail." Tucker squinted and saw he was right. Could that be coming from Gray and the others? Well, let's hope so. Monk swung the aircraft in that direction. We're running low on fuel, and they're running out of time. Tucker nodded. 2 hours ago, from the air, they had spotted a shattered, dark trail through the white ice, heading north. The route had led straight into the fog bank and vanished. They had turned and followed it, recognizing the path of an icebreaker. They prayed it was the ship that Gray and the others had boarded. But Tucker's group wasn't the only one following that well-marked trail. Just before reaching the fog bank, they spotted another ship. They swept low, then quickly angled away once they saw it was a Russian vessel, an ice-breaking patrol boat. Tucker had used binoculars to study the gray-blue ship. He made out the massive AK-176MA naval gun mounted at its bow. A Kamov Ka-27 anti-submarine helicopter sat on the boat's stern pad. They all knew what that Russian vessel, alone in these waters, must have been dispatched to do. The same as us, to find the others. Like Tucker's group, the patrol boat must have come across the broken path through the ice, and now steamed hard along it, making good time with the route already shattered for them. It was what made Tucker's current search so desperate. Gray and the others needed to be warned, to know what was coming. Still, Tucker knew such foreknowledge would do little good, especially out here, locked in ice. He scanned across the unbroken landscape. Where could any of us go? Where could we hide? 41. May 14th, 2:08 p.m., ANAT, East Siberian Sea. Seishan sheltered with the others behind one of the snowcats as shards of ice rained around them. Larger boulders crashed in front. Even with her face turned and her eyes closed, the flash of fire still dazzled her vision. Smoke had briefly blasted over their position. Then the easterly winds had battered it back, blowing it past the tall black peak. "All clear," Kelly shouted. The team rose from behind their parked vehicles. They staggered out, rubbing at ears and shaking heads. The group had retreated 300 yards from the detonation site. They all stared toward the ice wall, or what was left of it. A stubborn haze of smoke persisted. Gray crossed and mounted his snowmobile. Let's check it out. Seishan rushed and hopped onto her Polaris. The others prepared to follow in the snowcats. Gray didn't wait, clearly anxious to discover if Ryan's mastery of reading ice was as accomplished as Kelly had claimed. Earlier, they had all watched the former Coast Guard officer drill holes into the frozen wall, shape a set of charges, and place blasting caps. After making some final adjustments, Ryan had given a thumbs up, and they had retreated. But did it do any good? Seishan followed Gray, racing across the ice, skirting larger blue sledges that had slammed to the ground. It took them less than a minute to reach the site. A quarter of the shoulder of ice had been blasted off the peak's side. They were forced to slow to pick their way through the debris field. Once close enough, Gray edged his Polaris to where the misty crack had been. He flicked on his headlamp and pointed its beam toward the center of the blast zone. Seishan drew alongside him, adding her light. Kelly was not lying, Gray concluded. Ryan is a true master of ice-breaking. Ice blasting, Seishan corrected him. Gray cut his engine and hopped off. Seishan did the same. They stepped together through the last of the debris field toward the ice-free wall of rock. The archway that Gray had spotted earlier now lay exposed. Past it, a rubble-strewn slope of ice descended into the peak. A blue boulder broke loose and rolled and bounced along the ice chute, vanishing beyond the reach of their light. Gray crossed to the arched opening, running his hand over its edge. This must be the top of a larger, cavernous opening into the mountain's heart. He pointed to the end of a mast sticking out of the ice, not far from where those ships must have once docked when the waters were still open. Seishan crouched and peered past the archway. Hopefully that ice ramp leads all the way to the bottom. It looks wide enough for us snowmobiles to traverse, maybe even a snowcat. She stared up. Still, we'll have to be careful. Hanging high above them, a stubborn mass of ice clung to rock. It looked like a frozen axe waiting to fall. Even the vibrations from our engines could bring that crashing down, she warned. We can consult with Ryan, get his assessment. The growl of the two snowcats drew their attention around, announcing the arrival of the others. Gray and Seishan crossed from under that hanging lip of ice and hiked out to meet them. The lead snowcat braked hard. A door popped open, and Kelly exited. He strode quickly toward them. He carried a handheld radio in his hand, his expression darkly worried. Seishan's heart pounded harder, sensing something was wrong. What is it? Gray asked. Kelly lifted his radio. Baran just called in. There's a plane on approach, casting out a non-stop SOS. Seishan craned her neck and searched the skies. A slight haze persisted as fine ice crystals hung in the air, reflecting the sunlight, but she spotted no aircraft. Gray joined her, shading his eyes. Who is it? Pilot says his name is Monk Cocoles. Claims he knows you. Seishan's breath clamped in her throat. Gray reached out and grasped her arm, squeezing all his hope into that grip. To the west, a small prop plane flew into view. Entering the well of blue skies framed by the fog bank, it began a slow circle. He's requesting permission to land, Kelly said. Tell him to do so. Gray's voice was raw with relief. To touch down out here. But Kelly was not done. Your friend says we've got trouble coming our way. Big trouble. 2:55 p.m. Kowalski gathered with everyone out on the ice. There was much hugging and claps on backs. Even Marco had recognized his sometime partner and had come bounding over, leaping at him in a canine greeting, one paw landing squarely in his crotch. Stories were quickly exchanged in thumbnails of victories and losses. The latter dampened the initial joy. We still don't know if Bailey survived, Monk said. We can only hope. Kelly shoved forward, concentrating on the immediate threat. Describe the patrol boat that's following the King's trail. Definitely Russian, Tucker said. Looks new, especially the weaponry it's carrying. My guess is that it holds a crew of at least 100. Monk nodded at this assessment. By my estimate, clocking their speed, they'll be here in 2 hours, maybe less. Gray faced Kelly. Any further word from your navigator and radio crew? We need the world reopened to get eyes looking this way. Kowalski scowled. Why? So everyone could get first-row seats at our slaughter? These are still international waters, Gray reminded everyone. An unprovoked attack here, one witnessed by the world, would risk triggering a global war. Such a threat might make the Russians pause. Might does not instill a lot of confidence, Tucker said. Kelly had a worse response. Doesn't matter. Byron says the solar storm will keep us blacked out for at least another 3 hours. Until then, we're on our own, which means we have only one option. Does it involve surrendering? Kowalski asked. Kelly ignored him. We need to delay that patrol boat. How? Gray asked. The captain surveyed the newcomers. Which one of you is Kowalski? Eyes turned his way. Oh, crap. Kowalski stepped back with a groan, suspecting why he had been called out, what it probably meant. He didn't want to raise his hand, but those stares forced his arm up. As he did, he made a firm promise to himself. This is the last time I travel to the Arctic. But first he had to survive this outing. You're coming with me, Kelly told Kowalski in a voice that brooked no argument. He pointed to one of his crew. Ron, you're with us too. Grab the demo kit. The man nodded and strode toward one of the snowcats. Kelly turned to Monk. Can you taxi us back to the Polar King? We'll need your plane, after that too, if you're willing to fly again. Monk nodded. Whatever is needed. Kelly passed him with a pat on the shoulder. Good man. Kowalski sighed heavily and prepared to follow, but first he called over to Gray. What are you all going to be doing while we're gone? Gray turned to the blasted wall of ice and a steep tunnel descending into darkness. We're going to see if this patch of rock is worth dying over. 42. May 14th, 3:07 p.m., ANAT. Airborne over the East Siberian Sea. Captain Turov strode through the stark cabin of the AN-74 transport plane. He nodded to his strike team, patting shoulders along the way. Several of the Spetsnaz soldiers lounged or slept, conserving their energy for the threat ahead. The team, including Turov, wore the latest in tactical gear designed by the Russian arms manufacturer Kalashnikov. It included multi-layered vented outerwear for cold-weather maneuverability, along with camo helmets and body armor. The team carried upgraded AK-12s, fitted with underbarrel GP-34 grenade launchers. Their kit also included bayonets that could be quickly attached for close-in fighting. He had offered the same weaponry to the final 2 members of the group, Valya Mikhailov and her lieutenant, Nadira Ali Said. The 2 women had refused the weapons, preferring their own rifles, sidearms, and daggers. The pair also wore body armor that was clearly customized to their form, hugging snugly, patterned in grays and blacks. The 2 were seated behind the 5-man cockpit. Across from them, Sitchkin dozed next to his hulking aide-de-camp, Yerrik. The 2 wore the same body armor as Turov's team, except the archpriest had declined any weapons, not even a sidearm. Sitchkin trusted Yerrik to keep him safe. The monk had a steel axe hanging from his belt, and an MP-443 Gretsch strapped to his thigh. Turov reached the cockpit and leaned inside. Have you been able to make contact with the Ivan Lyakov? Only sporadically, the radio man answered. They're still following the trail left by the other icebreaker. From the condition of the water and ice, the Lyakov's captain estimates he's running 2 hours behind the enemy. And no radar contact? The shake of a head answered this. But the ship's hydrophones picked up what sounded like an explosion a short time ago. The Lyakov also noted that the steady rumble of breaking ice in the distance went silent. Churov rubbed his chin. The target ship must have stopped. The Lyakov's captain made the same assessment, but with radar systems still compromised and dense fog shutting down visibility, confirmation can be made. Unfortunately, the geomagnetic interference grows steadily worse the farther north the vessel travels. For us too. I keep losing contact with the Lyakov. Has there been any revised estimate when this solar storm will abate? Still showing another 3 hours, sir. Churov frowned. The enemy needed to be subdued before then. He pointed to the radio operator. Keep trying to reach the Lyakov. If successful, order them to push their engines to flank speed, to hold nothing back. Yes, sir. Churov stared at the spread of ice and the approaching fog bank. The third component of this assault remained unreachable. The last word from the Belgorod-class submarine was when it vanished under the polar ice cap, sailing its 30,000-ton bulk toward the search zone. Its code name was Sinikit, chosen for the largest ocean-going creature, the blue whale, which was fitting as the submarine was nearly 200 meters in length. The boat needed to be that large to hold its arsenal of 6 massive Poseidon 2M39 torpedoes. The stealth weapons were the latest in Russia's underwater arsenal, tested for the first time in 2023. The bus-size weapons were more drones than torpedoes, capable of remote operation, with a range of 10,000 kilometers. Powered by a nuclear reactor, the torpedoes were capable of carrying up to a 100 megaton payload. Such beasts were designed as a second strike nuclear option to devastate a coastline and trigger a radioactive tsunami. It was the reason the boat had earned its nickname, the Doomsday Sub. The Sinikit had been out in this polar region to test its weaponry using unarmed Poseidons, but it also carried one that was loaded with a nuclear warhead. Its payload was only 100 kilotons, but that was still 5 times stronger than what had been dropped on Nagasaki. He also knew that some in the military were anxious to do a live test of that bomb. It was what made Turov balk when Vice Admiral Glaskov had included the boat on this mission. It was a disaster in the making. I can't let matters get that far out of hand. Churov turned his attention to the plane's navigator. How far are we from the Lyakov? The man lifted his nose from his station. We should reach their position in 87 minutes, sir. Churov pointed to the pilot. Shorten that timetable. I want us there in under an hour. The man nodded and edged his throttle forward. Churov surveyed the fog bank ahead as it swept toward them. The enemy had to be subdued as quickly as possible. If he failed to do that, the consequences could be dire, possibly even triggering a nuclear war. That must not happen. Even if it meant annihilating the enemy, with no quarter given or mercy offered, it would have to be done. He turned to the ice-hardened soldiers behind him, resolute on this point. So be it. 43. May 14th, 3:18 p.m. ANAT, East Siberian Sea. Gray sat atop his Polaris at the mouth of the misty tunnel. He pointed his headlamp across its threshold. Beyond, meltwater traced down a sloped ramp, tracing away into the darkness. Seshan climbed onto her snowmobile. The others are all set in the 2 snowcats. I warned them to maintain a distance, to let us forge a path ahead of them. Gray glanced back, hearing engines throttle up. Omrin sat behind the wheel of one cat. The Chukchi crewman had the most experience with the vehicle. He carried Jason and Sister Anna, along with the ship's doctor, Harper Marr. Tucker drove the second cat with the botanist, El Stott, and his 2 dogs. Gray felt this exploratory team of 8 was too small for the challenge ahead, or possibly too large, considering the civilians in tow. But with the constrained timetable, he needed all their expertise, especially not knowing what awaited them, if anything. He had to accept that possibility, too. Before leaving, his group had also armed themselves from the vehicle's weapon lockers. All of them now carried sidearms, though Seishan undoubtedly also had knives hidden under her winter wear at strategic locations. Sister Anna refused a pistol, but with some pressure, she settled on a flare gun. Almrin brought his own firearm, a Remington 870 DM Magpul. The 12-gauge shotgun was fitted with lead slugs in a detachable 6-round magazine. He carried 2 more mags in a sling over his shoulder. He explained his choice of Arctic weaponry with an economy of words. Polar bears. While no one expected to encounter such a creature here, such stopping power would be welcome if there was trouble. Tucker still had an AK-12 that he had secured from the assault on the naval base in Severodvinsk. He gave a spare rifle to Gray, which was slung over his back. Gray radioed the group. "Single file. We proceed with care." He twisted the throttle and edged his Polaris over the lip of the slope, then began a slow descent down the icy chute. The treads of his tracks dug deep, keeping him from a deadly slide. Seishan followed. Gray studied the ramp under him. He pictured water trickling down here for centuries, building up into this natural slide into the heart of the mountain. He swiveled his light, inspecting the chute, watching for any worrisome cracks, wending his way around jagged boulders that had gotten blasted down here. He also studied the rock walls to either side. As he descended, the walls slowly climbed higher and spread wider, forming a huge opening into the peak, easily 40 feet high. The icy chute broadened under him, like a glacier spilling down a valley. With the extra room, Seishan drew alongside him. The 2 snowcats followed, keeping single file. Gray glanced back. He pictured the tall archway and imagined a 3-masted ship docked outside, maybe moored in the deeper waters. He made the mistake of staring back for a breath too long. Seishan shouted a warning. "Stop!" She reinforced this by nudging her snowmobile into his, sending him in a sideways skid. He braked hard, spinning a bit more on the ice, then came to a stop. He quickly identified what had panicked her. 20 yards ahead, the rock walls vanished, opening into a gargantuan cavern. The ramp that they had been following spilled over an edge, forming a frozen waterfall that tumbled into the abyss. Seishan stopped next to him and scolded, "Quit sightseeing! Eyes on the road!" The 2 cats trundled up to them, then cut their engines. Doors popped, and the team exited, wary of the meltwater-slick slope. Flashlights clicked on. Gray waved everyone together. "Keep close. Watch your footing." They carefully edged down the last of the ramp, aiming toward the drop-off. Jason stared at the trickling water underfoot. "Definitely warmer down here." Anna whispered as she kept close to the young man. "It's like the stories the Greeks told of Hyperborea, how its lands were said to be sultry and hot." "A land we now know was heated by geothermal energy," Jason noted. Elle supported this. "I smell sulfur in the air. Pretty strong." Gray had noted it too. It was the rotten egg smell found around hot springs and geysers. Tucker offered his own explanation. "It might just be Marco. His bowels still haven't fully settled after all that Russian prison food." His attempt to lighten the mood failed. The weight of the place, the history, the rock overhead, hushed the group into a wary silence. Sunlight still reached this deep, reflecting down the ramp behind them in a silvery blue sheen. But ahead, where the chute dropped away, the world vanished into a Stygian darkness. As they drew closer, Harper called to the group, "Oi, there are stairs over here." Gray turned. To the left of the waterfall, stone steps descended in a swooping arc, falling away into the shadows below. "Same over there," Jason called out, pointing to the far side of the icy fall. Gray guided everyone toward the doctor's side, wanting them off the ice as soon as possible. "Keep together." They reached the stairs without mishap and gathered along the steps, which appeared to have been chiseled out of the rock. Gray stared past the frozen waterfall. On its opposite side, a matching staircase arched along the wall on that side. The two sets of steps formed a grand U-shaped promenade. "How deep does this go?" Tucker asked, leaning over the edge of the steps with his flashlight in hand. "Stay back," Gray warned. He turned to Anna. "Sister, you brought your flare gun, yes?" Her eyes widened with understanding. "Of course." She withdrew the yellow gun from a belt holster and handed it over. Gray checked it was loaded, then pointed its muzzle high, aiming for the cavern's ceiling. He squeezed the trigger. A short bang launched a flare across the chamber. When it reached its apex, it burst into a blinding red sun. It hung in the air and slowly descended. Despite Gray's warning, they all moved closer to the edge of the stairs. "My God!" Jason exclaimed. "I don't think your God has anything to do with this," Tucker said. Gray gaped at the wonders revealed in the firelight. Stone pyramids, much like those of Egypt, climbed high. Below them, a contiguous spread of homes and structures formed a multi-level jigsaw puzzle. Several spires poked higher, topped by a sculpted mix of Nordic animals: whales, mammoths, walruses, seals, reindeer, caribou, and musk oxen, as if each were a totem to a clan of these ancient people. As he stared, Gray remembered what had been carved in ivory on the mammoth tusk hidden at the Golden Library. This is what that ancient artisan was trying to depict. Before the flare expired, Gray turned to Jason. "Start recording all of this. We must bring this to the world. Show that this archaeological wonder belongs to all nations, not just one." "Like on the other side of the world," Tucker noted. "With Antarctica, a continent that by treaty belongs to no one," Gray nodded. "We must preserve this continent, this lost Hyperborea, in the same manner, before the Russians get here." "You mean before all hell breaks loose," Tucker added. 3:39 p.m. Recognizing the danger and the closing window of time, Gray got them moving quicker down the steps. They needed to record as much as possible to be ready to share it with the world if given the opportunity. As they continued, Gray dispatched another flare, both to light their descent and to assist Jason in capturing the wonders below. This second flare also allowed them to get a better sense of the place's breadth. They had been too overwhelmed the first time by the beauty and spectacle. They had failed to appreciate that this cavern, easily a half-mile across, was only one of many, all interconnected, like the homes themselves. It reminded Gray of the layout of the Golden Library, how it extended outward under the ringing tower, across a series of rooms forming a labyrinth. But the discoveries hidden here were far more ancient than any book found in a gold-plated chest. Anna offered her own theory. "I think this place spreads out to those surrounding peaks, forming one great metropolis. These seafaring people must have overwintered here, then ventured outward during warmer months, which would make this the Rome of the Arctic," Jason added. Anna smiled. "The old texts of Greece and Rome mention travelers, emissaries of Hyperborea, who visited them. Such accounts were likely draped in mythological terms, by societies that could not comprehend the far north or the sophistication of the people who had learned to survive here. Gray could not argue against this. All he could do was keep them moving. As they neared the bottom, finer details emerged. Across the spread of homes, and more dramatically across the pyramids, their surfaces had been carved with scenes of home life, of battle, of great hunts, and a bestiary of mythological creatures. Gray remembered Bishop Illigan's account of vast swaths of petroglyphs found across the lands of northern Russia, some so beautiful and advanced that they had to be preserved under a glass dome. Then there were those stone pyramids and tombs found on outlying islands of the White Sea. Were they all the handiwork of these Hyperboreans? With no way of knowing, Gray drew the others to the bottom of the steps. The group slowed as if fearing to trespass any farther. Or maybe it was because they faced a larger obstacle. "Where do we go from here?" Anna whispered. "It would take teams of archaeologists and anthropologists decades to study and understand this place and its people." Gray heard the longing in her voice. She clearly wanted to be part of any such exploration. Let's hope she gets that chance. The group abandoned the stairs and spread out, examining the closest structures. The shoulder of a pyramid rose to the left. A matching one climbed on the chamber's far side. The structures looked to be made out of sandstone, either quarried or maybe manufactured in some geothermically heated kiln. Elsewhere, roofs looked buttressed by ribs of whalebone. Clearly, wood would have been a rare commodity this far north. But apparently these ancients found ways to compensate with bone and stone. And not just with those materials. "Look," Jason called over as he examined a home. He rubbed a finger along the green, patinaed edge of a doorway. "I think this is copper." Gray joined him and looked closer. Definitely copper. He straightened and pictured mines somewhere out there. Maybe these ancients had discovered more than veins of lodestone in this giant massif of rock. Omrin offered additional anthropological insight. Some Inuit were skilled in such metalcraft, going back 3,000 years. They called themselves the Copper Inuit. He glanced significantly at the others. It is said many of them had blonde hair. Gray frowned and stared across the expanse, again wondering how far these Hyperboreans had spread. Could they be the ancestors or teachers of the Copper Inuit? Tucker waved an arm, drawing attention. "Kane and Marco are picking up something over here. Plus, you might want to see this, or maybe not if you have a weak stomach." The ranger had wandered toward the towering waterfall, which glowed with their reflected light. Gray led the rest of the group over to him. He stood near a cluster of old tents. They had been set up in a small square off to the side. The fabric, the wooden spars, all were remarkably preserved by the cold. Pots and pans lay scattered. Leather clothing dried on racks, stiffened to boards by age. "It's the remains of an old camp," Jason said. "Likely left behind by Catherine's team, or someone who came earlier." "It's not just the camp's remains," Tucker said, and crouched by one of the tents. He shined his light through its open flap. "But the campers, too." Gray joined him, dropping to a knee. 2 bodies lay inside, mummified by the cold, preserved by the same. There was clearly something wrong with them. Their features, while withered and shrunken, also sprouted with strange growths, as if their bodies had become the beds for some malignant fungus or plant. Fibrous structures vined over them, entwining the two together. But whatever afflicted the pair had died long ago, turning brown and dried. "What happened to them?" Anna asked, backing away and turning to Harper, the team's medical expert. The doctor shook her head, keeping a distance herself. "I have no bloody clue." Gray turned to the only person who might have any further insight. "Dr. Stutt?" The botanist drew closer, showing no fear, only fascination. "It appears to be some form of infestation. Whether ante-mortem or post-mortem, I can't say." Gray was reminded of the other reason his group had sought out this place. It wasn't just to record the wonders found here, but to identify the danger hinted at by so many others. He stared at the bodies. "Is this it?" Tucker reminded them again. "Something over here has Marco and Kane spooked." Gray turned, noting the two dogs standing stiffly to the side, facing the icy waterfall, noses low, hackles high. Both growled in low, warning tones. "They're scenting something they don't like," Tucker said, "and I've learned to trust their noses more than my eyes." Gray crossed closer to investigate. Framing either side of the waterfall, half buried in the ice, rose two tall stone thrones, all carved with symbols. The closest was inscribed with a riotous garden of twisted leaves and thorns, like a macabre version of Eden. On the far side, the tall seat appeared carved with sea life in all its myriad forms, as if waiting for Poseidon to rest his weary bones. He remembered Iligan mentioning the discovery of an oversized throne on one of the White Sea Islands. The bishop had also shared a Greek account of a towering trio of Hyperborean brothers. Gray tried to picture someone 3 cubits in height sitting there, but even these chairs appeared too large, which suggested they were meant to be symbolic rather than practical. "There's a space behind this carved throne," Tucker said. "It extends behind the fall of ice, too." Gray shifted over, stepping between Marco and Kane to get a peek into the gap. He pointed his flashlight into the narrow space. "Anything?" Jason asked. Gray nodded and faced the others. "It appears to be a tunnel in the wall between the thrones. It's reachable if we go single file." Tucker frowned. "I think my partners would argue against trespassing there." Despite the risk, Gray knew they had to investigate. "Something must be down there," he said. "That tunnel is positioned grandly near the entrance, framed by those thrones, also by the pyramids to either side." He swung an arm toward the tents. "Even this lost group set up camp here. And look what happened to them," Tucker reminded the group. "You all can go inside, but I'm keeping my dogs out. That's if I could even get them to go in there." "Just as well. It's best if we leave someone behind." Gray searched up the wall of ice, in case we get stuck. Tucker shrugged, looking more than happy to stand guard. "Keep in mind, our radios won't work once you're in there. Not through all that rock and ice. If you get in trouble, I'm not going to know. And vice versa." "Understood. We'll have to make do." Gray faced the others. "If anyone else wants to stay here, I would understand. Just don't wander far." He searched their faces. No one took up his offer, though Omrin looked doleful and worried. Gray nodded and shifted behind the throne. "Then let's head out." 44. May 14th, 4:17 p.m., ANAT. East Siberian Sea. Standing on the ice, buried in dense fog, Kowalski cursed his life. He tugged at the crotch of his dry suit. The scuba gear was courtesy of the Polar King, but apparently none of the dive squad was taller than 6 feet. It made for a snug, ball-pinching fit. Still, the gear was not the worst of his complaints. He stared over an icy cliff. 20 feet below, black water washed and sloshed. 2 of the King's dive team flanked him. All 3 wore their tanks, waiting for the word to go. Another crewmate pounded a motorized winch into the ice. Its line would lower them into the polar sea and, hopefully, raise them later. Everyone moved about swiftly, as if they had done this before, and maybe they had. For a crew of an icebreaker, tackling problems in deep ice was likely a regular necessity. But he doubted any of them had ever tried to ambush an 8,000-ton Russian patrol boat, one armed to the teeth with cruise missiles and naval guns. Captain Kelly stood a few yards away, radio at his ear, yelling into it, as if that would help with the spotty reception. But at least the other half of this assault team, the dry half, was only a quarter-mile away, led by Ryan Marr. Monk strode from the captain's side and joined Kowalski. The others will be ready in 5. They've finished their drill holes and are placing charges now. Kowalski pictured that 5-man team out on the ice. 20 minutes ago they had leaped from the plane as it came to a stop, trudging off with huge drills over their shoulders, each with bits 3 feet long. They had quickly disappeared into the fog. Afterward, Monk had flown the rest of the party here, a quarter-mile farther up the channel created by the Polar King's passage. The flight to this area had been harrowing enough. Monk had kept the Baikal skimming the ice the entire time, all but flying blind through the fog. Not that there were any trees or hills to worry about. From the hydrophones aboard the King, they had been able to determine a rough position of the approaching patrol boat. The sound of its diesel engines and spinning props had been easy to track. It was how they knew it was traveling under full steam, faster than when it had last been spotted from the air, which necessitated a quick change in plans. The ambush site was only 5 miles from where the Polar King was parked. They had hoped for a greater distance, but the Russian ship was sweeping in fast, which also shortened their timetable. Kelly crossed to them. "Let's get you in the water," the captain called over. "You'll not have much leeway once Ryan's charges go off." His fellow divers, Mitchell and Rennie, nodded and stepped toward the winch. Across their chests were strapped underwater ordnance packages, already primed with blasting caps. Kowalski carried another. All were his own design, after cannibalizing the resources aboard the Polar King. The captain held Kowalski back. Ryan's efforts had forced the patrol boat to slow, to cut its engines temporarily. It's the window you'll have to complete this mission. Kowalski stared off into the fog, picturing the other team planting charges across an arc of drill holes. They were all counting on Ryan's ability to read the ice. The plan was to break free a massive ice flow from one side of the channel and send it careening across the path of the patrol boat. It would create a temporary dam, one that would challenge the smaller boat. "Will a flow like that truly intimidate the Russians?" Monk asked. "Their vessel is an icebreaker, too." Kelly scoffed. "The King is a nuclear-powered icebreaker. The patrol boat is an ice-breaking vessel. There's a difference. It runs on diesel engines. It can only break ice 6 feet thick. That flow we'll be sending their way will be 15 to 20 feet thick." "Then won't that be enough to stop them?" Kowalski asked, hoping to avoid a dip into the freezing waters. "It'll no doubt slow them. But that flow will be loose. They can push it, and failing that, they have guns that can chew the blockage into slush." Kelly pointed to the first diver riding the winch down. "The only way to stop the boat is to take out its propellers after it slows to address the ice flow." "Well, what about the patrol boat's helicopter?" Monk asked. "We spotted it from the air. Even if the vessel is stranded, they could send it aloft." Better that than the ship's entire arsenal, Kelly reminded them. And the Russians certainly can mobilize ground forces too, and send them overland across the ice. Monk looked grim. Remember, our goal is a delaying tactic, to buy us time until this infernal solar storm ends. There's little more we can do. The king has a small armory, but it's meant to ward off polar bears, or in a worst-case scenario, a small pirate attack. Not the full force of the Russian Navy. Kowalski sighed heavily. So it looks like I'm going for a swim. Kelly nodded as the second diver vanished over the edge. Remember, the patrol boat has 2 stern propellers. You'll need to destroy both. Even if one is left functioning, they could still keep moving. Kowalski nodded and pointed to the ordnance package strapped to his chest. I know. That's why I'm bringing a spare charge, just in case. The radio, still in the captain's hand, squawked. Ryan's voice reached them. Blowing in 30, Cap. Counting down now. Kelly pointed to Kowalski. Move it, soldier. Seaman. Kowalski corrected him as he turned away. I'm former Navy, like I told you. Then why are you whining about a swim? Kelly asked, following him to the winch. I thought seawater was in a sailor's blood. Not when it's colder than a polar bear's nutsack. He yanked on his snug dive suit. And speaking of nutsacks, your ship's tailor really sucks. Kelly looked back at Monk as if wondering how he put up with his teammate. Monk merely shrugged. Kowalski crossed to the edge. He secured his mask and dry hood, then hooked his foot into the line's loop. With a huge breath, he dropped over the edge. The winch operator swiftly lowered him. The captain called down, Good hunting. Kowalski saluted back with a raised middle finger. Then he hit the icy water. 4:24 p.m. Valya Mikhailov had no tolerance for fools, especially those who put their faith in anything more than bone and steel. She ran a thumb over her holstered Glock 21 as she stared out the window of the transport plane. The featureless expanse of the fog bank failed to hold her attention. She listened as the archpriest whispered to Yerek Raz, their 2 heads bent in prayer. She cast Sichkin a sidelong glance. She knew the man had no true faith in anything but himself and the power he could wield. The monk, on the other hand, seemed devoted, both to the priest and to his faith. She noted Sichkin placing his palm on Yerek's fire-ravaged cheek, not shying from the scarring. Still, the monk turned his face away. There was clearly a well of pain attached to that disfigurement that had nothing to do with the touch of flames. She knew the man had been burned in a fire that had killed his mother, and that Sichkin had taken him in afterward as ward and mentor. Valya scowled. Better you had died in that fire. For now she had no choice but to remain with these others. They were taking her where she needed to go. She pictured the dark figure rushing through smoke in the apartment building opposite the Vatican embassy. The firefight had been short, and Valya had not escaped unscathed. Her shoulder was no longer in a sling, only wrapped against the fight to come. The pain remained, but it helped focus her. She would not be caught off guard again. Next to her, Nadira slept, her arms crossed over her chest. Valya had wanted to bring along a larger contingent of her own people, but she had been refused. Still, she had already taken measure of the team that Captain Turov had handpicked. She could not fault him. His Spetsnaz crew kept silent, reserving their strength. None of them bothered to double-check their weapons. True professionals had them ready at all times. She caught one staring toward her, his eyes cold and hard, likely sizing her up as well. She turned away, feeling no need to impress anyone. She returned her attention to the landscape passing under the plane. They were due to rendezvous with the other prong of this assault, an ice-breaking patrol boat that was following the path left by the enemy's ship. The Lyakov came with guns, missiles, and a complement of 100 Arctic-hardened soldiers. Turov clearly thought such a force was overkill. Valya did not. As she stared below, a fiery glow flickered through the gray-white fog, but in a blink it was gone. She squinted toward it, but it never repeated. She cocked an ear to listen for any indication that the flight crew had spotted it too, but the low murmur up front remained steady. Still, she trusted her eyes and continued to watch that section. Concentrating there, she noted another brightness in the same region, just north of where she had spotted the flicker. It appeared to be a patch of open ice, reflecting the afternoon sun. She clenched a fist and shoved up, stirring Nadira, who looked inquiringly at her. Valya shook her head and stepped over her lieutenant to reach the cockpit. Turov was bent next to his navigator, both studying a plotting map. The captain tapped at it. "This is where the Lyakov should be." "By my best estimate, from speed and last known position, yes, sir. We should rendezvous in the next 15 minutes. Valya interrupted. "Captain Turov." He turned to her, clearly noting the urgency in her voice. "What is it?" She answered tersely. "An open area of ice, free of fog, at least for now. If you're looking to land, this might be our opportunity." He straightened. "Show me." She scooted into the cramped cockpit, searched through the front windshield, oriented herself, then pointed. "There." Turov leaned forward and stared for a breath. "You're right." The navigator also looked. "I don't think that's far from where we plotted the Lyakov's location." Turov confronted the pilot, sounding peeved that the man had depended more on his instruments than his eyes. "Can you land us there? Is there enough clearance?" "I'll have to make a sweep to be certain, but yes, it looks good." "Then do it." Turov turned to her and nodded his thanks, but she was already recalibrating, taking this new factor into account as she returned to her seat. Still, she pictured that brief flash in the gloom. What the hell was that? 4:25 p.m. Still on the water's surface, Kowalski gaped as a blue mountain of ice slammed into the channel. A moment ago, a series of muffled detonations had gone off, accompanied by spats of fire. Then the world had closed in front of them, blocked by that bulldozing wall of ice. Ahead of him, the iceberg thundered as its bulk splintered and crashed into the opposite side. A wave of water welled toward him, pushed by that frozen behemoth. That was their signal, and the big one at that. All three dove, letting that wave crest over them. They were pulled by small sleds with electric motors. Kowalski followed behind the other two men. Both were experienced polar divers. Rennie led the way, driving deep toward the newly birthed iceberg. With the sun shrouded by fog, the visibility sucked, but still the little light that did reach these depths cast the world in shades of aquamarine. Blue walls rose on both sides. Their undersides formed inverted mountains, scalloped and scribed with algae. Fronds waved in the current created by the explosive calving of the ice flow. Small fish darted in flashes of silver. Royals of shrimp-like crustaceans sped in panicked schools. But Kowalski had no time for sightseeing as he sped after the others. The trio reached the berg as it churned heavily, spun leadenly. It appeared to be half the size of a football field. They dove under it, and the world darkened, occluded by that mass of ice. Once beneath it, Kowalski was rocked by its motion, like a cork in rough seas, his ears filled with its creaking, popping, and cracking. Rennie swept onward, aiming for its far side. He clicked on the small dive torch at the tip of his sled. Kowalski pursued that tiny star through the darkness. Finally, the waters brightened ahead. Mitchell slowed his board, and lifted an arm, spinning slightly like an astronaut in space. They were to pause here, wait for their target. Kowalski drew to a stop with the others. His insulated dry suit covered him from crown to toe, but now, hanging in place, Kowalski shivered in the cold. He pictured his girlfriend, Maria, who was in the Congo at a gorilla reserve on a special project. He wished he was there with her. He tried to draw that African warmth to him, but all he kept picturing was a cold beer, sweating in the savannah heat. That would be nice too right now. Rennie and Mitchell swam closer to him. Both had backgrounds in the Aussie Navy. They checked on his status, offering OK symbols with their free hands. He returned it, but without enthusiasm, and for a good reason. He was far from OK. They all heard the growing rumble of the approaching patrol boat. It steadily rose in volume. Kowalski felt it in his gut, thrumming across his chest. He stared past their dark shelter to the brighter water. Time ticked away, marked by the pounding of his heart. Finally, a massive shadow swept toward them, a thundercloud across blue skies. The engine's timbre changed, slowing, dropping to a low roar, then subsiding further. Kowalski pictured the boat's captain studying this dam across his boat's bow. The hope was that through the fog, with the charges buried deep into drill holes, no one on board would have noted the brief explosive flashes. Additionally, the blasts could easily be mistaken for the natural cracking and thunderous pops of unsettled ice left in the wake of the Polar King's passage. But at the moment, hope felt like a feeble shield against the immensity of the task ahead. Still, Kowalski clung to it. The boat's diesel engines continued to rumble, gliding the vessel's 400-foot length the last of the way. Bow thrusters engaged, sounding like fire hoses at full blast, which helped steady the craft in the channel. Rennie chopped an arm toward the boat. Time to go. Kowalski secured his sled under him and twisted its throttle. They didn't know how long the Russian captain would ponder this obstacle, to judge if his boat could nose this massive floe out of its way or not. The answer came fast, with the thudding chatter of heavy guns. Kowalski flinched as rounds pounded into the berg overhead, churned out by the turreted AK-176MA naval gun mounted at the boat's bow. The Russians weren't holding back, firing on full auto, more than 100 rounds per minute, clearly planning on bandsawing the berg into pieces. Still, 20 feet of ice was as tough as ballistic armor. For now, it kept Kowalski and the others shielded. They fled from the deafening barrage and set out from under the floe. Keeping together, they sped toward the deep shadow of the boat's keel. Once there, Rennie led them along the hull's centerline. The bulk of the massive boat hung overhead, a great steel whale. As they continued, the bow thrusters finally subsided to either side. Nearing the stern, the trio slowed to a crawl. Through the murk, lit by their dive torches, they made out the two propellers, positioned to the port and starboard sides. The pair still turned, but only slowly as the engines idled. The props' blades were 3 meters long, curved like bronze scimitars. Knowing they dared not wait, Rennie and Mitchell split off. Each glided toward one of the props. Kowalski stayed put, maintaining his role as backup. He lifted a hand to the ordnance strapped at his chest. The bombs were equipped with mag-lock hooks for securing them in place, and timers set for 5 minutes. Rennie reached his side first. He looked like a sparrow hovering before a huge fan. The diver's neck craned as he studied his target. Earlier, Captain Kelly had explained that it was not uncommon for an icebreaker to damage or break a propeller. It required divers to repair them regularly, like these two. The weakest spot was where the shaft met those blades. Rennie planted his ordnance package where it would do the most damage, magnetically locking it in place. He stared over at Mitchell, waiting for his partner to do the same. Finally, the other succeeded and gave a thumbs up. Both engaged their bombs' timers, yanked their sleds up from where they hung on straps, and sped back toward Kowalski. Again, Rennie was faster, clearly the more experienced. Mitchell lagged behind, struggling with his sled. Something was wrong, and then got immediately worse. The propellers spun up, churning through the water, first slowly, then faster. Mitchell jerked a glance behind him, then back again, fighting his sled. Rennie failed to note his partner's distress, concentrating on his flight away from the stern. The tidal pull of the turning screw caught Mitchell. He got his sled sputtering, but its small, foundering motor was no match against the giant diesel overhead. Mitchell thrashed, momentarily holding his place, but it was a losing battle. Kowalski swore, already working quickly, blindly. Then he ducked his head, twisted his sled's throttle, and sped past Rennie, who finally recognized something was wrong and fumbled into a turn. Kowalski rushed to Mitchell, who had begun to draft back toward the starboard propeller. Once there, Kowalski spun, somersaulting to reverse his position. He kept hold of his sled with one hand and yanked Mitchell over to him. The panicked man abandoned his dying sled and snatched onto Kowalski's belt. "Better hold tight." Kowalski reached to his shoulder and flung his ordnance package behind him toward the propeller. He had already flipped the timer from 5 minutes to 5 seconds. "This is going to hurt." With 2 men on one sled, they could not fight the suction. Then the world exploded behind them. The concussion crushed his lungs, popped both ears, spurted blood from his nostrils. He got tossed forward by the blast, momentarily spinning. He managed to keep hold of his sled. Mitchell got thrown off. 10 meters farther on, Rennie was less affected by the explosion. He rushed in and recaptured his dazed partner. Kowalski got his sled under him, and they fled back toward the ship's bow. Behind them, the starboard propeller still spun, crookedly, and with only one blade. Luckily, the charges that Kowalski had crafted were not that powerful. They were meant as sabotage to break joints, not sink a ship. Still, his head would be ringing for days. They raced along the hull of the patrol boat. The muffled barrage of the bow gun continued nonstop. Hopefully, with all that noise, no one aboard had noted the smaller blast at the stern, or at least not yet. Kowalski and the others needed to be gone before that happened. As they reached the front of the boat, the reason for the engagement of the propellers became evident. The massive naval guns had already chewed a deep gully through the massive flow. The boat had been moving forward to continue that trenching. Kowalski stared ahead. Above him, the huge gun chugged away. Its heavy rounds shattered both into the ice and through the water. White, cavitating streaks shot across the dark blue, creating a deadly gauntlet. Rennie cast him a worried look, but they had no choice but to risk it. Kowalski returned a nod, and they sped away. Burdened by Mitchell hanging on his belt, Rennie fell behind. Kowalski tried to aim away from where the gun ate at the berg, but as the weapon strafed, rounds still sped around him, marked by collapsing pops of their passage. Still, he made it safely under the iceberg. He raced another few meters, then twisted around. Rennie reached the floe too, but not unscathed. A dark trail of blood flowed in his sled's wake. The men sped up to Kowalski, Mitchell's face was a mask of pain and fear. His left leg hung crookedly, nearly torn in half by a strike to his calf. There was no time for aid. They all continued at top speed under the berg. When they reached the far side, a distant blast echoed through the water, marking the explosion of the other ordnance packs. Kowalski could not savor this success, not with the blood trailing them. 2 minutes later they reached the winch line and abandoned their tanks. Kowalski sent Rennie up first, with Mitchell hugging around his partner's neck. As Kowalski waited, staring up, blood spattered down. He expected Mitchell to lose his weakening grip, but the man kept hold. The two vanished over the edge. Kowalski followed next. Once topside, he found Monk securing a tourniquet on Mitchell's leg. Any additional care would have to wait. Most of the team had already boarded the plane. The Baikal's engine was idling. Once Monk was finished, the last of the group hurried to board. Rennie and Kowalski carried Mitchell between them. Captain Kelly greeted them inside, his face dark and grim. "Well done. You bought us some breathing room back there." Kowalski glanced over his shoulder, hoping that was true. He turned back around as Monk taxied for a liftoff. As Kowalski stared dully, he wondered what awaited them ahead. He had no way of knowing, but he was certain of one thing. Despite Kelly's words, they had better keep holding their breaths. Because this isn't over. 45. May 14th, 4:55 p.m. ANAT, East Siberian Sea. Elle followed the rest of the group down the tunnel behind the frozen waterfall. She was the last in line. She glanced back at the exit where the two giant thrones flanked the ice wall, one carved with sea life, the other with a riotous garden. But her thoughts were on another. She had hated to abandon Tucker. Marco, too. Earlier, as she was leaving, the young shepherd had taken a few steps toward her, as if preparing to follow, despite whatever spooked him. He only stopped when Tucker had whistled Marco back to his side. Still, Elle knew she had to continue on. She pictured the state of the bodies in the tent. Whatever lay hidden here would most likely need her expertise. Knowing that, she hurried forward and followed the bobbing lights of the others. After the chill of the icy waterfall, the warmth of the passageway was welcome, if not the smell. The sulphurous taint of the air grew heavier. She pushed through it, tasting it on her tongue. Ahead, the tunnel delved steeply, heading deeper underground. "Everybody stick together," Gray called out. "Close up our ranks." Elle joined the two from the Polar King, Omrin, and Harper. Ahead, Anna and Jason followed Gray and Seishan. Lights swept along the walls, illuminating carvings etched full around. It was quickly evident that the same motif found on the giant thrones continued along this passageway. To the left, the surface swam with images of sea creatures. To the right, a dense garden climbed with thorny vines and drooping flowers. "What does this all mean?" Anna whispered, searching around. Jason drew to a sudden stop, turning to one side. "Don't know. But look at this totem." He bent closer. It set off in its own niche, as if significant. They all gathered to him. Inside the cubby, a sculpture depicted a beautifully rendered whale. Its eyes looked ancient, almost mournful. "Baleena mysticetus," Omrin intoned, naming the specimen. "In English, the mystic whale. Or, as they're more commonly known, the bowhead whale," Harper added. "These beasties are unique to these waters. They can live for up to 2 centuries, making them the longest-lived mammal." Gray ran a finger along the totem's back. From this level of artistry, the species must have been highly regarded by these Hyperboreans. "By all the Arctic people," Omrin corrected. "Many groups, including the Chukchi, have myths and legends tied to such grand creatures." Elle drifted to the far side of the tunnel, drawn by another piece of sculpted artwork. Directly opposite the whale totem, the wall had been deeply carved, showing a collection of strange flowering plants with spiky thorns. They looked very much like what had been engraved on the throne, only these examples looked as finely rendered as a botanist's anatomical drawing, so perfect that they appeared to have sprouted from the wall, then calcified in place. As Elle studied them, she knew she had spotted this specimen before, depicted in another manner. She drew the other's attention from the whale totem. She pointed her flashlight. "I believe these are the same plants we found drawn in the Greek book. The page marked with the word sarcophagos, or eater of flesh." Gray drew out his tablet and pulled up that sketch again. He held it before the carving. "You're right," he said. "They're the same, even down to the vine snaking out from one of them." He glanced back the way they had come. Elle could guess what he was picturing. The bodies in the tent. A frightful thought intruded, likely shared by Gray. She voiced it aloud. Maybe these specimens fed on more than just insects. Maybe the Greek word written on that page was not a name but a warning. "Eater of flesh," Gray said. By now, Jason had drifted farther down the passageway, video recording the stretch of wall on that side. There are more carvings over here, framed in niches, 2 of them related to whales. The group crossed and inspected the artwork, while Jason recorded everything. The first niche showed small boats and tiny figures, likely the Hyperboreans themselves. Above, a flotilla of whales swam across the stone. There was a sense of majesty and pride in the depicted scene. "It's a whale hunt," Anna noted, "and the 2 most prominent specimens appear to be bowheads again." Jason drew them 2 steps farther down, and shows what happens after those hunts. Elle frowned as she shifted over. The next niche was more gruesome, depicting the slaughter and butchering of another bowhead. It appeared the laborers were harvesting something vital from the cetacean. The rendering was cruder, almost as if the artist was ashamed of what he had been forced to illustrate. "What are they trying to show with all of this?" Anna asked. No one had an answer. To seek more meaning, Elle turned to the opposite wall. Another niche sat across from the whale hunt. Again, this diorama showed workers laboring intensely. Only strewn across the floor and hanging on racks at the back were dried plants. Elle waved the others closer. "This diorama illustrates another extraction process, only from plants this time. Most likely the same carnivorous specimen from before." "But to what end?" Gray asked. "Maybe this end," Seishan called out. She stood several meters farther down the tunnel, having drifted off on her own. They continued toward her, sensing the press of time. She stood where the passageway ended at a domed chamber. As Elle approached, the sulfur in the air grew intense, increasing with each step. It burned her eyes and nostrils. She coughed harshly as her body struggled to clear her lungs. The Aussie doctor held everyone back, shrugging a med pack from her shoulder. "We can't stay down here long, folks," Harper warned. The doctor soaked a pile of 4x4 gauze sponges, then passed 2 or 3 to each person. "Keep your mouth and nose covered. Wipe your eyes down regularly." Elle followed her instructions, grateful for the relief. The source of the burning stench was readily evident. It rose from the middle of the next chamber, where a deep pit bubbled with noxious black mud. It cast up belches of sulphurous gas, staining the air a foul yellow. The same, in powder form, was caked on the floor, walls, and ceiling. "It's a mud pot," Jason said. "A blister of that geothermal energy that warms this place. Only this will suffocate us if we don't keep moving." To hurry them on, Seishan pointed to what had caught her attention. "What do you make of these?" Framing the entrance to the domed chamber, 2 tall pots, amphora-like jars, rested to either side of the tunnel. "Whales and plants again," Elle said, "like on the walls." Jason held a wad of gauze over his lips and nose, while recording the pot on the left. "It's not just whales carved into this pot, but all sorts of sea creatures." Gray moved to the pot on the right side, examining its carved images. Elle followed and dropped to a knee, sweeping her light over its sculpted surface. "It's the same carnivorous plant again." Gray stepped back to allow Jason to continue filming. "Both pots are empty," he noted, as if waiting to be filled. Gray pointed his flashlight back the way they had come. He cast his beam down one side of the tunnel, then the other. His expression was pinched with concentration. Elle joined him. Despite the danger, curiosity throbbed through her. She noticed Gray's expression softening, as if he were coming to some understanding. "What are you thinking?" she asked him. He turned, not rudely, just still ruminating. He faced the chamber with the bubbling cauldron. 3 passageways extended outward from it, to the right and left, and directly across the pit. "We need to see more," he simply stated, and strode along the lip of rock surrounding the boiling mud pot. The others followed. He cast his light into the 2 side tunnels as he passed them. The one to the left was covered in images of whales and sea life. The other was inscribed with a tangle of malignant-looking plants. Same motif again. Gray aimed for the far tunnel, where niches framed its entry. It was plainly drawn by the 2 amphorae inside, each 3 feet tall and sealed with lids. They were identical in appearance. One half of each pot had been carved with whales. The other half of each pot was inscribed all over with plants. Gray brushed the caked sulfur off a pot. 2 sides of the same coin, he muttered. "But what's up there?" Anna asked, pointing higher. Above the passageway, another niche had been carved. Only this one was huge, half the size of the tunnel's mouth. It showed figures gathered in a cave. Some looked as if they were beseeching their gods, raising their arms high. Others were down on their knees. Strange totems lined the back wall. The roof of the niche was inscribed with strange symbols and shapes. "It looks like a ceremony or ritual," Anna whispered. Amrin nodded. "The Chukchi people do something like this, a prayer for the well-being of a family." Gray nodded, as if this made sense to him. Then he passed into the tunnel under the niche. Elle kept up with him, no longer wishing to lag behind. The rest followed. The tunnel was short and featureless, but the chamber it dumped into was not. Anna entered behind them, gawking all around. "This looks exactly like the carving outside." Elle nodded. The ceiling bore the same arcane symbols. Totems stood stacked along the walls. In the room's center, an elongated, shallow depression stretched 3 meters, lined by rune-like markings. More of those 2-faced pots rested along the walls. Elle wandered deeper inside, forgetting for the moment the burning stench outside. She swore she could hear ancient chanting, the beat of drums, but it had to be her imagination. Jason, though, noted another oddity. He lifted his camera and examined the device from all angles. It stopped filming. The visuals were clear, then started waving before going dark. Gray crossed to a wall. He pressed a palm against it, then removed a spoon from his pocket. It was tarnished nearly black. Elle recognized the same patina from the pots and pans at the campsite. He must have pilfered the utensil before the team left. He placed the spoon against the wall and pulled his hand away. It remained in place. "Lodestone," he said, turning to face the group. "This entire cavern has been carved out of a magnetite vein." Jason stared down at his camera. "Those energies must have knocked out the electronics. It's likely affecting us, too," Harper warned. Elle searched the chamber. But why build this room out of lodestone? Gray crossed to the divot in the floor. To be a place of healing. People have long believed that magnetism can cure disease, relieve pain. Harper joined him. Don't be so dismissive, Commander. There are many proven therapeutic benefits from magnetism, treating headaches, depression, high blood pressure, insomnia, even multiple sclerosis. As Gray took this in, his face returned to that pinched, thoughtful look. He stared toward the exit, likely picturing the dioramas that led them here. Elle kept her attention in the room, on the collection of two-faced pots, showing the strange plants on one side and whales on the other. As she did, she was suddenly thunderstruck. Gray turned toward her, maybe hearing her gasp. "All those carvings in the tunnel," she said. "I think they're ancient flow charts, showing how these people manufactured a product that they harvested from whales." "And plants," Gray added. "Considering where this all led, to a place of healing, I believe they were recording recipes for the production of a medicine." Elle turned to one of the room's pots, which, once done, required combining the two medicines to create a final elixir. Gray stared over at the trough on the floor. The final treatments must have been performed here in this magnetic chamber, leaning on the energies of the room to enhance the elixir's effects. Seishan joined him. "Even if you're right, what disease were these ancients treating?" Gray turned to her as if the answer were obvious. "Old age." Anna covered her mouth, then lowered it, as she clearly made the connection too. "All the stories about the amazing longevity of the Hyperboreans, while not immortal, it's said they lived to extraordinary lengths." She stared around the room. Could it be true? "Are you asking if the medicine worked?" Gray shrugged. "I don't know. I'm not sure how the harvested essence of a whale and a plant combined with magnetism could achieve such a result." The ship's medical doctor raised a hand. "I know." All eyes turned to her. "I've always been fascinated by ancient remedies, especially among the northern people. The Inuit, the Dorset, the Sami, even Omran's people. But I'm still a Western scientist. Last year I came across a research paper from the University of Rochester in New York regarding the longevity of whales, specifically Balaena mysticetus." "The bowhead whale," Elle said. Harper nodded. "It's why the paper caught my attention, especially considering the oceans I traveled through." "What did the study show?" Gray asked. "As I mentioned, the bowheads can live for up to 200 years. The Rochester study discovered the source of this astounding longevity. It was because bowheads possess a unique set of genes that suppress cancer. The genes miraculously repair damaged DNA, the leading cause for most cancers. The reparative agent is a strange protein, CARBP, that's produced by those genes. After this discovery, those same scientists have been trying to find a way of engineering those genes into us. Trials with mice have already been partially successful." "And you think these ancients stumbled into a successful way of doing that?" Gray asked. Harper shrugged. "The tribes out here, living a hard life, cut off and isolated, had to develop innovative strategies to survive. Many of their native remedies required complicated formulations, producing pharmaceuticals that baffle modern medicine, yet have shown to be effective." Omran nodded at this. Anna waved behind them. "And keep in mind these people were clearly advanced. Look at the city they built." Elle offered her support too, leaning on her background. "I told you before how carnivorous plants carry many analogues to mammalian genes." "Parallel evolution," Gray said. She nodded. "Such species also produce an astounding number of enzymes, some whose function we don't fully understand. They're unique to these carnivores. Maybe these ancient people learned to utilize those enzymes to take advantage of the bowhead's cancer-fighting genes. Maybe to extract that CARBP protein, or maybe even to achieve gene transfer into the patient. She lifted her palms. I don't know. But someone should research this to see if it's possible. Harper nodded her head, as if ready to do just that. Jason added a few final words, approaching from a different angle. Remember, the Hyperboreans were said to be huge, too, toweringly tall. Maybe, beside the whale's longevity, the treatment also instilled a level of gigantism. Seishan sighed heavily, clearly done with this matter. She offered a more cynical outlook. Or maybe the Hyperborean shamans were just very good at spreading their own hype, spinning a tall tale about their snake oil, or whale oil, in this case, which grew more outlandish as the story was passed from ear to ear. Gray straightened, still looking undecided on the matter, but not on another. Okay, we've gained all the information we can at this point. We should head out. Maybe that solar storm has subsided enough for us to reach the outside world, to share what we discovered. If not, Jason said as they departed, let's hope Captain Kelly and the others managed to strand that Russian patrol boat, or all of this will have been for nothing. The group quickly returned to the room with the mud pot, greeted by its noxious belches. Anna clutched her wad of gauze tighter over her mouth. The stench certainly can't be healthy. No wonder Marco and Kane were so bothered. In the past, this chamber must have once been better ventilated. Gray stared down the side tunnel inscribed with sea life. I wager that passageway once led to the open sea, where the Hyperboreans set off on their sacred whale hunts. Elle turned the other way, and that tunnel must lead to where they grew their specimens. She drifted in that direction, wanting to get a view of that long-dead garden. Support to do so came from Seishan. I see lights shining back there. Gray joined her, stared for a breath, then nodded with a frown. Maybe it's another way out. A back door. Seishan said, if we need it. A look passed between the two. Their worried expressions were easy to read. Elle understood. Those two expect to need it. 7th. Fire and Ice. 46. May 14th, 5:03 p.m., ANAT. Airborne over the East Siberian Sea. As the transport plane rushed low over the break in the fog bank, Captain Turov gazed down at the massive bulk of an icebreaker. A triumphant surge rushed through him, but it was equally quelled by relief. "They're here," he gasped out, then called to the pilot, "Circle us over." Behind him, others crowded at windows, either in the cockpit or the main cabin. Excited murmurs echoed throughout the plane. Sitchkin shoved up front, abandoning his lapdog Yerek. "We found them," Turov announced. "Not just them," Sitchkin exclaimed, his voice booming as if from a pulpit. He shifted Turov's attention to the collection of black rocks sticking out of the ice. "That must be Hyperborea, or at least the mountainous tip of a greater plateau buried beneath it." Turov frowned back at him. "Why do you think that?" Sitchkin scowled. "Look closer." He pointed at the tall peak in the center of the grouping. "Someone blasted ice off its flank." Turov squinted and saw the man was correct. "There's a tunnel opening, too. And the ice is chewed up at the entrance," Sitchkin added, "by tread marks." Sitchkin grabbed Turov's arm. "A party must have already gone below. If so, they could ruin all our hopes. All of Russia's future." The archpriest's eyes shone with a rabid fervency. "We must stop them," Sitchkin insisted. Turov drove the man back into the cabin with the others, then let us do our job. As the archpriest retreated to a window, Turov addressed the entire cabin, taking the pulpit himself this time. "We'll land in 3 minutes. As soon as we touch down, we'll drop the rear door and split into 2 teams. The 11 under Lieutenant Osin will secure the landing site, using the snowmobiles to establish a cordon. Your priority will be to lock down that icebreaker, to keep those aboard at bay. He turned to the second team. The 11 with Lieutenant Bragian will be with me. We're going to strike for a tunnel into the mountain. I must go with you, Sitchkin demanded, his eyes still fire-bright. Turov frowned, ready to refuse. You don't know what's down there, Sitchkin pressed. You may need my knowledge of Hyperborea, and Yerik can keep me well protected. I won't burden your men. Turov still wanted to balk, but ultimately he didn't care if the bastard got himself killed, as long as he stays out of my way. Plus, he knew the archpriest could become problematic later if Turov refused. There were many in positions of power who still bent an ear to this fool. And Turov had a future career to consider. He pointed to both Sitchkin and Yerik. You will obey our every word. Do not step out of line, is that understood? Sitchkin bowed his head, but there was nothing submissive in his manner. Another raised an arm. I know this enemy, Valya Mikhailov asserted. You saw what they did back at your base. Don't make the mistake of sidelining me again. In truth, he welcomed her input, but her abrasive attitude rankled him. Before he would commit, he swung into the cockpit. Before landing, there was another force that needed instructions. He spoke to his radio man. Any further word from the Lyakov? Yes, sir. Just now. Message came garbled, but clear enough. They've run into a mishap with their propellers. Maybe engines? They're working on repairs now. Turov frowned. How long? I lost them before they could clarify. I'll keep trying to reach them, but we'll be clear of the solar storm in another hour. Reach them before that. Get the Lyakov to send whatever forces they can by helicopter to this spot. Turov turned around and found Valya standing there. She had moved silently, as ghostly as her pale visage. That was no accident at the patrol boat, she stated firmly. That was the enemy again. He frowned. How can you? I noted a flash of fire just before I spotted this ice field. It could have been anything. But with the Lyakov being stranded, I wagered the enemy is trying to delay the vessel's arrival, to gain enough time to outlast the solar storm. Turov took a deep breath. It made frightening sense. He pointed at her. Then you're coming with me. 47. May 14th, 5:17 p.m. ANAT, East Siberian Sea. Jason covered his mouth, trying not to gag. What's that smell? He hurried after the others, who had continued farther down the side tunnel by now. Jason had stopped to check his camera. After leaving the lodestone chamber, the device had started working again. Best of all, the exposure hadn't damaged the videos he had already recorded. Can't lose any of this. Chasing after the others, Jason started filming the tunnel's walls. Their surfaces were inscribed with a gnarled entanglement of thorny vines, pendulant leaves, and crested flower heads. It was like traveling through a petrified garden, one grown by Medusa herself. While recording, he had to be careful not to brush against the walls. Those thorny barbs snatched at his clothing. Some of the spikes extended a foot out, as if warding against trespassers. As Jason finally caught up with the others, the stench grew worse. It made his eyes water more than the sulfur of the boiling pit. He wasn't the only one suffering. It smells like rotting meat down this way, Anna said, like something died under a hot sun. Elle called from the front of the group, where she strode alongside Gray and Seshan. Maybe it's this scent that spooked Marco and Tucker. It's definitely making me want to turn back. Jason knew that wasn't true. After entering this tunnel, the botanist had set a fast pace, one that had nothing to do with their short timetable, and all to do with her curiosity about the Hyperborean garden. Ahead, the brightness that Seishan had first noted continued to grow. It was far from blinding, but it was enough for them to continue without their flashlights. As they reached the tunnel's end, gasps rose from those up front. Jason tried to get a look, but the others blocked his view. Finally, Omrin retreated back, stumbling clear so Jason could push forward. The Chukchi crewman muttered a single word in his native tongue, "Kill it." Jason remembered what that meant. It was a name for what shared this island with his people's sea gods. Kill it. Evil spirits. Jason drew alongside everyone else. They were lined across an apron of rock at the edge of a cavernous chamber, easily the size of a football stadium, only the domed ceiling was suffocatingly low, draped with stalactites of limestone. The roof was also riddled with cracks, as if a god's hammer had struck it. The hundreds of gaps shone with sunlight, but there would be no escape that way, not even if they had a ladder that could reach that high. The top was sealed over by the surface ice, but a translucent glow still seeped through, illuminating the garden below. A few of the higher cracks, though, appeared open to the air, showing azure skies. "Careful," Gray warned him. Jason looked down and back to step. The apron of rock was more like a beach, sloping a few meters and disappearing into a silty, bubbling bog. Pockets burst with beach ball-size belches of gas. Hot mud simmered and churned everywhere. A few islands of rock rose higher, but they were unreachable without asbestos waders. Still, all this paled to what lay out there. Across the steaming floor, waist-high growths rustled gently, as if stirred by unseen winds. The plants were clustered in stands or spread across muddy fields. Leafy fronds shivered, curling at their edges as if urging them closer. "The garden," Elle gasped. "It's still here?" Jason gaped at the palm-sized lobes, frilled by long cilia that waved seductively. Spiked stalks lifted those fleshy appendages high, making a mockery of true flowers. "How could they have survived?" Gray asked. Elle tried to answer. "I think they're coming out of a dormancy period, with the spring. Some of the plants out there, those getting less light, look yellowed and drooped, likely still dormant." "What do you mean by dormant?" Anna asked. Elle explained. "In the Arctic, mosses and other plants, even insects, bees, ants, spiders, some caterpillars, will freeze solid, only to revive in the springtime. Whereas this species, while kept warm down here, they likely go dormant during the winter when there's no light for months." Anna searched higher. "So the returning sunlight stirs them back to life? Or the freshening of their food source?" Elle waved to a swirling cloud of gnats and buzzing flies. "The Arctic, even here on the ice cap, is not a lifeless void. In fact, it's notoriously buggy. Just try walking through the Alaskan tundra. The mosquitoes alone will suck you dry. Out on the ice cap, decaying algae, rotted fish, and the bodies of dead seals, walruses, birds, even polar bears, all attract hordes of ravenous insects." "Is that what we're smelling?" Harper asked. "Dead animals." "Yes and no," Elle answered. "It's the sarcophagos themselves that are giving off that scent, wafting it through the cracks up there, using the reek of decaying carcasses to attract their insect prey." "But how can they survive in all that scalding mud?" Jason asked. "I'm sweating even standing this close." "Their stalks must have some crystalline protection, incorporating silicates or carbonates. I wager the sarcophagos get additional sustenance from that mud, too, as it constantly refreshes this cavern, rising up from down deep. Maybe the species even incorporates photosynthesis during the summer months. Still, that's not all that feeds them, Seishan interjected as she pointed to one of the hillocks of rock. Jason shifted a step to get a better look. He wished he hadn't. And it wasn't just that one spot. As if washed up onto distant shores, bones accumulated along the edges of those islands like driftwood, all covered in a sulphurous silt blending with the rock. He recognized the horned skulls of caribou and muskox, the tusked remains of a walrus. There were also human skulls, many dozens, if not hundreds, along with cages of ribs, long femurs, chains of vertebrae. Clearly those big animals didn't venture down here on their own, Seishan said. Even El looked stricken. The caretakers must have been feeding their garden too. What about the bodies back at the camp? Harper asked. The dried growths sprouting from those mummies looked a lot like what's planted here. Maybe that's the danger everyone warned about, El said, looking worried now. Maybe their spores can be contaminating, spreading seeds into fertile soil. Into us? Anna asked. Possibly any warm flesh, but I don't see any germinating bodies at the moment. Maybe only at certain times of the year does the species become dangerous. Such an action might serve to spread the species, utilizing a host to carry those germinating spores to other lands. If so, no wonder it was deemed hazardous, Gray said. If this escaped and spread, it would be the very definition of invasive in invasive species. And the men back at that camp, Harper pressed. While their flesh might have fed that early growth, without sunlight, without access to insects and other nutrients, the rest eventually withered away. Seishan turned from the sight. We shall get back up. We've wasted enough time. There is no way out this way. El hung back. We're still missing something. She motioned to a pair of copper boats to the left that Jason had not even noticed. There were also a bunch of corked water jugs and sets of thick leather clothing draped over a copper rack, including little caps. Jason realized the outfits matched what the tiny figures had worn in the plant extraction diorama. El waved over at the collection of gear. Clearly the Hyperboreans harvested this field to concoct their medicinals. They must have found a way to live in harmony with this species. It's something we can explore later. Gray waved for her to follow. First, the world needs to know about this place, about the wonders and dangers hidden down here. She nodded and turned away with clear reluctance. Jason remembered the duty assigned to him. He lifted his camcorder and edged down the bank, dropping to a knee. He studied the digital viewfinder as he scanned over the fetid field. He zoomed in on the closest plant a yard or so away. He filmed its shivering movement, its lolling, fleshy lobe. Gray scolded him. That's enough, let's... The catch in the commander's voice was the only warning. Through the viewfinder, he captured a snap of movement. A vine shot out like a striking snake. It hit Jason under the angle of his jaw as he jerked back. Something stabbed deep. It felt like the sting of the largest murder hornet. He fell back as the vine dropped to the stone. It writhed for a moment, then slowly retracted toward the plant. It left a crimson, oily trail across the stone, dribbling from its thorny tip. Jason scooted back on his butt. What the hell? Gray helped him stand. Thanks, I can manage on... Pain lanced through him, so agonizing he couldn't find the breath to scream. He opened his mouth. Then the fire spread throughout his body. He collapsed into Gray's arms. His limbs tremored uncontrollably. His breathing gasped in convulsive gulps. Then he lost all strength. He waited to black out, prayed to do so, but the fire remained just no control. He felt his body being lifted. Through unblinking eyes, he watched Gray rush him down the corridor. He heard Harper, but her words were a panicked jumble of medical jargon. Hemotoxin, neurotoxin, paralytic. Elle added her own assessment, one even worse. Infected. Then they were back in the chamber with the mud pot. Before Gray could head toward the main tunnel, loud blasts echoed. Jason recognized that unique concussion. Seishon confirmed it. Grenades. We're under attack. Gray shoved Jason into another's arm. Omrin, guard over everyone. Keep them here. Harper, Elle, Anna. See what you can do to stabilize Jason. With his head lolled crookedly, Jason watched Gray and Seishon race away. Through the agony, he screamed, if only in his skull, I'm still here. 48. May 14th, 5:28 p.m., ANAT, East Siberian Sea. Tucker lay on his stomach on the second floor of a stone home. He had the butt of his AK-12 rifle at his shoulder, his cheek on its stock, and one eye peering through his weapon's holographic sight with magnifier. From his sniper's perch, he watched a long line of lights bobbling down the arc of steps. He counted 18 to 20 in that company. The exact number was hard to determine as shadows danced. But one thing was certain. Way too many. He needed to cull that herd. Earlier, shortly after he heard the scream of a jet engine echoing down from above, a firefight had broken out topside, too. Grenades had exploded. Automatic weapons had rattled. Fearing the worst, Tucker had retreated with Kane and Marco into the labyrinth of homes. As he did, a new noise intruded. The rumbling roar of small engines echoing hollowly, traveling along the ice chute. This was confirmed by a cascading fall of loose ice over the edge above. Then lights had bloomed up there. With that, he had quickly sought this higher roost among the homes. Through his scope, he noted the familiar Arctic camo and body armor worn by most of the strike team heading down here. Russians for sure. Not that he had any doubt. He scowled, knowing he could not let that group look too closely at the frozen waterfall and what lay hidden behind it. To that end, he picked a target, zoomed his scope, and squeezed his rifle's trigger. The sharp bang stung his ear, but he remained focused. A figure crumpled from the headshot. He shifted to the next in line, but lights blinked out nearly in unison. A few lingered, then snapped off. In the last afterglow, he caught the barest glimpse of shapes leaping off steps or rushing headlong and heedless down them. He winced at the swiftness of their reaction. He imagined they must be Russian special forces, the elite of the elite. He waited 2 breaths, but the lights never flicked back on. They must have come with night vision gear. 2 could play at that game. He pulled goggles over his eyes and tapped a button. The world revealed itself in shades of gray and green. He turned his gaze away and blind fired a burst of 3 rounds. The slight muzzle flares stung, amplified through the night vision gear. The flashes, confined inside the small room, were like camera bulbs exploding, as he had meant them to be. He needed to lure as many of the soldiers as he could into this maze to get them to ignore the waterfall. He rolled into a crouch, dropped through a hole in the floor, and exited the home. He rushed away from where he had been roosted. He had no way of knowing the number who would enter this labyrinth, but he had to be prepared, and not just me. He tapped another button on his goggles. the view through his lenses changed. In the outside corner of each eye, 2 video feeds played, one from Marco's vest-mounted camera, the other from Kane's. Kowalski had hauled in all of Tucker's customized gear when he had arrived with Kane and the rescue team in Severodvinsk. Tucker touched his throat mic. His comm gear operated on dual band and was currently switched to UHF, which worked decently underground as long as the trio kept close. With the channel open between his dogs, he let them know the plan. "Boys, let's go hunting." 5:30 p.m. Turov crouched next to Lieutenant Bragin. After losing one of his men, the Spetsnaz leader's bloodlust was up. The man coordinated with his second-in-command. The other 9 soldiers had quickly vanished into shelters along the edges of the stone city. They had moved swiftly. Even outfitted with night vision gear, Turov had lost sight of them almost immediately. Bragin had forced Turov into a small, low-roofed abode, along with Sichkin and Yerek. Outside, Valya and Nadira had posted themselves to the left of the doorway. Another Spetsnaz soldier was down on a knee to the right. Turov stared up. On the ice cap, the initial barrage to secure the landing site had quieted into occasional short bursts. As expected, the commercial icebreaker was ill-equipped to withstand a well-armed force. Lieutenant Osin's orders were to keep the crew cowed and on board the ship until the Lyakov could finish repairs and sail here. To the side, Bragin snapped quick orders, preparing to dispatch 6 of his teammates in parties of 2 to hunt down the enemy, reserving 5 to secure this immediate area. Valya pivoted into the space. "Don't," she warned, sweeping her gaze across the men. "Keep your main force here. That was a lone shooter. Someone intent to pull your strength into that dark maze." "One man or not," Bragin said, "I can't leave a sniper at our backs." "Then send no more than a pair to harass him. Keep the rest in place." She stared outside. "If that shooter is trying to lure us in that direction, then we should be looking the other way." Bragin turned to Turov. Turov nodded, trusting Valya's judgment. "She may be right. For now, let's keep your men closer at hand until we gain a firmer grasp of the situation." "Then let me send 3 after the sniper," Bragin argued. "1 to draw out, 2 to kill." Turov considered this. Bragin had decades of experience in urban warfare, in Syria, in Mali, across the Crimean Peninsula. There was no reason to second-guess the lieutenant. "Do it," Turov ordered. Bragin revised his instructions to his second-in-command. As the man ran off to pass on the orders, Nadira hissed outside. She waved without looking inside, drawing Valya and Turov to the doorway. The woman pointed toward a massive, frozen spillway. At the top, sunlight flowed through the distant tunnel mouth and blazed off the ice, amplified to a blinding glare through their night vision goggles. Nadira wasn't pointing up there, but at the fall's base. The ice darkened as it dropped away from the sunlight, then brightened again near the bottom. "Something is lighting the far side," she whispered, and growing brighter. Valya turned to Turov. Satisfaction shone on her face. "Someone's coming." 5:35 p.m. Gray rushed down the last of the tunnel. The beam of his flashlight reflected off the wall of ice at the end. His heart pounded in his throat. He pictured Jason collapsing into his arms, poisoned by the harpoon strike of that plant. But he knew there would be no hope for the young man, for any of them, if the Russians got the upper hand. As he neared the exit, he strained for the grenade blasts that had drawn him away with Seshan. Occasional gunfire reached him, but little else. Was it already over? He slowed as he reached the ice wall, and edged toward the narrow gap behind the throne, and paused. An instinct warned him something was amiss. "What are you doing?" Seishan asked, crowding at his back. He lifted a palm as he realized what had raised his hackles. He took a single breath, firming his conclusion, then took the only action he could. He lobbed his flashlight through the gap and out into the open, sending it spinning wildly. Then swung around, cupped his palm over Seishan's light, and shouldered her toward the far side. Behind him he heard gasps, confirming the worst. A spatter of gunfire sparked off the ice. Now Seishan understood and flicked off her light. A moment ago, the part of his brain honed during his years in the military, sharpened further by his decade with Sigma, had noted that it was too dark beyond that throne. His ears had also failed to pick up any murmur from Tucker, any shuffle from his two dogs. That paranoid section of his mind that was always on high alert put those pieces together in a heartbeat and had screamed, "Ambush!" Additionally, as it was dark, it suggested the lurkers were using night vision. Under those sensitive scopes, his spinning flashlight would burn as brightly as a flare, momentarily blinding anyone out there. And if he had been wrong, the only outcome would be a shattered flashlight and a couple startled dogs. But he was not wrong. He drove Seishan out the gap on the far side, scooting behind the throne carved with sea life. They dared not retreat toward Jason and the others or risk putting them in a direct line of fire. Taking advantage of the momentary shock, Gray barreled out from behind the throne and into the open. He ran low in case anyone was posted on this side and hadn't been looking when he tossed his makeshift flash bomb. Behind him, his flashlight continued to twirl on the floor, strobing enough illumination for him and Seishan to reach the edge of the stone labyrinth. Within steps, though, sweeping between two buildings, the world fell into deep shadows. The distant glow from the reflected sunlight offered little help. Gray rushed with one hand on the wall next to him, the other extended in front. The only teammate with night vision gear was Tucker and his two dogs. He cursed his group's lack of equipment and ducked into a doorway and tried his radio, but all he got back was low static. He ran a palm over the stone wall. Still too much rock. Seishan leaned next to him, her voice a breathless whisper. "What now?" 5:37 p.m. Valia cursed under her breath. Her retinas still flared. How had they known? Her goggles sat atop her forehead. One of the soldiers had already smothered the flashlight and extinguished it. To rest everyone's eyes, a few red lamps had been set up and glowed on the ground. The Spetsnaz team sheltered at the edge of the city, out of the line of fire of any sniper. Bragin had already dispatched 3 men in the direction of the fleeing pair, but it would be hard to flush them out of that labyrinth. Recognizing this, the lieutenant's instructions had been to canvass that side, to hold the line until a strategy could be worked out. Valia had little patience, especially as she had caught a brief glimpse of one of the 2 who had fled. The slim shape, even the gait of her flight, was branded into Valia's memory. She was prepared to begin this hunt on her own, taking only Nadira. But she had acted rashly in the past, and had paid a steep price for it. Another hadn't learned that lesson yet. Sichkin confronted Turov. Those 2 came from somewhere well hidden, a location clearly meaningful. With those 2 thrones flanking it, it must be important. It can wait, the captain said. It can't, the archpriest insisted. We must know what they learn before communications fully reopen following this solar storm. When they do, we must be the first to announce it, to claim it for Russia. Nothing else matters. Turov groaned, clearly perturbed and done with the archpriest. Then go. Take Yerik. I'll give you 3 men, but no more. Not until we secured this area. Sitchkin smiled, showing too many teeth. He opened his mouth to say more, possibly to gloat, but the look on Turov's face dissuaded any further discussion. Taking advantage of this boon while he could, Sitchkin hurried to Yerik and Bragin. The lieutenant listened, then glanced askance at Turov. The captain waved. Let him go. He's best out of the way as it is. Bragin nodded, agreeing with this judgment, and waved 3 of his men to follow the archpriest and his hulking aide. Valya watched them leave. The 5 men pushed past the throne and vanished behind the ice curtain. After a few seconds, lights flared back there. Valya understood. As deep as that group would likely travel, it would be pitch dark, and night vision required some ambient light to function unless one employed special IR illuminators. But she knew Sitchkin would only be satisfied with what he could see with his own eyes. The glow slowly faded as the small group departed. Turov returned. We're ready. We'll be deploying a bombardment of grenades to squeeze them into a narrowing net. Then we'll hunt them down with thermal scopes. She nodded at this plan. I assume you'll want to accompany us, Turov said. She smiled, showing too many teeth. Try and stop me. She followed Turov toward the gathered team. 2 men freed rocket launchers and fitted them with warheads. As she waited, she stared over at the ice wall, momentarily curious. What the hell is down there? 49. May 14th, 5:38 p.m. ANAT, East Siberian Sea. Elle paced around Jason's body. She had to keep moving, if only to hold her panic at bay. This can't be happening again. She flashed to the young Russian pilot, Fad. His body had lain for hours inside the plane while they had flown here. Jason's face had Fad's same bloodless complexion and blue lips, but at least his chest still moved, so there had to be hope. Anna knelt beside Jason and held his hand. There must be something else you can try, she pleaded with Harper. The ship's doctor knelt next to Jason on the floor. Omrin had carried his limp form into the lodestone chamber, draping him across the rune-lined trench in the floor. The Chukchi crewman now guarded the tunnel entrance. I've tried everything I could, Harper explained, waving a hand over her open med pack. This is little better than a first aid kit when it comes to severe reactions like this. If this was an anaphylactic reaction, the EpiPen should have helped. Same with the corticosteroids. He needs fluids, a hospital, labs, a tox screen. Elle summarized her answer. He needs to get out of here. Harper sighed and lifted her stethoscope, ending with her own terse conclusion. He doesn't have much time. Anna searched for another answer, her gaze falling on Elle. Those plants. The Hyperboreans made that elixir out of them, the same species that poisoned Jason. Maybe the medicine could help him. Elle knew that none was grasping at straws. Still, she stared over at the tall pots inside the room. Even if there's anything in those containers, they're long past their expiration date by now. What does it hurt to try? Anna said. He's already dying. Elle conceded this point. She crossed to one of the jars and attempted to pry off its lid. It wouldn't budge. The sealant had turned to cement over the passing centuries. Omrin noted her effort and stepped over. He tried too, but with no better luck. Rather than give up, he picked up a loose rock. It was twice the size of his fist. He lifted his arm, swung hard, and cracked the lip of the pot. 2 more strikes, and Elle was able to pick the shattered pieces of the lid away. Omrin pointed his flashlight into the jar's depths. A dark, sludgy liquid filled the pot to 3/4. It smelled far from medicinal, more like rancid fish oil that had been fermenting, in this case, over centuries. Anna hurried to them, carrying Harper's canteen. The nun had already emptied the water out. Without hesitation, she dunked the bottle into the black slurry and filled it to the brim. Once done, she rushed back to Jason. Elle followed, while Omrin returned to guarding the door. Anna handed the canteen back to the doctor, who looked dismayed. "Do we bathe his wound with this?" Harper asked. "Force him to swallow it?" Elle lifted her palms. "We've come this far, do both." Harper nodded. She grabbed some gauze sponges and soaked them thoroughly, keeping her nose turned away from the stench. She then placed the dripping compresses over the puncture wound under Jason's jaw. She left them there and shifted over to fill a measuring spoon from her medkit. Grimacing, she dribbled the sludge past Jason's lips, across his tongue. He failed to swallow, so there was no telling if anything reached his stomach. It appeared most of it drooled back out. Anna knelt next to him, one hand clutching her throat with worry. Elle resumed her pacing. Harper checked Jason's pulse and blood pressure. "His vitals are getting worse," the doctor concluded. Anna covered her face. "Then it's been a waste of time after all." Elle didn't have the strength to console her. Anna sought solace elsewhere and shifted her hands to lips, whispering a prayer. Still, Elle knew their effort hadn't been a total waste. The exertion, the movement, even the flicker of hope, had stirred her enough to think more clearly, to push her panic further back. She took a deep breath and pictured that steamy garden. She remembered her earlier quandary, wondering how such a garden could be so deadly, so invasive, yet the ancient gardeners here had harvested those fields on a regular basis. And from the old Greek legends, Hyperborean emissaries had visited foreign lands. Yet none of those stories told of a sporulating affliction that spread wider. Maybe the Hyperboreans were naturally resistant to the toxic spores. Harper heard her. "What are you getting at?" "I don't know. Somehow the Hyperboreans were able to live with this sarcophagus species and not fall ill. Back at the garden, I saw copper boats that the harvesters must have pulled across those hot mudflats, and there were those hanging leather outfits likely meant to cover skin. Still, the gardeners must have occasionally gotten stung by those poisonous tendrils." "I would think so," Harper admitted. "If the Hyperboreans were smart, they'd have had an antidote, Andy. Back on the beaches of Australia during the summer months, we're plagued by box jellyfish which deliver a burning, deadly sting. Kills people. So, the beaches install these metal stanchions full of vinegar bags to counteract the venom. It saves many lives." Elle nodded, then more vigorously. "Of course." "What?" Harper asked. "Remember, the Hyperboreans were smart." Elle turned to Anna. "I need your help. I'm not sure how much I can carry on my own." Anna looked confused, but she stood up. "From where?" "We're going back to that infernal garden." Elle rushed for the exit, drawing Anna with her. Harper called after them. "Hurry, his body's starting to tremor." Elle glanced back. Jason's arms and limbs were quaking against the stone. She turned to Omrin. "Help hold him down. Keep him safe until we return." She didn't wait for confirmation and set off at a fast walk, then a run. Anna chased after her. Elle didn't slow when she reached the chamber with the mud pot. She angled to the side and over into the vine-encrusted corridor. She continued along it, breathing hard, driven by fear, but also by hope. The distance to the garden was easy to gauge. The reek of decaying flesh grew richer with each passing meter. When it finally watered her eyes and churned her stomach, the end of the tunnel appeared. Elle slowed as she neared it, not wanting to run headlong into the bubbling mud and the dangers growing there. As she crossed the threshold, she ducked to the left, to where a pair of copper boats were beached on a stone apron. Next to them, a rack held an entire outfit of leather, made to cover a gardener. She ignored it all and dropped to a knee before a row of stone-corked jars, each a foot tall. Earlier she had thought they were primitive canteens, clay water jugs. But they're not. Hopefully, they're not. She slid one closer, struggled with its stone cork, but she had no better luck than she had with the amphora pot. She grumbled and resorted to Omrin's technique. She grabbed a rock and smashed the neck off the jug in one swing. The cork and the top of the jug bounced and rattled into the mud. Some of the container's contents, a blue-green oil, splashed out. She sniffed at it, appreciating the wintergreen scent. This sure as hell isn't water. Anna joined her. Will this help, Jason? Only one way to find out. Elle grabbed a fresh jug, shook it to make sure it was full, and passed it to Anna. She considered giving the nun a second jar, but her thin limbs struggled with just the one. Frustrated and scared, Elle hauled a new one for herself while cradling the open jar under her other arm. I can carry two. She didn't want to be frugal. Jason was deep into his affliction. She didn't know how much antidote he might require at this point. Unfortunately, the ancients had never carved a formulary of dosages into a wall. They should have. Let's go. Elle stood up, hefting her two jugs. They set off again, moving slower with their burden. Each laden pot weighed more than 30 pounds. Elle's heart pounded with urgency. She pictured Jason's limbs quaking while blurring his features with young fads. We can't lose him, too. She considered abandoning the jar she had broken into to lighten her load so they could move faster, but she hugged it tighter, knowing Jason would not likely last another lap back to the garden if she needed more. She planned on bathing his entire body in this elixir and forcing as much down his throat as she could without drowning him. I need every drop. They half-trotted, half-plodded their way up the tunnel. As they rounded a curve toward the exit, hushed voices echoed back to them. She flinched, fearing she was already too late, and that Harper and Omrin had come to tell them as much. Then shouting erupted, followed by rifle fire and heavy blasts of a shotgun. Someone found the others. Elle paused, but Anna continued ahead, plainly intent on delivering the antidote even if it meant getting caught. Already committed at this point, Elle followed. She couldn't let Anna go alone. They passed around the curve, and lights shone brightly at the end, illuminating two men in body armor. The newcomers stared toward the magnetite chamber. Elle had no trouble identifying the two, especially the giant. Anna recognized them too. Sitchkin. The vehemence she poured into each syllable of the archpriest's name was palpable. This was the man who had killed her brother, Igor. Maybe not directly, but he was definitely as much to blame as the one who had pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, that anger was not just tangible to Elle. Yerrick turned toward the tunnel. He either heard Anna or spotted their arrival. His scarred features hardened, and he swung a huge pistol toward them. Elle dropped a jug. Before it crashed to the floor, she grabbed for her holstered sidearm with her free hand. Still, her reaction was too slow. Another was not. Anna held forth her yellow flare gun and fired at the pair. In her fury, the nun's aim was poor. The flare struck the floor, ricocheted off a wall, and bounced into the next chamber with a flare of crimson fire. Still, it proved enough. Yerrick bellowed, covering his face, already gnarled by an old burn. Panicked, unnerved by the flare's fire, he tumbled backward. He snatched at Sitchkin for help, but it was no use. Gravity had hold of his massive frame. Yerrick twisted and fell, one arm still reaching for Sitchkin. A single word burst from this throat, breaking his vow of silence for the first time. "Papa!" Then he crashed headlong into the boiling quagmire. Sitchkin got dragged to his knees by that last desperate grab of the terrified man. He fell at the pit's edge as Yerrick's bulk struck the mud. A heavy, steaming wave splashed up, striking his upturned face. He screamed and rolled away. His fingers dug at his cheeks and eyes. He bellowed through the scorching mud while writhing on the floor. Anna lowered her flare gun, showing no remorse, only satisfaction. Before they could move, another armored figure ran into view from the magnetite chamber. It was a lone Russian soldier. He had lost his helmet. Blood covered one side of his head. Though panicked, he grabbed Sitchkin by the wrist and dragged his screeching body toward the main tunnel. With his other arm he pointed his rifle. The soldier fired toward the lodestone chamber, failing to note the two silent women in the side tunnel. Then the soldier and his burden were gone, trailed by Sitchkin's screams. "Come on," El urged, and crossed the last of the way. Reaching the mud pot room, she shied from the body sprawled face down in the molten clay and sulfuric water. A scuffle of boots drew her attention. Omrin stumbled out, clutching an arm around his stomach. Blood soaked around his limb. "They caught us off guard," the man explained, waving them toward the chamber, "when I was holding Jason down." He led them back inside, then remained posted at the exit, leaning on the wall. "Omrin," El mumbled. "Go." He nodded to the jug in her arms. "Try your medicine." Inside, two men lay dead from huge wounds. Omrin's shotgun was designed to drop polar bears in their tracks, and, apparently, Russian soldiers, too. Harper rose as they entered. She had thrown her body over Jason, protecting her patient with her life. The doctor snatched up a 6-inch roll of gauze and stepped toward Omrin. She glanced back at Jason, gave him a shot of Valium to calm his seizures. "Nothing more I can do. Time for you two to play doctor, while I see to a patient I can help." El didn't argue. Omrin needed his belly wound wrapped. And from here Jason's survival was mostly out of their hands. It was up to the Hyperboreans. She and Anna rushed to Jason's side. El still held the jug she'd broken open. She dropped to a knee and poured its contents over his face, across his neck wound, and down his body, baptizing him with the blue-green oil. Without being told, Anna snapped the neck off her jug. "What now?" El took her jar. "Hold his head up." The nun dropped and pulled Jason's shoulders across her knees. As Anna cradled his neck back, El tipped the jug and washed the oil across his lips, dribbling it down his throat with as much care as she could manage, trying to time it with his exhalations. Again, there was no swallowing. She might be drowning him, but she poured until the last drops fell away. She then tossed the empty jug. "Better pray this works." Anna took her words literally, lifting her fingertips to her lips, bowing her head over Jason. They waited for some sign. El studied his body. At first there was no reaction, then a slight flutter of his eyelids and fingers. She feared he was starting to seize again. Then the movements became more purposeful. His eyelids blinked, his palms pressed against the stone, his knees bent. It was like he was trying to push himself out of the toxic storm within. Finally his body relaxed. His legs extended, dropping flat, but not in defeat. Jason mumbled, and the roll of his eyes focused, staring up at Anna's bowed face. "You're awake," Anna whispered. I was never asleep," he groaned. "Heard everything. Saw most." El cringed, realizing the toxin must have been a powerful paralytic, trapping him in his body, but not numbing him. "Hurts so bad. The burning." He tilted his face. "But worst of all, that black sludge. It was horrible. Tasted like He was cut off by a huge blast, then another and another. Elle turned toward the exit as the salvo built into a deafening barrage. She recognized the source. Grenades. 50. May 14th, 5:56 p.m. ANAT, East Siberian Sea. Tucker ignored the explosions. He was again on his stomach, hidden high in a second-story roost. His rifle was at his shoulder, his cheek at the weapon's stock. Through his night vision goggles he stared down his sights. Below and directly ahead of him, a narrow street ran between two homes. Come on, Kane, you can do it. For the past half hour, the trio had led a game of cat and mouse across the city's maze. With the dog's cameras, Tucker's vision expanded for blocks. It had allowed him to identify 3 hunters, whom he had led deep into this labyrinth, away from the others. More soldiers were probably heading into the city, using the cover of those grenades and rockets. With those forces moving in, Tucker knew he had little time left. Still, the soldiers on his tail had proved challenging. He couldn't shake them. Plus, there had been a few close calls. His side burned from where he had failed to roll out of the way fast enough. The game was taking its toll. And not just on me. Finally, movement drew his eye. A dark shape rushed into view on the street, running low but limping badly on one limb. It was the foreleg Kane had injured last year. There's my good boy. Knew you wouldn't let me down. Tucker flinched as a soldier appeared behind Kane. The Russian stayed hidden around a corner, surveying the street. Move it, Kane! Tucker reinforced this, sub-vocalizing a command. Kane, shelter, right. The dog hobbled into that turn, nearly losing his balance, but he rushed through the home's door on that side. The soldier ran to follow, sticking close to a wall, intent to eliminate one of the stubborn targets. Tucker swallowed and checked Kane's video feed. The home was a single room, a blind alley trapping the dog. The soldier swept to the doorway, still cautious, sheltering to one side. It was right where Tucker wanted him. Marco, take down Bravo 1. From the door across the street, a huge, sleek shadow burst forth. Marco leaped through the air and slammed into the man's back. Kane, take down Savage. The older Malinois lunged low out of the doorway. Kane hit the soldier in the legs, sending the Russian flipping through the air. When he landed, both dogs savaged him, ripping the soft flesh between armor. The man screamed, garbled, then gurgled. Another 2 soldiers rushed in, coming from both flanks. Clearly, as Tucker had used a dog with a fake limp to lure the first soldier into a trap, these 2 had sent their man as a forward decoy to flush the enemy. Like I wasn't expecting that. All this time, Tucker had never moved his rifle's sights, even when Kane had limped past and the first soldier closed in. He squeezed a 3-round burst at the closest man. Before the soldier fell, Tucker shifted on his elbow and fired a second burst at the other target. The shots had been clean, raising not even a cry. Tucker gathered his gun and leaped to the ground. To me, he ordered his 2 partners. Marco and Kane broke free of the soldier, though Marco gave the man a final shake, like a dog with a snake. Once together, Tucker dropped to a knee, offering pats and reassurance. Good boys. He stared off toward the city ahead of him, where the barrage of grenades had waned into occasional blasts, suggestive that the enemy was closing in on it. Got to get back there. Tucker had lured this trio far into the labyrinth, but now he had to return. Earlier, he had caught the light show by the waterfall. Even from a distance, the twirling light had blazed through his enhanced vision like a solar flare. Someone had made a break for it. Gray? Sesha? Maybe both? He knew the commander must have heard the earlier firefight up top. The man would have come to investigate, running himself full tilt into trouble. And now someone had to get him out of it. Tucker straightened and pointed in the direction of a rocket blast. "Marco, Kane, track friendlies." They set off together. By now, the two dogs had spent enough time with this crew to hopefully register the other's scents, to know who was friendly and who was not, odors distinct from the borscht-swilling Russians. The trio rushed swiftly, moving in unison. But Tucker knew the battle ahead would be tougher than the one played out here. There were many more soldiers, likely hunting with night vision and thermal gear. Knowing this, Tucker needed a wider scope of view. "Marco, flank, close right. Kane, flank, close left." The two dogs split off, forging their own paths across the dense urban jungle. Through his goggles, their eyes became his. He followed their camera feeds while whispering orders, coordinating their paths. He found an easy rhythm with the pair. While this might be new for Marco, for Kane and Tucker, this was as familiar as an old dance, one they knew well, a cadence forged in the sands of Afghanistan. As Tucker ran, he sensed a fourth flowing with him, the one who had once danced with them but no longer. "You were a good boy too, Abel." Tucker ran onward. Some called him a lone wolf, but he knew the truth. I'm never alone, especially now. Kane races over raw rock and across carved stone. He lifts his nose as he fords a bridge over a chasm. The air rising from below burns his nose, not from heat but acid. His ears prick to the deep-throated belches calling from down there. He feels the heat buffeting through his fur, even with his body covered in a hard vest. He spans onward. His pads find rough rock, and he is off, nose dropping low or riding high, sifting through each note, the melt of ice that releases old musk, the mold off rock that is fungal and ancient, a nest of desiccated bones that still have the iron scent of marrow. None of it is what he seeks. Marco leaps from one rooftop to another, riding high across the stone forest. He hunches as he skirts a tall spire, topped by the shadow of some huge, horned beast. He sniffs, but it gives off no scent. It is as much rock as the bricks under his paws. He moves on, gaining speed. In his ears, he hears notes of warning in a brief command to slow, to keep with the pack. He obeys, less out of obedience as the draw of home and a full belly and a scratch behind the ear and a tussle under the sun. He listens sharply, not for commands, but to the other's breath in his ear. It warms through him as much as any hot sun. As he strains, other sounds ping through him. The trickle of sand off a roof's edge, the pop of distant ice, the blast of another explosion. The last is closer now. As Kane runs, the tang of hot smoke rolls high overhead. His ears ring with each boom. He tastes the bitter drifts of older blasts, marked in age by their pungency as their smoke settles denser between walls. He leads a path toward where those notes are less potent, where the smoke still drifts, where the blasted stone is still hot. His path leads toward the heart of the bombardment. He knows this path. He has run it countless times, toward the sting of steel, the burn of flames, the cries of the wounded. He does not balk, not ever, not now, but not forever. He races with this one hard truth locked in his bones, a hard lesson taught by his brother. Still, this only makes him run harder, ignoring the ache in his limb, the breaths that come less easily. He runs onward, heart pounding with both lust and joy. The other's breath fills his senses. He wills his own command to his packmate. One more time, one more time, one more time, before it ends forever. 51. May 14th, 6:07 p.m., ANAT, East Siberian Sea. Sensing death was near, Gray rushed low. The left side of his face burned. A grenade had struck too close, shattering stone, pelting him with shards, several still embedded to bone. He fisted blood from his left eye, clearing his vision, the little that there was. Seishan kept her flashlight muffled with a palm, only periodically letting a bright sliver shine through to illuminate their path. And it wasn't only the darkness that stymied them, but also the thickening smoke. The initial salvo of grenades and rockets had chased them deeper into the city, then back again as a fusillade of blasts exploded in front of their path. Both knew what was happening. The Russians were driving them into a kill zone. Gray and Seishan had tried hiding, believing they had found a deep enough rabbit hole. But a rocket had struck, nearly collapsing the structure atop them. So they ran on, trying to keep one jump ahead of the enemy. But the soldiers were closing that noose, coming from multiple directions. "On the left," Seishan hissed. Gray dropped, his rifle at his shoulder. He caught the merest shift of shadows. He fired at it, raging on, full auto for 3 seconds. He heard rounds ricocheting off stone, then a sharper cry. They both turned and dashed through a doorway, across a room, and out a far door into a small yard walled by stone. A flash of Seishan's light revealed steps up to the next home. They rushed over and climbed quickly, leaping steps. At this point, it felt like they were fleeing through an M.C. Escher painting, one that was slowly burning around them, leaving them little room to maneuver. Shots rang out, sparking around their feet in the darkness. A sniper, still a ways off. By now, Gray was certain the soldiers were not only aided by night vision, but also with thermal scopes. He and Seishan jumped off the roof into the next street. Gray gasped as he hit his ankle wrong, the one already badly sprained. He fell to a knee. Seishan crouched next to him. "Can you keep going?" "Don't have much choice." He shoved up and hobbled on, more hopscotching than running. They passed a recent rocket impact. The area still smoked. The site's heat was an open oven. Seishan grabbed his arm and pointed to where a wall had fallen crookedly, balancing on the stump of one of the city's many pillars. "Under there," she said. "It's warm enough it should mask our body heat." He nodded, limping after her. "We're not far from the icefall. There's a little reflected light reaching here, which should help us." As they reached the shelter, a savage barking erupted, picked up by another. Gun blasts followed. "Tucker," Gray whispered. He and Seishan had heard spats of automatic fire from deeper in the city, indicating the former ranger was still on the run, putting up a determined fight. But this barking was far closer. A soldier ran past their position, weaponless and panicked. The Russian moved too fast for Gray to pick him off. Then a shape burst low and sped after the fleeing man. A body thudded heavily, followed by a scream and savage growling. Another armored shape pushed into view, his face hidden by a helmet and night vision goggles. Seishan twitched her Sig Sauer in the soldier's direction, but Gray pulled her arm down. A dog hugged this newcomer's side. Cain. The Malinois whined and pointed his nose toward their hiding spot. Gray pushed up. "Tucker!" The ranger lifted an arm, clearly unsurprised. He stared in the direction that Marco had gone. Distracted, Tucker failed to notice a shadow running across the rooftops toward them, rifle at his shoulder, heavy with a grenade launcher. It was likely the sniper who had taken pot shots at them earlier and was now rushing in for the kill. Gray lifted his AK-12, took a breath, then let it out slowly as he pulled the trigger. The weapon rattled out a short burst. Startled, Tucker ducked low. Kane spun in a circle, but no one was more surprised than the sniper. The impact of rounds lifted him off his feet. The Russian fell backward. As he crashed, his weapon fired. A grenade flew, but not at them. A trail of smoke through the darkness led to the ice wall. The grenade blasted into a ball of fire that reflected tenfold off the ice. Gray grimaced at the unlucky shot. If that all came crashing down. Marco raced back, joining Tucker and Kane. "Time to move," Tucker warned. "Don't want to stay in one place too long." Gray and Seshan headed over, both eyeing Tucker's combat armor. Borrowed it. The guy wearing it no longer needed it. "How did you find us?" Seshan asked. Tucker patted Kane, then Marco. "A dog's nose is better than any thermal scope." They set off. With each step, Gray's ankle shot electric fire up his limb. After a minute, a howl of raw agony echoed to them, coming from the direction of the waterfall. Gray stopped and stared that way. As he did, a large sleeve of ice calved away and fell like a dagger. It shattered to the ground with a crystalline ring. Tucker tried to lead them deeper, but Gray grabbed his arm. "Everyone else is still down that tunnel behind that icefall." Tucker understood and looked at Gray's leg. "We need eyes on the situation. Can you manage?" He nodded. "Let's go." Tucker set a hard pace, which Gray appreciated. Tucker cast his dogs to either side to extend their range of sight. The guy's lips were set in a grim line. Gray knew who the man must be especially worried about. The ranger had grown close to the botanist over this long ordeal. After a few minutes, Tucker led them to a 3-story structure. It stood 30 yards from the frozen waterfall. They climbed to the 2nd story, which offered a decent view. Tucker left his dogs to guard below. They wanted no surprise visitors. A wide doorway out to a balcony offered the best vantage. To the right of the icefall, red lamps glowed, illuminating a cluster of men all dressed in camo. The angle made it hard to estimate their number. A wounded man moaned loudly, whimpering in turns. His face was a ruin, bleeding heavily. His eye sockets looked empty, giving him a sepulchral appearance. A soldier injected him with something, likely a sedative or pain reliever. Another soldier looked to be cursing, pointing toward the waterfall. Gray struggled to understand. Tucker made sense of it, clearly zooming in with his goggles. "The angry one is Captain Turoff. I remember him from the naval base. The one next to him looks like he's got the stars and bars of a senior lieutenant, likely the strike team's leader." "What about the wounded men?" Seshan said. "One of the soldiers?" Tucker turned with a lean grin. "Oh, that's Archpriest Sitchkin. Seems he's having a bad day." "What happened to him?" Gray asked. Tucker turned back to the scene. "As far as I can tell, I think he came from that tunnel of yours. Evacuated by one of the Russian soldiers." Gray cursed under his breath. "Our friends? No clue. No sign of them out there. And they must still be in there. All dead," Seshan offered coldly. Gray recognized this possibility too, but considering Sitchkin's condition, someone put up a fight. He turned to the others. "If it was our group, then they could still be alive. We need to find out before we run out of time." This was reinforced by another resounding pop of ice. A huge section of the ice wall broke away and crashed to a scintillating ruin in front of the thrones. "It's coming apart for sure," Tucker said. "I can make a dash with my dogs, try to get through. For now, with all that ice raining down, the soldiers are keeping their distance." "No," Seishan said. "I know what's back there. You don't. You and your dogs will be more useful here. Someone needs to lock down that exit before I bring the others out." Gray heard the unspoken caveat to her statement. "If we get out." Tucker nodded. "We'll cover you from here. Only shoot if you must. Don't give your location away." She turned to leave, but not before leaning over and kissing Gray, hard and desperate. Then she shoved away, rolled to her feet, and set off. Gray and Tucker maintained a vigil. A full minute ticked by, which felt like forever. Then a shadow darted out of the cityscape. Using the coverage of the tumbled blocks of ice, Seishan made it behind the throne carved with sea life and vanished away. Gray's finger rose to touch his lips, feeling the lingering bruise of her kiss. It was as if Seishan were pouring all that was unspoken between them, expressing her fears and hopes. He lowered his hand. It had also felt like goodbye. 52. May 14th, 6:19 p.m., ANAT. East Siberian Sea. Kowalski crouched by the side door of the aircraft. "It's now or never," he hollered up to Monk, who continued to pilot the Baikal. "If we keep circling, I'm going to hurl all over my fine work." "Then get ready," his teammate called through the crowded cabin. Captain Kelly leaned over Kowalski's shoulder. "Do you know what you're doing?" Before he could reply, which was going to be a firm F.U., another interceded. "Looks good to me," Ryan said. Kowalski rolled his eyes, which made his stomach churn worse. "Let's get this over with. If we're going to be shot down, I'd like to do it on a full stomach." Earlier, on the flight back to the Polar King after the sabotage of the Russian patrol boat, a mid-sized jet had swept through the fog overhead. Its passage was noted by the hot swirl of the plane's contrail through the icy mists. Luckily, Monk had been sticking to his previous route, skimming the ice cap. The maneuver kept their small craft from being spotted. Afterward, Monk had sped them deeper into the fog. A short time later, they all heard the concussive blasts of grenade fire. It reached them through the preternatural acoustics of the polar region. It was easy to conclude what was happening. The king was under siege, but it was a tall castle to breach. Or so they hoped. Kowalski and the others had compared notes, trying to judge how many Russians could have been aboard the mid-sized jet. The conclusion was that there were not enough to commandeer the icebreaker. Likely, the arriving force had been ordered to keep the vessel locked down until that heavily armed patrol boat or its mobile forces arrived and finished the mission. The dive team's earlier sabotage had bought their group a small window of opportunity. They had used it to come up with a plan and to build their only weapon. Kowalski stared down at the jury-rigged bomb. They had used spare parts from their prior mission. Unfortunately, the amount of leftover plastic explosives had been meager, about the size of a goose egg. "Better be enough." "Inbound now," Monk called back. Kowalski grabbed the door handle. Monk tipped the Baikal on its wing and aimed them out of the fog. They had been skirting the bank's edge for the past 45 minutes. The waiting was over. The Baikal burst free of the mists. The sunlight glared after so long in the fog. Still, Monk kept the plane on its attack path. He dove for the jet. It sat on the ice, about 300 yards from the crimson bulk of the Polar King. The Baikal managed a full 33 seconds of free flight, then gunfire strafed at them. The air threat was finally noted by the ground forces. Rounds pinged and ricocheted. Several tore through their wings. A few zinged through the fuselage, luckily missing everyone inside. Mitchell curled tighter. He had lost enough blood as it was. The man didn't have any more to spare. A rocket sped past one wingtip and arced back to the ice, where it burst into a fireball that spun into the sky. "Now!" Monk hollered. Kowalski shoved the side door open. The world sped under him. He lifted his makeshift device by a strap. The bulk of the jet appeared below. As the Baikal swept from its nose to its tail fin, Kowalski tossed his ordnance. The device spun, flapping its strap. "Is that bomb big enough?" Kelly asked, still second-guessing Kowalski. "That's not the bomb." Kowalski pulled the door shut as a muffled blast echoed up to them, near the back of the jet, by its fuel tank. A moment later, a massive fireball lit the world behind them as the tank exploded. "That's the bomb," Kowalski clarified. The blast wave caught the small aircraft. Flames and smoke burst around them. The Baikal got tossed like a paper airplane in a hurricane. Kowalski regretted his wisecrack toward the captain because he had failed to fully latch his door. It flung open as the plane cartwheeled. With his hand gripping the handle, Kowalski got yanked out. For a death-defying moment, he hung in midair. Then the plane's wing strut struck him in the gut. He wrapped around it. A strobing view of the world opened below him. The jet's fireball had blasted across the ice in all directions, all the way to the hull of the icebreaker. In its blackened wake, bright, fiery torches ran across the ice or rolled in agony. A snowmobile exploded, flipping through the air. Then hands grabbed Kowalski and hauled him inside. Monk stabilized their flight into a swaying wobble. Once inside, Kowalski slid his ass to the floor. He tried to thank his rescuers, but all that came out was his lunch. It splattered between his knees and washed across the floor. He wiped his mouth and shook his head. "Fuck the Arctic." 6:22 p.m. Turov stared up as the thunderous blast echoed away. The flash had been so bright it had wiped out the sun. Flames had shot inside the upper cavern, blasting through the distant archway and lapping across the roof before dying out. "The transport plane," Lieutenant Bragin concluded. Turov slowly nodded. Somehow, the crew of the icebreaker had blown it up. The enemy's shipboard munitions must have been more formidable than he had expected. "What now, sir?" Bragin asked, clutching a fist to his chest. Turov searched the dark city. Smoke fogged rooftops and billowed higher in spots. He returned his attention to closer at hand, to the 4 other soldiers guarding the small encampment. "We don't have enough manpower. We need to regroup. Topside. Wait for the Layakov to reach us." He stared at the bloody, blistered ruins of Sitchkin's face. The archpriest moaned and rocked, still in agony, despite the heavy morphine injection. Turov shook his head. "There's nothing more for us down here. Sound a retreat." Bragin fished in his armor and pulled free a whistle. From the city, a pair of stragglers stumbled into view, haggard, with smoke-stained armor. One had to carry the other, with an arm under his shoulders. The injured one could barely use his leg. He was dropped leadenly to the ground. Turov squinted at the ancient city. "How many more soldiers are still out there?" The answer came in a flurry of gunfire. The 2 arrivals lifted their rifles and fired into the remaining soldiers. The attacker on the ground strafed low. The other remained standing and picked off any who escaped. Bragin yanked out his pistol, but the one on his knees fired, shattering the lieutenant's hand with a burst. Bragin never screamed, just fell back a step and turned. The lieutenant eyed a rifle abandoned on the ground. Before he could move, a huge dog unfolded from the shadows. It stalked, with head low, teeth bared. Off to the side another appeared, same posture, same threat. Bragin backed away, lifting his free arm in plain surrender. The attacker on his feet closed in on Turov and centered his rifle at his chest. As the man lifted his face, Turov was surprised to recognize his former prisoner. "Seems our roles are reversed," the man said coldly. Turov simply lifted his palms. As he stared into the hard eyes of these two men, he recognized how badly he had underestimated his enemy, even when forewarned by Valya Mikhailov. He stiffened with this thought and searched around, realizing who was still missing. "Where is that woman?" 53. May 14th, 6:24 p.m. ANAT, East Siberian Sea. Valya hunted along a tunnel carved with a snarl of vines on one side and a swirling seascape on the other. She had paused briefly with Nadira when a deafening boom had blasted, briefly turning ice to fire behind them. But the world fell back into darkness, and they continued onward. A firefight had followed, too, so brief that Valya had never slowed. Her focus remained ahead. Earlier, she and Nadira had hidden at the city's edge, after Sichkin came howling out of this passageway, without Yerrik, hauled by a wounded soldier. Something lay hidden back here, but that was not Valya's goal. After the archpriest had returned, Valya had counted on her true target to show herself, to come searching for answers to the man's screams. This proved true. When Valya spotted a lithe figure dart out of hiding, dance through the icy shadows, and duck in here, Valya and Nadira had quickly followed. Once into the dark tunnels, they had donned their night vision gear and trailed the flare of light that marked Seishan's passage. They kept their distance, wary of any allies. For now. 6:25 p.m. Seishan fled along the carved tunnel, her heart in her throat. She had heard the gunfire behind her. It had to mark the assault by Gray and Tucker, but had they been successful? She took a deep breath and shoved her fear down. It served nothing. If the guild had taught her any useful skill beyond murder and terror, it was to remain focused upon the task at hand, to look forward and not back. But that did not mean to put on blinders. Her ears remained attuned to her surroundings. She heard the cracking of ice behind her, loud and more regular now. The huge explosion must have weakened the waterfall. This was confirmed by a resounding crash behind her, crystalline and bright. The waterfall was coming apart even faster than she'd thought. If it should collapse, her only exit would be blocked by thousands of tons of ice. She and the others would suffocate before any rescue could be mounted, poisoned by the sulphurous air. Recognizing this, she ran faster, her light bouncing across the walls. As she did, she heard a scuff of sandy rock behind her. She might have missed it, except she had been holding her breath at the thought of suffocation, plus the acoustics of this tunnel amplified even a whisper. She kept her pace steady so as not to alert those behind her. She knew who must be sharing this tunnel, though she had never spotted Valya among the Russians. It had to be her. No plodding Russian soldier moved so silently. No doubt Nadira was with her too. Seishan took the only action available to her. While still running, she bent and gently touched her flashlight to the floor, abandoning it there. She then fled onward into the dark. She needed time more than she needed light. She ran her fingertips across the carvings, feeling the thorns of the plants, letting the tortuous garden lead her forward. Behind her, the abandoned flashlight should slow Valya. It would force the woman to proceed more cautiously, thinking Seishan had stopped or had reached the end of the tunnel, plus the dazzle of the brightness would make Valia pause. Those two hunters would need time to abandon their gear and let their eyes readjust to the dimness. Taking advantage of this, Seishan ran onward until starlight glowed ahead of her. She blinked, trying to understand it, then did. It was the lights of the others, flowing from wherever they had holed up. As she rushed forward, strategies flashed behind her eyes. Panicked, she momentarily forgot her training. Her left leg struck a low boulder and sent her into a wild roll. Behind her, the crash of pottery revealed the true nature of the obstacle. One of those damned sculpted jars. She halted herself before tumbling into the mud pot that boiled and belched ahead of her. She pushed ahead on her hands and knees. Lights flared on the far side. The glare stung her eyes. She raised a hand against it. A figure stepped into view, decked in Arctic camo. One of the soldiers. She snatched at her holstered cig, but a voice called over, high-pitched and confused. "Seishan!" She recognized the voice. Still, she freed her pistol, arming herself until she understood the situation. The botanist came running around the steaming pit. Only then did Seishan notice the body floating atop the quaking mud. Yerrick. Elle helped her to her feet. Omrin came around the far side. Like Tucker, he had donned a dead man's armor. "The others?" Seishan asked, quickly assessing the situation. "Hana is inside with the doctor and Jason. He's recovered, but weak." "How?" "Long story. I found..." Seishan cut her off. "Don't care. Everyone back into the chamber. All lights out, no sound." She glanced back. "Trouble is coming. Valia and Nadira." Elle looked sickened at this news, but resolute. "We can make a stand here." "No time. We can't get pinned down." Elle looked confused. "That waterfall is one bad shake from crashing down, of turning this place into a tomb. That's why I came here, to get you all moving, but..." She glanced back to the main tunnel as the lighting shifted. Far down the passageway, the steady glow now bobbled. "Valia found my light. Knows it was a ruse." Seishan swung back to the others. "Hide. I'm going to lead them off." She pointed at the side tunnel that headed to the toxic garden. "Once they follow me, you all need to run for the exit, as fast as you can sprint. Carry Jason, if you must." "I will do my best," Omrin promised, lifting a palm to his stomach. Seishan finally noted the belly wrap under his armor. She grimaced. This group needed to get moving ASAP. Burdened by the injured and afflicted, they would be moving slower than she had hoped. She started to turn for the garden passageway, then swung back around. She held out her pistol toward Omrin. "Trade me." He looked down at his Remington 12-gauge, clearly reluctant to part with it. But he passed over the shotgun. She hefted it, testing its weight. "I'll need a weapon like this to deal with Valia." Omrin took her cig, but he added a warning, nodding to the Remington. "That's my last magazine in there. Only 6 slugs left." Seishan nodded. "It will have to do." That, and one other item. She held her hand out to Elle. "Your flashlight." The botanist handed it over. "Now go," Seishan ordered. Trusting them to obey, she fled around the mud pot and dashed down the garden path. As she ran, she made a promise to herself. One she had made earlier, one she intended to keep. She pictured Valia. "Only one of us will walk out of here. Or neither of us will." 6:32 p.m. Valia approached the end of the dark tunnel, hugging one side, where stony thorns tugged at her body armor. Nadira flanked the other side. They both kept low and ran dark. Small lights, IR illuminators, were fixed to their rifles and cast an invisible spectrum that their night vision gear could detect. The two scanned the next room, careful of the broken pottery underfoot. A pit bubbled and popped with molten mud, spitting and hissing in the dark. A body floated atop the quagmire. The archpriest's lapdog. As Valia had suspected, there must be others besides Sechon down here. Unfortunately, her target knew she was being hunted, evident from the trick with the abandoned flashlight. A search of this chamber revealed 3 tunnels leading away. Her sensitive goggles picked up a flare of light rising from the passageway to the right. Nadira spotted it too, motioning with her hand in that direction. Valia sidled into the chamber with her rifle raised. She edged toward the tunnel's mouth while signaling Nadira to sweep around the mud pit and approach from the other side. Her lieutenant moved swiftly, a dark, silent shadow. Valia waited until they were both in position. She kept high, while Nadira dropped low. Valia counted off on 3 fingers. As she curled her last digit, they both leaned out, rifles tucked to cheeks. The light rose from around a curve of the tunnel, retreating away. The glare was blinding, but clearly no one was in sight. Satisfied, Valia nodded to Nadira and tugged off her goggles. She would not let herself be blinded again. Nadira followed her example. They set off in pursuit, still running dark, using the meager light ahead to guide them. Then she heard a faint echoing whisper, Sechon warning those who were with her to stay quiet. Valia tightened the grip on her rifle. The light continued to retreat ahead of them. Where are you going? A loud blast and a flash of muzzle fire dropped Valia low. A dark shadow rolled from the floor ahead. Sechon must have lain in wait in the shadows, sending the others ahead with her light. On her belly, Valia opened fire with a deafening barrage on auto. Her rounds sparked brightly off the sculpted walls. Nadira used the cover to run forward, to get a bead on Sechon as the woman retreated around a curve of the tunnel. As Nadira opened fire, Valia burst to her feet and followed, closing the distance. 2 more thunderous blasts, clearly from a shotgun, pounded Valia's ears. 1 slug shattered stone. The second caught Nadira in the shoulder, hard enough to slam the woman back. She struck the wall hard but continued firing, strafing wildly, clearing the tunnel ahead. Valia reached her, keeping low. Nadira groaned, but she remained standing. Her combat armor had protected her from a worse outcome. Valia focused forward. On my mark. Nadira's rifle slumped, falling slack. Then her weapon clattered to the stone. Confused, Valia retreated a step. Nadira still stood, but the woman's knees bent under her. Only then did Valia note the black blood running down her lieutenant's neck and the spear of rock, one of the sculpted thorns poking through her throat. While the shotgun strike hadn't killed her, the impact into that wall had. Nadira gurgled, then went slack, hanging on that sharp spike. In the silence that followed, a rapid pounding of boots sounded behind her, echoing from the mud chamber. As Valia listened, she heard frantic whispers. Then the noises receded, fading off into the distance, marking a panicked flight out of here. Valia sneered as she understood. Sechon's allies hadn't been running with her. They had been left hidden behind. Valia stared ahead, calculating. She couldn't know for sure if 1 or 2 allies were still with Sechon, offering support, but her gut told her otherwise. Valia knew her target. She's alone. A moment ago, Sechon must have rolled her flashlight down the tunnel, making it look as if others were retreating with it, while setting up the ambush that killed Nadira. Valia growled in annoyance, but she had to respect the tactic. She weighed whether to leave or not, to abandon this hunt. She shook her head and crouched lower. It wasn't pride that kept her fixed. If she ran, Sechon would follow. And Valia had no knowledge of how many of the woman's allies had taken flight down the other tunnel, or how they might be armed. She pictured Sichkin, Plus, 2 Spetsnaz soldiers had never returned with the wounded priest. That was enough reason to be cautious of those others. She dared not get pinned down between Seshan behind her and an unknown enemy ahead. Valia grimaced, having another reason to continue her hunt. She pictured her brother, cold, in an Arctic grave in Greenland, and tightened her grip on her rifle. It was time to end this. She set off, moving silently toward the light. It had stopped, retreating. Her ears strained for any telltale warning. She breathed softly through her nose. She edged around the corner and spotted a flashlight, again abandoned on the floor. But it was not a delaying tactic. Seshan had no more need of a light. The end of the tunnel lay ahead, opening into a cavernous chamber that shone with a wan glow. Valia increased her pace, fearing she would lose her target inside there. Still, she kept her rifle pointed, her eyes searching for any movement. Then a small, metallic ringing reached her. She tried to imagine its source, but failed. Its distance was also hard to discern, like a faint bell chiming over hills. This mystery slowed her again. As she reached the abandoned flashlight, she flicked it off. She did not want her shadow to be cast ahead of her, giving away her approach. Paused there, she heard a strange rustling. It was not the brush of cloth. It sounded expansive and stretched far across the next cavern, frowning, suspicious. She slunk lower and hugged the wall, cautious of those stony spikes. Finally, she could see into the cavern. The sight froze her. Under a cracked roof, shining with sunlit ice, a vast garden spread across a steaming mudflat, which burbled and spat in accompaniment to that rustling. The landscape stirred and waved, as if swept by winds, but there was no breeze down here. She remembered how Sitchkin had wanted a botanist to aid in the search, one with experience in carnivorous plants. Valia now knew why. Movement drew her eye to the left. A tarnished skiff drifted, rudderless, across a skim of acidic water and mud. It looked made of copper. She recalled the metallic ringing. Copper over rock, she realized now. From the distance and angle, she could not tell if anyone was aboard. Sprawled, flat, and out of sight. She leaned farther into the cavern, trying to get a better view. Another boat lay overturned on the shore, as if inviting Valia to tip it over and follow. Then she spotted the trap. A glint of light revealed the muzzle of a weapon hidden under that overturned boat, which rested crookedly on a rock. The shotgun pointed directly at her from that copper bunker. She had a fraction of a moment to react, less than a single clench of her heart. She dove headlong to the side, crashing across a pile of pottery jugs. She hit her wounded shoulder. Agony burst through her, narrowing her vision to a pinpoint. Sliding on that bad shoulder, she strafed under the lip of the overturned boat. Rounds pinged and sparked fire off the copper. The boat shifted and rattled under the barrage. She did not wait, ready to leap for another angle of attack. She shoved to a leg, extending the other for balance. She never stopped firing. Then a snake bit, just above the back of her boot. The pain was sharp. Her foot wobbled, suddenly unable to support her weight. She sprawled forward, striking her forehead against the rock. Then a weight landed on her back, pounding her flat. She twisted enough to spot Seshan straddling her. How? Behind Seshan, a drape of leather waved and answered Valia's question. Seshan hadn't been hiding out on that drifting boat or under the one on shore, but behind a rack of old clothing. The muzzle of the shotgun had been a decoy to hold Valia's attention. Valia struggled, but one arm was deadened after the crash onto her wounded shoulder. She had no purchase with the opposite leg. She knew why. The pain by her boot hadn't been a snake strike, but the slice of a knife, across her Achilles tendon, hobbling her. Still, Valia kicked with her good leg, trying to roll from under Seshan. With her rifle pinned beneath her, Valia grabbed for her pistol. She managed to free it, but before she could bend an elbow and fire behind her, a blade slammed into her forearm and drove her limb down. The steel twisted, severing tendons. Her pistol clattered free. Seshan snatched the gun, leaving the blade embedded. Valia gasped, not in pain but in shock. She recognized the black handle sticking out of her arm, the cast of its steel. It was her Athame dagger, her grandmother's ceremonial blade. "You left this behind," Seshan hissed at her ear. "Thought I'd return it." 6:42 p.m. Seshan felt Valia go slack under her, but she didn't trust it. She kept the pistol at the back of the woman's head, another blade at Valia's throat. Her heart pounded, demanded that she plunge the knife deep, to end not just this life, but to sever Seshan's past from her present. Valia was the last vestige of her former life, a pale ghost that had been haunting her, a reminder of who she had once been. The monster inside Seshan wailed to be released, to be let loose, if only this one last time, to end the long, bloody journey that had led here. "Do it," Valia said coldly. There was no defeat, no fury, not even resignation, just acceptance. Seshan knew this woman was her pale doppelganger, brutalized into who she was as readily as Seshan had been. If it hadn't been for Gray, this might still be her. In this moment she wondered if Valia's long pursuit of her had not been solely fueled by revenge, but driven more by an underlying envy. I escaped. Still, Seshan knew that wasn't entirely true. A monster remained inside her, one that still wailed for blood. She recognized it would never be sated. There was one way to kill such a ravenous beast: to starve it to death. She climbed off of Valia, sheathed a dagger, and yanked the rifle from under the woman. Seshan flung her arm, sending the weapon out into the steaming mud. All the time she kept her pistol pointed, never wavering, never trusting. She stared down at Valia. The woman's blood flowed down the stone. The beast wailed inside her, wanting more. "I won't be that monster," she whispered. Knowing she had made this pledge before, she intended to keep it this time. For Gray, for Jack, for my future. Still, she reached down, tugged free the Athame dagger, and severed Valia's other Achilles. She flung the blade far, then fled the poisonous cavern, casting back a final promise. But I won't be a fool either. Not ever. 54. May 14th, 6:44 p.m. ANAT. East Siberian Sea. Gray stood his ground as another section of the ice wall cleaved away. It fell like a spear and shattered against the stone. A blast of shards stung him, peppering any exposed skin. Still he remained fixed, never taking his eyes away from the nearest throne. Behind him Jason and the others gathered with Tucker and his dogs. They had safely escaped long minutes ago. The returned group kept themselves armed, guarding over their 3 Russian prisoners, Churov, his lieutenant, and Sichkin. The latter continued to moan, half delirious, half sedated, but still in pain. The noise scratched like nails along Gray's stretched nerves. He wanted to put a bullet in the man. A mercy killing. Not that the bastard deserved any mercy. Still, at least it would shut him the hell up. A thunderous popping drew his eye up. Cracks spiderwebbed across the waterfall. More sections fell away, crashing with massive explosions. It finally drove him back. It would do no good if he was crushed to death. "It's all coming down," Tucker warned. "We should get on the stairs." Gray waved to him. "Go. Get everyone moving up." Tucker stared at him, recognizing that Gray intended to stay here. But the ranger finally nodded, turned, and started shouting orders. Gray took a deep breath. The others had told him how Seishan had lured Valya and her cohort down the side tunnel that led to the steaming garden. He took solace in the fact that those two mercenaries had also not returned. He took a step toward the nearest throne, eyeing the gap behind it. Tucker had stopped him from entering earlier. Gray could barely walk, let alone offer any true backup. Tucker summarized it best. "You'll only make matters worse. Trust your woman." Tucker even offered to go in with his dogs, but Gray knew he could not endanger more lives. Seishan had risked her life to save those behind him. He wasn't about to send any back in. He took a deep breath, a mantra repeating in his head, "Trust your woman." Still, as more massive sections broke from above and crashed hard, spilling ice across the neighboring city, he found it harder and harder. The floor had filled with slush and mountains of shattered ice. The far throne was already buried. The gap behind the closer one was only open because a fat plate of ice had fallen over it, forming a roof, sheltering the opening. He shifted to peer along it when a shout rose behind him. "Gray!" Tucker bellowed. "Above you!" He craned his neck. A gargantuan slab of ice tilted away from the waterfall. He fled backward, hobbling on his bad ankle. Then Tucker joined him, hooked an arm under Gray's shoulder, and dragged him away. The thunderous boom sounded like a cannon blast behind them. Cold air and shattered ice threw them both forward. They hit hard and slid. By the time they stopped, their bodies were coated in a layer of powdery ice. Gray shoved up, shaking his coat free. He turned and searched through the frosted air. When some of it settled, the view opened and his heart sank. The nearest throne was gone, crushed and buried. Tucker joined him. I'm sorry." Gray shook his head, refusing to accept this. "Trust your woman." He did. He stumbled forward. The cold numbed his ankle, or maybe it was due to the adrenaline. He forded through a crush of knee-deep ice and around jagged boulders until he could reach the wall. The latest collapse had deeply scraped the base of the waterfall, leaving a crystal-blue surface. His reflection mirrored off it as he stumbled closer. Then, through the translucency, a shadow appeared on the far side, rushing forward, merging with his reflection. He recognized that silhouette. His hands had explored its every curve. Seishan. He rushed up and put his palms against the ice. A meter away, she did the same. "No!" he gasped out. This wasn't an utterance of defeat, but defiance. "I won't lose her." He waved to her, yelling, "Get back!" She clearly could not hear him, but he pulled the AK-12 rifle from his shoulder. He had stripped the fully equipped weapon from one of the dead soldiers. He lifted and pressed it against the ice, then waved an arm, pantomiming for her to retreat. He waited, still not sure she understood, but her shadow fell back, fading into blue ice. He backpedaled in turn, retreating a safe distance. Then he lowered the weapon, aimed it at that azure mirror, and fired. A grenade shot from the rifle's undermounted barrel. The round sped and struck with a fiery explosion. Smoke blasted and ice cracked. Before it could clear, Gray rushed forward through the ice and fire. Blinded, he still ran headlong. Then something struck him, wreathed in crystals, smelling of sulfur. Arms wrapped around him. He pulled Seishan tightly to him. She gasped in his arms, breathing heavily. I didn't think I'd get out of there." Gray hugged her hard. You need to learn to trust your man. 7:10 p.m. Tucker followed the last of the group up the steps. They had traversed 3/4 of the way toward the top. To the side, the waterfall continued to fragment into massive sheets that crashed into the city. The thunder was nearly non-stop now, becoming a storm underground. Ahead, everyone stumbled along, exhausted, most having to support another. Anna helped Jason. Seishan gripped Gray, as if she would never let him go. Churov and Bragin hauled the archpriest between them. Harper kept a steadying hand on Omrin, who hugged an arm over his wrapped belly. Directly ahead, Elle climbed with Kane and Marco. A change in timbre of that thundering storm drew Tucker's gaze. He watched the entire top section of the waterfall give way. It tilted far, a glacier about to give birth. Then the section toppled away, falling into the darkness. When it struck, the ground shook. A huge cloud of frost and ice blasted to the roof, casting rainbows in the last shine of the day's sun. Tucker gaped at the sight. Elle spotted the danger. Look! With the top of the fall gone, the ramp that led down to it cracked into pieces and slid over the edge. One of the Russian snowmobiles was carried along atop one slab, then tumbled away with the ice. Tucker's heart clenched. If more of the ramp broke free, they'd be trapped. Or at least it would be a long, treacherous climb to reach the small, arched opening in the peak. Tucker bellowed to the group, "Go! As fast as you can!" He waved an arm toward the falling ice. "It's all collapsing!" The group paused, staring in that direction, then set off again. At first slowly, then gaining speed. Tucker herded everyone in front of him. They reached the top and set off for the collection of snow machines. The ice quaked underfoot, shaking each time another section broke away. Cracks skittered around and ahead of them. Jason fell and slid down the slope on his stomach, but Omrin caught him and hauled him up. The two forged ahead together. They reached the machines and split their group up, including the trio of Russians. Tucker took Turov into a snowcat with his dogs and Elle. Gray and Seishan guarded Bragin and Sichkin. Not that the blind priest needed much oversight. Jason and Anna doubled up with Omrin and Harper on the Polaris snowmobiles. The Polar King's crew had more experience with ice and snow, so they drove the machines. Engines started, and the group fled up the ice chute. Massive floes cracked and slid away. The destruction chased the retreating group. Behind them, the crashing ice filled the cavern with more crystals and frost. The rainbows grew more brilliant back there, while sunlight beckoned ahead. The two Polaris shot through the exit first, vanishing into the glare. Then the two snowcats followed. As Tucker trundled free, he saw the world had vastly changed since they had departed. Past the ring of outer peaks, a crater had been blasted into the ice, framed by twisted metal. A pall of smoke hung low and heavy, competing with the surrounding fog banks. Fires burned everywhere. In the rearview mirror, Churov's expression was dismayed, mournful, as he looked at the wreckage. "Your plane, I'm guessing?" Tucker said. The captain simply stared. The team raced toward the blast site, drawn by the vehicles painted in red and black, the colors of the Polar King. The icebreaker looked intact, with a smoky stain across its hull on this side. As they drew nearer, bodies in combat armor lay across the ice, burned, some still smoking. Tucker took little solace in the sight. These were someone's sons or fathers. He shook his head at the waste. Tucker spotted a familiar grouping and aimed for it. They stood near the small Russian plane, the Baikal. The aircraft looked hard-driven, resting crookedly on the ice. A group of the crew carried another in a stretcher, rushing hurriedly toward the ship. The plane must have just landed. Tucker led the other vehicles toward them. Once there, they all staggered out or climbed off their machines. Captain Kelly spotted the ship's doctor and hurried to her, pointing at the retreating crew. She was clearly needed aboard. She nodded, turned, and hopped on the snowmobile behind Omrin. The Chukchi crewmate also required more than a med kit to deal with his injuries. As Tucker climbed out of the snowcat, with Churov held at gunpoint, Kowalski met them. The big man covered his privates, as Marco raced up and leaped, knocking Kowalski back a step. Tucker looked across the chaos, the fires, the confusion. "Let me guess. Your handiwork?" "With help from some friends." Kowalski nodded to the bedraggled group by the plane. He then eyeballed Turov. "Looks like you've been making friends, too." Before Tucker could answer, a loud roaring rose to the south. Everyone froze, still shell-shocked, fearful. Gazes lifted and searched the skies. From the fog bank, a large helicopter burst into view, tearing through the mists and diving low. It was the Russian gunship, the Ka-27 from the patrol boat. It was designed to fight submarines and came with a battery of weapons, including depth charges and torpedoes, enough to sink the Polar King. The helicopter made a low pass, likely assessing the ground situation, then arced into a turn. Gray rushed up to Tucker and Churov. Seshan followed with Lieutenant Bragin, who dragged Sichkin along with him and dropped the man to the ice. The skin on the archpriest's face was blackened, swollen, and bloated. His nose showed raw cartilage. His eye sockets were knots of raw tissue. Kowalski cringed at the state of the man on the ground. "What the hell?" Gray confronted Churov, pointing an arm toward the circling aircraft. "Call them off." "Why?" Turov asked calmly. "Despite conditions here, we still have the upper hand. Our patrol boat will arrive before much longer." Gray raised his other hand. He held one of Sigma's encrypted sat phones. "The solar storm has passed. Comms are wide open. I've been in touch with DC since we exited the mountain." Tucker stared up. Gray lifted his phone to his lips. "Putting you on speaker, Director." As Gray held out his arm, the familiar voice of Painter Crow addressed the Russian captain. Even coming out of that small device, Crow's voice was authoritative and assured. 50 minutes ago, we acquired NOAA polar satellites with high-res cameras. We have live feed of the area. Wave to the audience, if you'd like. It's being broadcast to all intelligence agencies and to a global audience, if need be." Gray stared hard at Turov. "These are still international waters. The next action is your call. Halt hostilities now, or risk a global war." Turov searched the skies, then looked back to the commander. His shoulders sagged, but he kept his spine straight. He held out a hand. "I'll need the radio." Tucker felt a surge of relief. Another did not. Sichkin cried out, more moan than words, but one demand was clear and easy to translate. "Niet!" Gray ignored the priest, clearly not interested in his input. Sichkin tossed something from a pocket, a small transmitter with a blinking red light. It was meaningless to all of them, but not to Turov. The captain backed away as if the archpriest had thrown a cobra at his feet. "What's wrong?" Gray asked. Turov stared at Gray, at all of them, his expression grim, his words worse. "It's doomsday." 7:32 p.m. Turov closed his eyes, balanced between fury and remorse. "This is not the outcome I had wished for." That statement had layers of meaning beyond regret. He had feared this very scenario. It was why he had fought so hard. not so much to secure this little plot of land as to keep this nuclear option from being deployed. Still, he knew that wasn't entirely true. It was his own ambition that led him here as much as it had Sitchkin. I thought I possessed the only fail-safe device, a way of reaching the senior kit, he said. Or so I was told. He stared at the blinking transmitter, a match to the one couriered to him, arriving locked in a secure case from the Northern Fleet Joint Strategic Command. Clearly, someone had doubted that Turov would resort to this option, even in defeat. Turov could guess who that was. The only one with authority enough to dare do this. Someone whose desires were in lockstep with Sitchkin. Vice Admiral Glazkov. Still, Turov knew there were many others up and down the chain of command. The vocal minority who had wanted to perform a live fire test of the Poseidon torpedo, who also played a role in this subterfuge, and now we must pay the price. Not just those gathered on the ice, but the 100 crew aboard the Lyakov. "We're all trapped," he said. The American with the phone, Gray, approached him, challenged him. "What do you mean it's doomsday?" Turov saw no reason to prevaricate. "There is a Belgorod-class submarine, the Sinikit, the third prong of this mission. It was ordered to surface 50 miles away, to offer support if needed, but also as a failsafe, to make sure no one but Russia had territorial control of this location." "And what does that mean for us?" "Are you familiar with our Poseidon torpedoes?" Gray nodded. Unmanned stealth weapons, 80 feet long, nuclear capable, not just capable. On the Sinikit, the boat has one loaded with a 100-kiloton warhead. "That's your failsafe?" "It's already been dispatched. Underway." Turov waved to the transmitter on the ground. "With satellite comms open, the Sinikit would have received the command to launch." "Can you countermand it?" Gray asked. Turov shook his head. "After firing the Poseidon, the boat was under orders to dive beneath the ice cap and go into hiding." He stared across the group. "There is no way of reaching them." Tucker looked at his dogs, no longer bothering to point his pistol at Turov. "How much time do we have?" "At the range of 50 miles, accounting for the Poseidon's rate of travel?" Turov shrugged. 30 minutes, maybe less. Gray searched to the south, speaking rapidly. 100 kilotons. Meaning a fireball of 400 yards. Blast radius of 2 miles. To escape the worst of it, radiation, thermal damage, we'd need to be 9 or 10 miles away. He turned to another man in the colors of the icebreaker. "Captain Kelly." Turov looked at the two men. "Well, both engines going. The King can push 22 knots, but that's over open water. Even if we reverse along the path we took, we'll manage no more than 15 to 18, and that's pushing it." Gray paused for a breath, clearly doing calculations in his head. Then he sagged. "We can't get clear in time." Turov understood what they were contemplating and offered some hope. "Those numbers you stated, Mr. Gray, those are air blast numbers. For a nuclear bomb that explodes above a target, this will blow underwater." Gray straightened. "And under ice?" Kelly nodded. "It should offer some insulation." "It'll still be close." Gray pointed to the icebreaker. "We need everyone back aboard." Kelly turned and passed instructions. Radios were lifted, spreading word. Seconds later, a siren wailed. The captain turned to them. "Reached Murphy. He's getting engines started. Thank God, they were still warm." They all set off for the ship. Turov hesitated, not sure if this applied to him. Tucker grabbed his elbow. "What are you waiting for?" He stared up. "Let's give the world a show they won't forget." As they set off, a huge man called after them. Wait! Tucker looked back. Kowalski, what's wrong? You're all forgetting something. 55. May 14th, 7:38 p.m., ANAT, East Siberian Sea. Valya crawled across the rough stone. Blood flowed from her forearm, from both ankles. It filled her boots, soaked through her armor. Where it pooled under her, it ran in streams to the bubbling mud behind her. The blood and her wounds drew flies and gnats, buzzing and dive-bombing, clouding the air around her. I will not die like this. She used her elbows and knees to propel her. She scraped and dragged herself toward the copper boat still overturned on the shore. Seishan had left her shotgun hidden under the false blind. Valya struggled toward it. In the past, abandoned, brutalized, and blood-oathed, she had lost so much control of her life. No longer. She reached the boat and shouldered it aside. She clutched the stock of the 12-gauge and pulled it to her. Better to end this now, by her own hand, rather than succumb to the injuries inflicted upon her by another. She intended to take back this much control. She rolled to her shoulders. As she did, she stared past her toes to the mud flats and the rustling growths. She squinted. She did not remember the plants being this close to shore, gathered where her blood seeped into the mud. As if noting her attention, the nearest plant curled its leaves in a nearly hypnotic rhythm. 2 fronds parted, revealing a coiled vine. She instinctively pulled back her legs, but she was too slow, too weak. The vine snapped out like a whip, striking at her ankles where her grandmother's blade had cut deep. She yanked the leg back, her foot flopping in her boot. A breath later, fire shot up to her knee, then higher. She scooted on her elbows, trying to escape the agony, but it followed her. And that was not all. The plants shivered closer, propelled by roots that swam and pushed through the hot mud. One, then another, and another. A second vine lanced out at her, missing by inches, stabbing into rock. Crimson oil spattered where it struck. She swung her shotgun around, struggled with her aim, and fired. The slug tore through the closest plant, shredding leaves, decapitating those fleshy flower heads. Panicked, she fired again, but there was no lasting damage. A plant on her left crawled onto the stony bank, casting out roots, gripping the rock with thorns. It pulled itself closer, following the blood trail toward its source. Its movements were slow, relentless, determined. She twisted and fired, shattering through the plant's anchor of roots. It rolled back into the hot mud. As she lowered her gun, a sharp sting bit her wrist near where the Athame blade had impaled her forearm. She jerked her limb away, breaking free of the vine that had stabbed her. Still the damage was done. Acid burned through her veins, up her arms. The fire reached her heart and exploded, pumping everywhere with each panicked beat. She fled away, dragging the shotgun. More of the plants clustered along the shore. Roots snagged and pulled. She tried to reverse the shotgun, to bring the muzzle to her chin, but her hands, then her limbs, refused. The weapon fumbled free and clattered on the stone. No! She let her body fall toward it, to retrieve its promise of release. Only she ended up slumped across the rock, unable to move, yet still burning inside. She blinked away tears. Even this control was stolen from her. As she stared, unable to look away, the plants continued their slow, inexorable march through her blood, coming for her. The first one scrabbled close enough to bow its many heads. A frill of dancing cilia probed the air, leading those malignant flowers to kiss her bare wrist. At first it felt like the whiskers of a cat tickling her hot skin. Then those hair-like tendrils burned with acid into her, drawing the head closer. Petals opened, curling back, revealing a tangle of waving tendrils far larger than the cilia. With their touch, acid melted flesh, leaving only raw nerves that screamed. Then the others joined the feast. 56. May 14th, 7:45 p.m., ANAT, East Siberian Sea. From the bridge of the Polar King, Gray watched as Captain Kelly transformed his massive nuclear-powered icebreaker into a 30,000-ton bulldozer, only one running in reverse. 10 minutes, Byron Murphy shouted from his nav station, counting down the time left of them. We're crossing the 5-mile mark. Halfway to safety. Gray stared past the bow, toward the spires of rock that marked Hyperborea. As the icebreaker reversed down the channel, the legend receded into the mists. He pictured the massive Poseidon torpedo and its warhead speeding toward there. He was not the only one. Tension was evident across the bridge. Sweat pebbled brows, small crucifixes were kissed, lips whispered in silent prayers. Only one of them seemed unperturbed, as if he had done this countless times. "Hold steady," Kelly called out calmly, guiding his ship via exterior cameras. Gray kept vigil on the starboard bridge wing. Its windows, front and back, allowed him to view the ship's bow and stern. He shared this spot with Kowalski and Seshan. Across the bridge, Tucker and Monk manned the port side wing, along with Marco and Kane, who had earned their place. Everyone else was below deck, at the orders of the captain, though many of them were in the small med ward, where Harper was playing triage with the wounded. Maybe I should be there too. He gripped a hanging strap to keep himself upright, his ankle throbbing and swollen in his boot. But he did not want to miss this. Maybe we shouldn't have scuttled that vessel after all, Kowalski said, staring past the stern to the Ivan Lyakov, the Russian patrol boat. Kowalski had warned them of this problem. Sabotaging the Lyakov had served them earlier, but now it was an obstacle in their path. The Russian boat sat in the channel carved by the Polar King. Its bow thrusters churned to either side, holding the craft in the center of the waterway. The massive icebreaker bore down on it, still running in reverse. There had been no time to try to turn the massive ship in the thick ice. Even now, every minute counted, which meant this union was going to be a rough one. While the King had slowed as it neared the Russian ship, the icebreaker dared not lose too much speed. The huge ship swept through a thick crush of broken ice and small bergs. It was the debris left behind by the massive floe that had been blasted into the channel. "Brace for impact," Kelly yelled, broadcasting his message ship-wide. But this announcement was less for the King and more for the Lyakov, which also heard his warning through the radio. The bow of the Lyakov swelled behind the icebreaker. Then the King's stern slammed into the front of the boat. Due to the icebreaker's momentum and its massive weight, the crash felt no worse than a speed bump. The King jolted, then shrugged off the impact. The same was not true for the smaller patrol boat. Its bow crumpled and lifted, riding for a moment atop the breaker's stern. The two continued down the channel this way for 100 yards before the Lyakov finally slid into the water. "Engage second engine," Kelly ordered. "There's no slowing from here, mates." The Polar King picked up speed as the engine crew added the horsepower of the breaker's second nuclear power plant. Past the King's stern, the Lyakov struggled to hold the center of the channel, having to rely solely on its bow thrusters on either side. The boat shimmied and swayed like a salsa dancer in the frigid water. The Russian boat dared not lose its line. If it slipped sideways, it would jam across the channel, trapping everyone. To pull off this Russian ballet between the two huge ships, it required timing and trust across the two bridges. All their lives depended on mutual cooperation. As a sign of good faith, a truce formed by necessity, Captain Turov had already been shuttled via helicopter to the Lyakov, taking along his lieutenant and the archpriest. At this point, recriminations and punishments could wait, especially considering what they all faced. Byron bellowed out the time and distance. 5 minutes to go. 7 miles out. Gray searched Kelly's features to see if there was any information to be found there, but the captain remained stoic. Still, a single bead of sweat shone on his forehead. It was easy to read. It'll be tight. Making matters more nerve-wracking was that no one knew for sure when the torpedo would hit. That timetable was all guesswork. It could hit at any moment. The Polar King sped along, no longer gaining speed. This was all the engines had. 3 minutes, Byron called out. 8 miles. No one acknowledged this, as the bridge crew grew breathless, smothered by the tension. After another minute, Kelly waved an arm high. That's it. Lokistan. No more sightseeing. Storm shutters lowered over the windows. Then its louvers closed tight, cutting off the view. Before that happened, Gray noted the same was true over at the Lyakov. When that warhead struck, its flash could blind instantly, even at this distance. Kelly was taking no chances, considering the unknown variables. 1 minute, Byron announced, though his words were barely above a whisper. 9 miles out. Kelly nodded to the navigator. That'll... The world brightened beyond the shutters. Every louver stood out starkly, limned against a brilliance that shocked. It was still blinding, as if a sun had crashed before their bow. It was also eerily quiet. Then the world fell dark again. In the silence, no one breathed. Then a sharp bang shook the ship, but it was no louder than a thunderclap. It was not the concussive, world-shattering explosion shown in movies. A loud rumbling followed, rapidly growing in volume, sounding like a freight train running across the top of the icebreaker. Winds buffeted and rattled the ship. With the flash over, Kelly found his voice. Open us up. A button was hit. The shutters remained down, but the louvers ratcheted wider. Through the panoramic spread of the bow windows, a shocking sight revealed itself, dreadful in its power, stunning in its scope. Off in the distance, a fiery plume rolled into the sky. The fog banks fled to all sides, opening an ever-widening view, exposing that hellish heart. Around that mushrooming cloud, ice shoved up into a huge wave, sweeping toward them and outward in all directions. At the top, its frozen crest shattered into massive, jagged pieces, becoming an icy gristmill, grinding across the top of the world. "Maintain speed," Kelly said, gulping out his words as that monster pursued them. The king and Lyakov raced down the waterway, but no one was fooled. They would not escape the inevitable. "Look," Tucker called out, pointing directly across the bow. The churning wave slowly lost some of its power, weakened by distance and the deepening water, yet not enough to keep it from reaching them. Still, the channel that the Polar King had forged through the ice was full of open water. Past the bow, the dark blue trough cut like a knife through the ever-expanding circumference of the blast-driven wave. As the swell approached, It ripped the channel wider ahead of them, piling and pulling ice away. "Hang tight," Kelly warned. The wave struck. The water lifted the bow high, tilting the boat, then dropping it down the far slope. Walls of ice swept to either side, spinning and grinding past them. The noise of its passage was worse than the nuclear blast. It ate at Gray's ears, accompanied by a mournful, deep-toned dissonance, like the death rattle of the world. Then the surge was gone, rolling off into the distance before eventually subsiding and sinking into the sea. In its wake, the waters continued to rock. Ice bumped and scraped the hull. Kelly radioed the other ship, checking on the state of the Lyakov, but it wasn't necessary. A muffled cheering rose and echoed from the Russian ship. They had made it too. As the celebrations spread, Gray crossed to the bow windows with Seshan. She hooked an arm around his waist. They stared at the dark column that glowed at the heart of the fog-cleared skies. He pulled her closer, needing her warmth. Together they gazed at the fiery death of Hyperborea. It was a reminder of a hard lesson. Nothing lasts forever. Not even legends. 57. July 24th, 10:45 a.m., SAST. Spitzkopf Game Park, South Africa. Tucker crossed the veranda of the colonial-era mansion. The three-story, sprawling home sat in a remote corner of the Spitzkopf Game Preserve, far from the tourist area of the park. This was his home, as much as any place truly was. Past the porch's whitewashed railing, wide swaths of lawn, composed of indigenous buffalo grass, rolled out for half an acre. Farther out, the larger 20-acre parcel was dotted with barns and outbuildings. A neat gravel drive led to a packed dirt road. There, a pristine sign stood, carved of native ironwood and painted in brilliant shades of orange, white, and black. The letters spelled out, "Luxury Safari Tours." He shared this business with the Como brothers, old friends who ran the photo safari. Tucker came often to visit, to rest up. It was here he had recuperated with Kane last year, where he had first met Marco as a pup. Presently, the Como brothers were out of the country, rehabbing a spot in the Congo for their next venture. For the moment, Tucker had this place to himself. Well, mostly to himself. He carried 2 tall bottles of cold beer, which already sweated in the morning swelter of the savannah. The sun glared off the grasslands, shadowed by stands of acacia trees. He stepped over to a pair of rattan rocking chairs, which stirred under the breeze of a large ceiling fan. Kane rested in the shade. The dog lifted his head inquiringly, staring intently, but not at the beers in Tucker's hands. A large red Kong football sat atop a table. "In a sec, bud," Tucker called to where Marco ran in circles on the lawn, barking and panting with puppyish delight. "Come on in." It wasn't a command. It wasn't even directed at the young Malinois. Al Stutt lifted an arm, about to whip a frisbee for the dog, then lowered her hand. She waved acknowledgment and headed over. She climbed the porch steps, drawing Marco with her, who went straight to the water bowl. "Think you can use a drink, too," Tucker said, proffering a beer. "Best to stay hydrated, I always say." She accepted the bottle, raising it a touch. "Spasiba." She stared over at Marco. "Nothing tires that dog out." He grinned. "You said the same thing about me last night." She settled to the chair and cast him a sidelong glance. "Ah, but we did find your limit, did we not?" That's the scientist in you, always testing boundaries. He dropped into the chair. But I believe further research is still needed. We shall see. After the events in Russia 2 months before, the pair had been visiting each other often. He also kept in touch with Yuri. Tucker owed the man a large debt, not only for saving his own life, but for getting Father Bailey to a hospital in time. The priest had survived his ordeal, but his recuperation would be a long one. Yuri had also arranged for the body of the young pilot, Fad, to be recovered from its stone cairn in the Arctic Park and given a proper burial. As a small recompense for Yuri's efforts, Tucker had finally relented about the dogs that his boss Bogdan Fedosiev had wanted. Tucker had refused to give up Marco or Kane, but he had agreed to train a new pair, although he had never promised which breed. Maybe a pair of French bulldogs. Still, any training would have to be performed here, not in Russia. He was certainly not welcome back, not after all that had happened. And it wasn't just him. Elle had resigned her position at the Botanical Gardens in St. Petersburg. Life in the Russian city had become untenable. Though the dust had settled, there were many, especially under the current regime in Moscow, who had failed to appreciate her efforts in the far north. The same was true for Sister Anna, who experienced an unspoken animosity among the hierarchy of the Patriarchate's Holy Synod. Painter Crow had arranged a spot for Anna in a diocese in Chicago, where she was settling well. Jason made sure of that, following her like a smitten puppy under the guise of helping her. Tucker recognized a lost cause. Keep hoping, kid. He stared over at Elle, not sure himself where this would lead, especially as she had taken a position at the University of Cape Town. Elle clearly still missed her home in St. Petersburg, but Africa was a hothouse of plant life, many species still yet to be discovered. She was clearly excited for this next step in her career, and she hadn't totally abandoned her former life. A loud hiss announced the arrival of a large orange tabby, who must have finished his round of mousing and ratting in the outlying barns. The male cat bounded onto the porch rail and growled at the domain before him. It had taken Elle a week to trap the feral stray near her apartment in St. Petersburg and bring him here, but he was adjusting well to his new surroundings. Marco lowered his head and backed away cautiously. A few claw smacks across his nose had taught him respect. "Hush, Nikolai," Elle scolded. "We're guests here." The cat swiped his tail twice, spat his disagreement, and leaped away. Marco retreated to Elle's side. She patted his flank, reassuring him, "He's not as mean as he looks." Marco wasn't buying it and slunk lower. "Keep him company," Tucker said. He took a final swig of his beer and stood. "I need some quality time with someone who is feeling sorely neglected." Tucker picked up the red Kong football. Kane leaped up, his front leg giving out slightly for a moment. "Who's up for some catch?" Tucker asked, while signaling Marco to stay. Kane ran across the veranda, vaulted over the steps, and raced across the sunlit grass. There was no limping, no favoring of a limb, simply joy. "That's my boy." Kane spies the spin of the rubber ball through the brightness. He tracks it with one eye as he races under its flight. It arcs high, then falls earthward. He rushes to meet it. As it comes down, he jumps high, twisting his length, muscles stretching. His teeth catch and clamp. He savors this victory, landing in the warm grass. He spins a circle, showing his triumph. He then rushes back, flipping the ball high. His pack mate catches it just as deftly. They are one, always. Kane prances away, dancing his jubilance, knowing down deep it can't be forever. It won't be always. But for now, he faces his man. One more time. One more time. One more time. 11:44 a.m. EDT. Tacoma Park, Maryland. 16 minutes until D-Day, Monk sounded off. Gray paced the small room off the main chapel. The ceremony was set to begin at noon. He checked his watch, then shook down the sleeve of his black Armani suit. He straightened his tie, clipped with a silver Sigma symbol. He ran a hand over his slicked hair, but a stubborn cowlick defied his efforts. "Quit fussing," Kowalski said. "You're not going to get any prettier." The two men were his groomsmen, as stiffly dressed as he was. None of them looked comfortable in their suits. They were built for tactical gear and boots. He scowled down at his polished dress shoes. He rubbed at the toe of one with the heel of the other. "If you scuff that," Monk warned, "Cat will murder you in your sleep. She's already read the riot act to the wedding photographer." "Because she's taken her maid of honor duties seriously." Monk feigned offense. "Are you slighting my efforts as best man?" Kowalski grunted. "That bachelor party sucked." "You ran out of alcohol." "A problem very much due to you," Monk reminded the large man. "I ordered enough for a small platoon." Kowalski rubbed his forearm where he had been stabbed. "It was for medicinal purposes. For the pain." "Doctor's orders." Monk scowled. "It's been 2 months, and—" They were thankfully interrupted by Painter as he knocked and entered. "The bridal party is all set," he reported. "So, Seishan didn't make a run for it," Kowalski noted. Gray knew the man was joking, but that worry did lurk at the back of his mind. Still, even with the pressure of the wedding, Seishan had seemed more settled over the past months. There was a new calmness to her. It was not necessarily a sense of peace. That was not Seishan. But more the impression of an inner resolve, a centering that had escaped her until now. He knew a large part of that had to do with Sigma regaining its footing. The group had identified and eliminated the bomber of the Smithsonian Castle. The remainder of Valia's organization was systematically being picked apart and snuffed out. Likewise, the events in Russia, especially on the polar ice cap, had been acknowledged by those in the upper echelons in D.C. Through Sigma's efforts, a global war had been avoided. Since then, all talk of dissolving the group had faded. Still, Gray knew Seishan's calmness was not solely due to the firming of Sigma's standing in D.C. With the fall of Valia and her organization, Seishan was less shadowed and haunted. Gray and Seishan had talks about this, usually in bed, in the dark, where it was easier to bare one's heart. Her past with the Guild had scarred her deeply. It was never going away. But by finally burning away the last vestiges of the Guild, those lingering shadows left behind, represented by Valia and her group, Seishan now felt freer, able to heal that old wound. Maybe not fully, but enough. Painter crossed to Gray, resting a hand on his shoulder. "Don't know if you want to hear this now. I got news from Russia about an hour ago." Gray frowned, worried, but happy for any distraction. "What is it?" "Archpriest Sitchkin hung himself in his gulag cell. His body was found this morning." Gray nodded, not surprised, only disappointed. The bastard deserved to suffer longer. But the world was better off without him drawing air. Gray suspected that Sitchkin's activation of the failsafe device, calling hellfire upon Hyperborea, had nothing to do with preserving Russia's position in the Arctic, and was all about ending his own suffering and taking down as many people with him as possible. Dying alone in his cell. Gray could live with that, especially knowing the lingering effects of that selfish act. He had seen photos of the blast's aftermath. The residual heat of the explosion and the radioactive glow continued to keep the ice melted for miles around the site. The peaks had been shattered or damaged, marking the grave of those ancient people. Still, Jason's recordings of what had been found below were being studied by academics around the globe. Likewise, there was renewed interest in the unusual genetics of bowhead whales and their ties to longevity. As to the sarcophagos species, it was not likely any plants survived. But for now, no one would get any closer to look, not until it all cooled down. Gray inquired when that might be. Any further word about the radiation levels up there? Painter sighed. It'll remain hot for years, and the environmental effects will last even longer. Still, the act has forced the Russians to throttle back their ambitions in the north. After the NOAA satellite recorded and broadcast what had happened, the Russians have been more cooperative, maybe begrudgingly so. Still, that accommodating attitude has extended to another site. Gray looked at Painter. Where? The Golden Library, or at least what remains of it. Russia has opened its doors to researchers around the globe, including those from the Vatican. Likely it's their attempt at regaining a measure of goodwill. Has Father Bailey had a chance to revisit the site? Painter lowered his eyes. Not yet, and I'm not sure he'll ever want to. Lots of ghosts there. Plus his rehab continues. He's having a hard time of it. Understood. Gray tried to change the subject. I heard that Captain Turov has been named as the new admiral of Russia's Northern Fleet. He has. Nothing like being cheered as a national hero after he saved all those lives aboard the Ivan Lyakov. The world all watched that daring rescue, while a few of his superiors might have resented some of his choices and actions. None dared challenge the surge of public opinion, especially for a country that needs to make amends to the world. What happened to his boss, the former commander of the Northern Fleet? Glazkov? Painter shrugged, showing a slight smile. He's vanished, but I don't believe it was of his own volition. Gray nodded. Good riddance. On better news, Painter said, the Polar King is again plying the seas. As I understand it, they are being greeted at every port with raucous celebrations for their efforts, and not a single member of the old crew chose to abandon the icebreaker. Gray was happy to hear it. 2 minutes, Monk warned them all, tapping at his wrist. Painter headed for the door, which means I'm needed elsewhere. Once the director was gone, Gray took a deep breath. Monk's countdown reminded him of Byron ticking down the time left to them on the Polar King. Only this time, hopefully, it wouldn't end in a nuclear explosion. He pictured his last sight of Hyperborea burning under the polar sun. He recalled a discussion he'd had with Sister Anna back in the Golden Library. It concerned Catherine the Great's decision to keep the lost archive hidden, along with the secret it held, the location of Hyperborea. According to Anna, the Russian Empress must have believed that her world wasn't ready for the wonders and horrors of Hyperborea. All of Catherine's puzzles and hoops were aimed toward one goal, as a test to prove some future generation was wise enough and cautious enough to receive such knowledge. Gray shook his head. After all that had happened, the answer was grimly clear, as plain as a fiery plume mushrooming into the Arctic sky. We were not. "Time's up," Monk announced. Gray stirred back to the present. He gathered with the other men. There were some final congratulations and jokes as they departed the room and crossed the short hall to the front of the chapel. Once there, Gray took a breath and stepped before the altar, where a priest clutched a book to his chest. The man nodded to him, as if checking to make sure he didn't have cold feet. Gray turned away. He had leaped through fire, been shot at countless times, stabbed even more, and faced down ferocious beasts. And now he had survived a nuclear blast. "I can do this." He faced the small gathering, 40 or so of their closest friends and family. Monk and Kowalski stayed at his side. As the music started, his gaze fell upon his son, Jack. The boy fidgeted next to Jason, whose sole wedding duty was to keep the young boy out of trouble, likely one of the hardest chores. Jason nodded back to Gray. Sigma's tech expert had recovered after everything, and had even put in a request with Painter for future field assignments. "The kid must be gunning for my position." Gray returned Jason's nod. "Fat chance." Motion drew his eyes as the rear doors opened. The first through were two flower girls, the daughters of Monk and Cat. They cast petals from baskets and crossed with all the solemnity of priests at a high mass. But halfway down, the pair started throwing petals at each other, and much giggling ensued. Still, they made it to the front and were scooped up by an aunt and uncle. The bridal party came next, floating in billows of crimson chiffon, with Cat trailing the last of the bridesmaids. Monk whispered next to Gray, "I'm the luckiest man." "I might argue with you about that," Gray said, as Seishan stepped into the chapel. Painter presented her, holding out an elbow. Seishan rested a hand delicately on his forearm. She was dressed in dark crimson, her veil and train snow-white lace. Her bodice was snug, sculpted of oil-black leather that accentuated her every curve. Gray gaped at her approach down the aisle, at her leonine grace. When they had first met, she had been dressed in motorcycle leathers. He appreciated this small nod to that moment, marking the anniversary of their first encounter, a meeting that ended in a fierce firefight. He silently promised to never let that passion wane. Upon reaching the end of the aisle, Painter stepped aside to let Seishan cross the last steps to the altar on her own. She turned and squeezed the director's arm, not to hold him there, but to express her thanks. Kowalski used this moment to lean and whisper to Gray, "Last chance, buddy. Getting married? Sure that's wise?" In the big man's words, Gray heard an echo of his earlier ruminations. As Seishan climbed toward him, he reached down and took her hand. Wise or not, Gray didn't care and smiled with all his heart, and to hell with being cautious. He stared into her eyes, challenging her. Let's throw caution to the wind. Epilogue. Early autumn. In an apartment overlooking the Pontifical University of the Holy Cross, Bailey sat in the comfort of a deeply cushioned chair. A small hearth glowed with a few embers, holding back the evening's chill. A kiss of the winter to come. The warmth soothed the aches that had settled into his bones. Dusty shelves surrounded him, A book lay open on his lap. He reached to turn a page, but there was no finger to do so. He cringed at his body's betrayal, at its stubborn refusal to accept what he had lost. He clenched a fist of 3 fingers. His left hand was also missing a digit, its middle finger. But that was not the worst damage. He lifted a palm to his right eye, or where it had been. A patch covered it. He was still adjusting to how it had changed his depth perception. He had trouble even climbing the stairs up here. The cane hadn't helped much, but he continued to need it as his left ankle had mended poorly and would require a second surgery. But that could wait. It had taken him a long time until he was fit enough to reach this apartment on his own. A doorknob rattled in the next room. He sat straighter. The apartment door creaked open. A light clicked on, followed by footsteps. A soft whistling of breath approached this room. Then those footfalls stumbled near the threshold, expressing worry, concern. The door into the study swung open. A tall, gray-haired man stood framed against the light, his body stiff with fear. But then he relaxed with recognition. "Prefetto Bailey," Cardinal Samarin gasped out. "What are you doing in my apartment? Do you need some help?" The cardinal eyed the cane resting next to the chair, which remained comfortable and warm. Bailey settled deeper. "I've been waiting for you," Bailey said. "I'm glad you were late returning home from your evening classes at Holy Cross. It gave me a chance to search your apartment more thoroughly." "But why?" "It's taken me months, far too long, to finish this investigation, even with Monsignor Borelli only keeping a small circle of confidants, those whom he might trust with information concerning a discovery in Moscow." "I don't understand." "Back in Moscow, Monsignor Borelli must have been suspicious after being ambushed in Red Square. He must have feared someone had betrayed him, someone he spoke to in Rome, someone he thought he could trust." "You can't think that I had—" Bailey pointed at the cardinal's desk, where a drawer showed a broken lock. Bailey lifted what was hidden under the book in his lap, what he had found in that locked drawer. As he raised it, the gold shone in the glow of the hearth. The ring carried an embossed emblem of wings and a sword. Bailey read what was inscribed on its inside, translating the Russian Cyrillic, "Arkangel Society." He tossed the ring at the cardinal's toes. "Apparently the Vatican isn't the only church with its own intelligentsia. It seems the Moscow Patriarchate has their own too." Cardinal Samarin took a step back, raising a hand. "Let me explain." Bailey sighed, knowing there could be no explanation. After all that had happened, the injuries and agonies that he had sustained, he had no patience. He pictured Bishop Iligin, Monsignor Borelli, Igor Kuskov, and so many others. Bailey reached to his lap, to what else was hidden under his book. He pulled out the Glock 19 fitted with a silencer. He squeezed off 2 shots, which sounded like sharp gasps. Samarin stumbled 2 steps away, then crashed to the floor. Bailey shoved out of the comfortable chair with a small grunt of complaint. He pocketed his weapon, collected his cane, and headed for the door, which required stepping over Samarin's body. As he did not look back. He knew this act was a mortal sin. He would seek absolution with a confessor from his intelligence group. Even with such an ally, he would undoubtedly have to recite hundreds of rosaries to wash away this sin, which he would do. for a simple reason, one that had nothing to do with forgiveness. Those rosaries would serve as a reminder of the justice served here this evening. So I'll savor every one of them. Author's note to readers: truth or fiction? At its core, Arkangel has been a puzzle box of a story, one with a nuclear blast of an ending. It's been a tale of maps and legends, and how they can blur the line between fact and fiction. But now, here at the book's conclusion, I thought I'd share how much of my story is fact and how much is fiction. I also thought I'd dig a little bit deeper and tell how this story came about, the inspirations and strange tangents that became this novel. Let's start at the beginning. For decades, I've collected all manner of esoterica in my idea box. Typically, it's pieces of history that end in a question mark, something I can try to answer within the pages of a book. Or it's scientific articles that make me go, what if? And allow me to speculate where they might lead. In this case, I had notes and articles regarding all the Hyperborean legends, which seemed to blend historical mysteries with scientific speculations. But I had no idea how to build a story around it. Then I learned about Alexander Dugin, a Russian philosopher who believed the roots of the Russian race stretched back to a lost continent, what the Greeks called Hyperborea. As mentioned in the opening notes to this novel, Dugin's ultra-nationalist viewpoint led to the man's work being required reading by the Russian military and at the country's top political science academies. It is said this theological view of Russia's destiny was used to justify the invasion of Crimea and Ukraine, so much so that Dugin is often referred to as Putin's brain. Likewise, there is indeed an offshoot of Dugin's philosophies, the New Scythians, who seek the origins of the Russian people elsewhere, among the nomadic tribesmen of Eurasia. To me, this supported what Anna Kuskov espouses in this novel. Myths can move mountains. And thus it gave me the jumping-off point for this story. But before we move on, and further separate truth from fiction, I thought I'd share another small inspiration, one not birthed from that idea box. Instead, it sits behind me as I write this afterword. In the prologue, explorers discover a mammoth tusk that had been inscribed with a hidden message, turning that artifact into a large piece of scrimshaw. Years ago, I had obtained a mammoth tusk at an auction for the estate of an archaeologist. It, too, had been inscribed, becoming a piece of art. I thought I'd share it here, too. You'll find photos of it in the enhancement. This artifact inspired that moment in the prologue. And while that tusk is more than 200,000 years old, I don't think we need to go that far into the past to dig deeper into this novel's historical subject matters. Vasily Chichagov and Catherine the Great. As the beginning of this novel, we find Vasily Chichagov leading a trio of survey ships into the Arctic during the spring of 1764. This is a true account of an excursion by the commandant of Arkangelisk, and according to a memoir written by his son years later, Vasily did indeed receive a letter after leaving port, a secret decree from Empress Catherine the Great, penned by Mikhail Lomonosov, who ordered Vasily to travel north toward the pole to search for the lost continent of Hyperborea. Catherine remains a fascinating figure of history, a queen who usurped her husband to take the throne, and who was an advocate of the sciences and a new progressive view of Russia's future. Toward those ends, she not only sought out the Golden Library, but she also researched the historical origins of the Russian people, first looking toward the Scythians, then later at the Hyperboreans. I found this parallel to what's happening today in Russia to be fascinating. The Golden Library of the Tsars. In the 15th century, Ivan III, Ivan the Great, did indeed acquire a vast library as a dowry from his new wife, Sophia Palaeologina, a Byzantine princess. It was said to be a collection that rivaled the world's greatest archives, containing books and texts thought to be lost forever. But after the emperor's death, his grandson, Ivan IV, Ivan the Terrible, took possession of it. He grew convinced it held the secret to Russia's future, believing it contained secrets to black arts, and he did indeed task scholars to begin translating the books, many of whom fled in fear of that black magic. Later, he became so paranoid that he hid this library so well that after his death, the vast archive vanished into history. In 1724, a Russian officer reported discovering a room full of trunks in a secret passageway beneath the Kremlin. After that, it was forbidden to trespass down there. This detail inspired the opening chapter to this novel. And the search for this lost library continues to this day. Many believe it may still lie undiscovered in some walled-off chamber beneath Moscow, while others have ventured farther out, searching outlying areas with a historical tie to Ivan the Terrible, including the Trinity Lavra and the town of Sergiev Posad. So, who knows what might be uncovered one day? Fair warning, though. Be careful not to disturb any mammoth tusks. A lost continent to the north. The Greeks truly believed that there were a long-lived people who populated a verdant continent beyond the north wind. This myth persisted over the passing millennia, becoming deeply entrenched all the way into the 20th century. Early Arctic explorers claimed to have seen it. In 1905, Robert Peary reported in his book, Nearest the Pole, that he had spotted a distant landmass far to the north, which he called Crocker Land. Another explorer, Frederick Cook, said he found a lost land even farther north during an expedition in 1908. Searches persisted for decades after that. In fact, in 1923, U.S. Navy Lieutenant Commander Fitzhugh Green declared in Popular Science that experts are in nearly unanimous agreement that a new Arctic land will be found. So I decided to go find it, and I'm not the only one. I learned that there are indeed groups searching for evidence of this lost continent today, across the Kola Peninsula, at the island of Vygach in the Ural Mountains, and in other regions. Those teams have uncovered vast swaths of petroglyphs, with one site so astounding that it is indeed being sealed under a glass dome to protect it. The most intriguing find, though, is the discovery of pyramids, stone labyrinths, and a giant throne on islands in the White Sea. Could this be evidence of the descendants of a lost civilization? If you'd like to read more about expeditions to the north and the Arctic's unending allure for explorers and adventurers, I highly recommend two books. Arctic Dreams by Barry H. Lopez. Beyond the North Wind, The Fall and Rise of the Mystic North by Christopher McIntosh. Old Maps and Lost Books. As mentioned above, the legend of Hyperborea persisted in written accounts all the way to present day. Yet, this same blurring of myth and truth also found its way into maps. Gerardus Mercator drew the chart featured in this book, Septentrionalium Terrarum, in 1595. It's considered the oldest map of the Arctic. Mercator was also well regarded, both in the past and present, for his meticulous accuracy. Yet, in his Arctic map, he shows a mysterious landmass, one divided by 4 rivers that form a whirlpool around a magnetic mountain. This strange continent found its way into future maps for 2 more centuries. Yet even Mercator admitted he didn't believe the location of the magnetic North Pole was where he had drawn that large mountain in the center of his map. He claimed that it lay elsewhere, marking a little island on his map. I found this small detail intriguing. Likewise, the accounts upon which Mercator based his Arctic map came from a long-lost source, the legendary Inventio Fortunata, written by Nicholas of Lynn in the 14th century. As related in the novel, the English friar traveled to Norway, then continued farther north, sailing deep into the Arctic. He wrote a travel log of his account, which he presented to King Edward III upon his return, along with a silver astrolabe. Unfortunately, this book vanished into history. The record of its existence could only be found today in references by Mercator and in another book, Itinerarium, written by Jacobus Nguyen, a text that also disappeared. I found this gap in the written record to be highly suspicious, but who knows? Maybe copies do still exist in the lost Golden Library. Before moving on to the modern section of the novel, I thought I'd address a subject that bridges past and present. Trinity Lavra of St. Sergius. The details of the history of the monastic compound are accurate, from its founding to its present day. The presence of sacred springs, holy waters summoned by St. Sergius, is a true legend of the sacred site. Likewise, it was Ivan the Terrible who tore down the old wooden palisades that once protected the Lavra and constructed the massive walls and its 12 watchtowers. I chose to hide the Golden Library under the ringing tower, Vankovia Bashня, because this site is somewhat neglected by the public. It's hidden behind a theological school, away from the splendor of the main collection of churches and cathedrals. It's so ignored that I could find only a few pictures of the place. The photo that is featured in the book and reproduced in the enhancement is actually of the drying tower, Shishlnaya Bashня, near the Lavra's main gates, of which there were abundant dramatic shots. Luckily, the two look very similar, so I used the drying tower as a stand-in. But I thought you should see a true picture of the ringing tower. That's in the enhancement too. As related in the novel, Russia's second-largest budget expenditure, after the military, is devoted to restoring the Russian Orthodox Church. It's seen as a means to a spiritual renewal for the country, a way of instilling national pride. But there remain darker shades to this funding, one tied to the Tikhvin icon, one of Russia's most sacred treasures. The story of the icon's history, vanishing from Constantinople and reappearing to Russian fishermen, is held as holy proof that Russia is destined to be the Third Rome, the future spiritual center of the world, with the Trinity Lavra as its new Vatican City. This belief is one of the main reasons that a vocal number of the Russian Orthodox Church, including its patriarch, sanction Russia's military conquest of other countries. But that is not Russia's only ambition. The Northern Sea Route and the next Cold War. The Arctic is heating up, and not just in temperature and thawing ice. The construction of new bases and the restoration of old Soviet installations along Russia's northern coasts is as described in the book. The stated explanation for this buildup is that Russia intends to better guard its coasts as the Arctic ice melts, to help protect the Northern Sea Route, that shortcut from the Pacific to the Atlantic. But Russia is also seeking to push its territorial boundary farther into the Arctic, staking flags, doing geological tests. And for good reason. The Arctic is a vast storehouse of rare minerals, oil, and natural gas, not to mention being strategically important. Even with the war in Ukraine straining resources, Russia has not slowed its expansion in the north. That alone highlights the importance that Russia places upon its ambitions in the Arctic. The entire region is an icy powder keg waiting for a match. For a more comprehensive look at this subject, I recommend these two articles. The Ice Curtain, Russia's Arctic Military Presence, by Heather A. Conley, Matthew Malino, and John B. Alterman, from Center for Strategic and International Studies. Russia's Military Posture in the Arctic, by Mathieu Boulegueux. Chatham House, the Royal Institute of International Affairs. Location, location, location. I thought I'd quickly bullet point my way through a few key locations that appear in the book. Tucker has a little chase across Apothecary Island in St. Petersburg. The history of the place is as described, as is its botanical park, from the Japanese garden that confounds Cain's nose to the huge glass-walled arboretum with a lily-pad-filled pond. The ruins of the Simonov Monastery are a real location in Moscow, located next to a children's park and overlooking the Moskva River. The Dulo Tower and the history of its name are accurate. Likewise, there is a newly restored church on the property, Theotokos of Tikvin Church. And the monastery's old dye house is indeed the oldest surviving industrial building. Sorry for making such a mess of the place. The Apostolic Nunciature, the Vatican's embassy in Moscow, is roughly as described. There is even a 17-story apartment building that overlooks the site. Some of the interior details of the embassy were adjusted to fit the story. On a side note, the Vatican does indeed have its own intelligentsia, its own spy network. For decades, if not centuries, it has dispatched operatives to infiltrate hate groups, secret societies, hostile countries, wherever the concerns of the Vatican were threatened. For example, during the Cold War, Walter Cizek, a Polish-American priest, played a cat-and-mouse game with the KGB for years before being captured and spending 2 decades in a Soviet prison. As Father Bailey would attest, Cizek was lucky not to have run into Archpriest Sitchkin back then. On very minor notes, ADX Florence, the Alcatraz of the Rockies, is indeed a real place, and, considering it does have a bomber's row, it seemed fitting that Valya would seek out intel from such a facility. Likewise, the Smithsonian Castle is currently undergoing a multi-year restoration, so again it seemed an opportune time for Valya to strike. Hopefully, some of the castle's restoration budget will be devoted to improving Sigma's rehab facilities. After this adventure, the team is going to need it. East Siberian Sea. Those icy waters are indeed the least explored corner of the Arctic, and treacherous, especially its northernmost extremes. With its thick ice, dense fogs, shallow waters, and poorly mapped seabed, it's a sailor's nightmare. So, maybe something does lie hidden out there, undiscovered, partially masked by electromagnetic radiation and the strange vagaries of polar energies. Cold Tech. This novel features some of Russia's latest Arctic weaponry, vehicles, and boats. All are as accurate as I could make them. Most are in use today, or soon will be. That includes the Berkut 2 snowmobile mounted with a PKP Pecheneg 6P41 machine gun, the A1 double snowmobile, even the new Kalashnikov tactical gear. Most worrisome of all is the Belgorod submarine, what has been dubbed Russia's doomsday sub. It's one of the few boats that can carry the bus-size Poseidon 2M39 torpedoes, a stealth shark capable of delivering a warhead of 100 megatons, of unleashing a radioactive tsunami along a coastline. The current consensus is that this weapon is very real and already in production. Bowhead whales. Please consider this book as further proof that we need to save the whales. Bowhead whales, Balaena mysticetus, clock in at a mighty 80,000 kilos and can live for 2 centuries. According to a recent article in New Scientist, this longevity is due to the whale's unique sequences of genes that suppress cancer development. This is accomplished via a group of genes that produce a protein called CIRBP that repairs damaged DNA, a condition that leads to most cancers. Scientists at the University of Rochester are researching how to engineer this same genetic advantage into humans, both as a means of preventing cancer and of extending lives. But maybe someone has already learned this trick, a people who have been subsisting on whales for millennia. Carnivorous plants. Okay, I may be as equally intrigued by carnivorous plants as Dr. Stutt. The biology and evolution of such unusual floras showcased in this book are accurate, even the ability of some plants to switch between being carnivorous or not, depending on conditions and availability of nutrients or energy. Considering the pattern of sunlight in the far north and the overwhelming abundance of flies and other insects, the Arctic seemed the perfect place to create a new species of carnivorous plant. Magnetic cures. Our bodies are electric. Each cell is a little powerhouse, whose main engines are mitochondria. As we age, those engines become less efficient and are a major cause for our bodily decline. The use of ultrasound, bioelectricity, even magnetism, has shown an amazing ability to repower those engines, to heal, to strengthen immune systems, even to slow aging. In fact, the U.S. Department of Defense has started clinical trials to showcase how bioelectricity can cut the healing time of severe injuries in half, possibly even regrow nerves. Now all I have to do is figure out how to get on their wait list. Military working dogs and their handlers. I love Tucker and Kane, and now Marco. I first encountered this heroic pairing of soldier and war dog while on a USO tour to Iraq and Kuwait in the winter of 2010. Seeing these pairs' capabilities and recognizing their unique bonds, I wanted to try to capture and honor those relationships. To accomplish that, I spoke to veterinarians in the U.S. Veterinary Corps, interviewed handlers, met their dogs, and saw how these duos grow together to become a single fighting unit. I also vetted their stories with former and current handlers to be as accurate as possible. If you'd like to know more about war dogs and their handlers, I highly recommend 2 books by the author Maria Goravage. Soldier Dogs, The Untold Story of America's Canine Heroes. Top Dog, The Story of Marine Hero Luca. In this novel, I introduced Marco, whom Tucker first acquired as a pup in the novel Kingdom of Bones. At the end of that novel, I requested suggestions to help me name this pup, and I received thousands. Thanks. I picked Marco at the recommendation of Jeffrey Adamek, who is a retired Green Beret and Ranger. He was also a handler and canine trainer for the 3rd Special Forces Group. His military working dog was named Marco. The brave, 4-legged soldier located some 30 IEDs and saved countless lives. So, how could I not honor such service by naming Tucker's newest companion after such a stalwart warrior? By the way, if you'd like to read more about Tucker and Kane, the dynamic duo first appeared in the Sigma novel Bloodline and continued in solo adventures Kill Switch, where you meet Yuri and Bogdan, and Warhawk. You can also check out how Tucker comes to terms with the loss of Kane's brother, Abel, in the novella Sundogs, which is included in the anthology collection Unrestricted Access. So, thus ends another Sigma outing. I hope you enjoyed the adventure. As you might suspect, there is much more to come. But for now, we'll let Gray and Seishan enjoy their honeymoon, where they'd better get good rest, because what comes next is a major turning point for Sigma. As one chapter closes, another opens, and what unfolds will be a challenge unlike any that Sigma has faced in the past, one that will shake the organization to its core, and where no one will be safe. You have been warned.